Just one night, and you will never be the same again. Reprogram your mind overnight. Right now, as you watch this, you're on the edge of something huge. Imagine waking up tomorrow with a completely new mindset. No hesitation, no doubt, just pure, unstoppable focus. All it takes is one night. This isn't some wishful thinking, this is real. Tonight, while everyone else sleeps, you're going to start reprogramming your mind at the deepest level. You'll wake up feeling stronger, more confident, and with a sense of drive that you've never experienced before. There's one word you need to hear. One key to unlocking the power that's been inside of you all along. And once you hear it, your life won't just change, it will transform. So don't wait. Don't let this moment pass. This is the night that everything shifts. Are you ready for it?
You know, I've often thought about the journey of success, and one key element always stands out: the sheer force of will to get things done. It's like sailing a ship. You can have the finest vessel, the best crew, but without setting a course and pushing forward, you'll simply drift. Today, I want to talk about the art of pushing yourself, of moving beyond the ordinary to achieve the extraordinary. Imagine, if you will, a person much like any one of us standing at the crossroads of decision. Every day we face these crossroads moments where our choices define us. And in these moments, it's not just about making decisions, but about making the right decisions. Now, I'm not talking about choosing what to have for breakfast. I'm talking about the choices that scare us, that push us, that force us out of our comfort zones. In these moments, the difference between success and stagnation is action. Action is the foundational key to all success. It's not just about having knowledge or talent. It's about using that knowledge, harnessing that talent. You could have the intellect of Einstein, but without action, it's like having a library of books that you never read. So how do we tap into this force? How do we push ourselves to take action, especially when it's tough? Well, that's the journey we're on together today. It's about understanding the why behind the what. It's about learning to embrace the discomfort of growth, because let me tell you, growth and comfort do not coexist. I want you to think about a goal, a dream, something you've been putting off. Hold that in your mind as we embark on this discussion, because today isn't just about theories and words. It's about transformation. It's about turning I can into I will. And believe me, the journey from I can to I will is where all the magic happens. Let's dive into this together, shall we? Let's explore how we can harness this force within us, how we can turn the tide in our favor and truly set sail toward our dreams. Remember, it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey. And this journey, my friends, is about discovering the incredible power of self-discipline, the power to move mountains, the power to change our lives. This journey is not for the faint of heart. It's for those who are willing to roll up their sleeves, to dig deep, and to do the work, the kind of work that most shy away from. But not us. We are different. We are the ones who are willing to look challenges in the eye and say, I am stronger than you. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. But I promise you, it will be worth it. Because on the other side of discipline, on the other side of that hard work, lies the life you've always dreamed of, a life where you are the master of your fate, not the victim of your circumstances. Let's begin this adventure together with open minds and willing hearts. Let's commit to ourselves, to our dreams, to the journey of forcing ourselves to get it done no matter what. Remember, the only limits that exist are the ones we place on ourselves. Let's break those barriers and soar to new heights. It's not just about the goal, it's about who we become in the process of reaching that goal. It's about the strength we gain, the wisdom we acquire, and the character we build. So, are you ready to take that first step? Are you ready to force yourself to get it done? Because I believe you can, and I believe you will. Let's take this journey together, step by step, day by day, until we reach the pinnacle of our potential. The power of self-discipline. Self-discipline, my friends, is the silent engine that drives success. It's the inner strength that gets us out of bed on those cold mornings when the world seems to be against us. It's the force that keeps us going when everything else says stop. It's not just a trait, it's a way of life. Imagine for a moment a world where everyone exercised perfect self-discipline. Picture people following through on every promise they made. Imagine the achievements, the transformations. Now, I know what you're thinking, that world sounds ideal, perhaps too good to be true. But here's the secret, that world begins with you. It starts the moment you decide to take control of your life. You see, self-discipline is about taking responsibility. It's about making choices, not excuses. It's about saying no to the things that harm us and yes to the things that help us grow. It's about making a commitment to yourself and keeping it. It's easy to be disciplined when someone is watching, but true self-discipline is what you do when no one is looking. It's the choices you make in those quiet, unseen moments that truly define who you are. Now, let's talk about the rewards of self-discipline. It's not just about getting things done, it's about the peace of mind that comes with knowing you're in control of your actions. It's the pride that comes from looking back at your day and realizing you did what you set out to do. It's the confidence that grows every time you keep a promise to yourself. This confidence, my friends, is priceless. It spills over into every aspect of your life, lighting it up like the morning sun. But let's not forget, self-discipline is also a challenge. It's a muscle that needs constant exercise. And just like any muscle, it can tire, it can feel strained. But that's just a sign that it's growing stronger. Each time you push through the temptation to give up, you're not just moving one step closer to your goal, you're also building your self-discipline muscle. You're teaching yourself that you can do hard things, that you can overcome challenges. And this in itself is a victory. Think about the last time you really pushed yourself, when you went beyond your comfort zone. Maybe it was working on a project late into the night, or perhaps it was saying no to a temptation that would have derailed your progress. How did you feel afterward? Exhausted, maybe, but also exhilarated, right? That feeling, that's the power of self-discipline. Self-discipline also means being able to delay gratification. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding that the pain of discipline now is nothing compared to the pain of regret later. It's about choosing long-term satisfaction over short-term comfort. This is where many falter, mistaking the easy road for the right road. But not you. You're here because you're ready to choose the right road, no matter how challenging it may be. Remember, self-discipline doesn't mean living a life of restriction. It means living a life of balance. It's about knowing when to work hard and when to rest, when to push yourself and when to recharge. It's about listening to your body, your mind, and your heart. It's about harmony. When you master self-discipline, you're not just mastering a skill, you're mastering life itself. And let's be clear, mastering self-discipline doesn't mean you'll never fail or falter. We're all human after all. It's about how you respond to those failures. Do you let them defeat you, or do you use them as stepping stones to greater success? Every setback, every obstacle is an opportunity to practice self-discipline, to get back up, dust yourself off, and move forward with even more determination. So as we journey forward, let's embrace the power of self-discipline. Understand that it's the key to unlocking our full potential. It's the tool we need to carve out the life we dream of. It's the bridge between where we are and where we want to be. With self-discipline, there's nothing we can't achieve, no dream too big, no goal too distant. As we wrap up this part of our discussion, I want you to hold on to the idea that self-discipline is your ally, your strength, and your guide. It's the light that leads you through the darkness, the force that pushes you when the road gets tough. Embrace it, nurture it, and watch as it transforms your life in ways you never imagined. Let's continue this journey with the determination to strengthen our self-discipline day by day, choice by choice. Together, we can make the impossible possible. Overcoming procrastination and laziness, it's time to turn our focus to a challenge that many of us face: the twin hurdles of procrastination and laziness. These are not just mere inconveniences, they are the thieves of time, the enemies of progress. They sneak up on us, whispering sweet lies of later and someday. But let me tell you, later is a dream killer, and someday is a thief of potential. Procrastination and laziness, they're like quicksand. The more we give in, the deeper we sink, and the harder it becomes to pull ourselves out. Now, think about it. How often have we said, "I'll start tomorrow," only to find that tomorrow brings its own set of excuses? It's a cycle, a dangerous loop that spins us around and keeps us from moving forward. But here's the good news: just as we can fall into the cycle, we can also break free from it. The key? Action, immediate, deliberate action. It's the antidote to procrastination, the enemy of laziness. Now, I know what you're thinking, but it's hard to start, and you're right. It is hard. Starting is often the hardest part. But remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's about taking that first small step. It doesn't have to be a leap, just a step. The magic lies in the momentum you create. Once you start, it's like pushing a car. The initial push takes all your might, but once it starts rolling, it gets easier. So how do we start? First, by setting clear, achievable goals that excite us, that ignite a fire within us. When your goal is clear, your focus sharpens and procrastination loses its power. Then break these goals into smaller, bite-sized tasks, so small that it seems almost ridiculous not to do them. It's about tricking the mind, making the task seem so easy, so doable that procrastination has no room to creep in. And what about laziness? Laziness thrives in the absence of a compelling why. You need a why that's so powerful, so compelling, that it pulls you out of the comfort of inaction. Your why should be like a beacon guiding you through the fog of laziness, reminding you of the bigger picture, the reason you're doing what you're doing. But remember, it's not just about the external goals. It's also about respecting yourself. Every time you overcome procrastination, every time you choose action over inaction, you're building self-respect. You're telling yourself, I am worth the effort. My dreams are worth the effort. And believe me, there's no feeling quite like looking in the mirror and knowing you've kept a promise to yourself. That's the kind of self-respect that builds empires, that changes lives. Let's also talk about our environment. It plays a crucial role in overcoming procrastination and laziness. Surround yourself with reminders of your goals, with people who inspire you to act. Create an environment that encourages productivity, one that makes it easier to start and harder to quit. Remember, our surroundings often shape our actions. Make yours a breeding ground for success. And let's not forget the power of routine. A solid, well-structured routine can be a fortress against the onslaught of procrastination and laziness. When you have a routine, you don't need to waste energy deciding what to do next. It's already laid out for you. This frees up mental space for creativity, for productivity. Now, overcoming these challenges is not just about brute force. It's also about understanding the root cause. Ask yourself, why am I procrastinating? What am I avoiding? Often, procrastination is a symptom of fear of failure, fear of success, fear of stepping out of our comfort zones. Address these fears, confront them, and you'll find that procrastination loses its grip on you. And in those moments when you do fall prey to procrastination or laziness, don't be too hard on yourself. Remember, we're all human. The key is not to dwell in that space. Acknowledge it, learn from it, and then step back into action with renewed vigor. Celebrate your victories, no matter how small. Every task completed, every moment of laziness overcome is a victory. Celebrate these, cherish them. They are the stepping stones to greater successes. The role of positive habits in personal growth. It becomes clear that the building blocks of success are often the smallest ones. I'm talking about habits, yes, habits. Those little routines, those daily acts that we do almost without thinking. They might seem insignificant on their own, but cumulatively, they hold the power to transform our lives. This is where personal growth either blossoms or withers. You see, habits are like the threads in a tapestry. Each thread might seem inconsequential, but together they create a picture of our lives. The quality of our habits determines the quality of that picture. Good habits lead to a life of strength and beauty, while bad habits lead to a life that, like a poorly woven tapestry, can easily come undone. Think about this: how many of our days are spent on autopilot? We wake up, go through our routines, and before we know it, the day is gone. Now imagine if those routines, those habits were all designed to propel you toward your goals. That's the power of intentional habit formation. But how do we form good habits? It starts with awareness. You must first become a keen observer of your own life. Ask yourself, what are my current habits? Are they serving me or holding me back? This level of self-awareness is the first step toward meaningful change. Once you've identified the habits you need to change, it's about starting small. Too often, we try to overhaul our lives overnight. That's like trying to lift a weight too heavy for us. It's unsustainable. Instead, start with small, manageable changes. Want to exercise more? Start with a 10-minute walk each day, not an hour at the gym. Small successes build momentum, and momentum leads to bigger successes. But forming new habits isn't just about doing, it's also about unlearning. It's about breaking the chains of old, unproductive habits. This is where discipline comes in, the same discipline we talked about earlier. It's about making choices that align with your new goals, even when it's uncomfortable. Remember, comfort is often the enemy of growth. And speaking of growth, let's not forget the role of consistency. Consistency is the secret ingredient in habit formation. It's not what we do once in a while that shapes our lives, but what we do consistently. This might mean making small sacrifices like waking up earlier or turning off the TV to focus on a project. These sacrifices might seem significant in the moment, but in the grand scheme of things, they're the price of success. Now, forming new habits is not just a solo journey. Surround yourself with people who embody the habits you want to adopt. We are, after all, social creatures, and we're heavily influenced by those around us. If you're surrounded by disciplined, focused individuals, it's much easier to adopt those traits yourself. And remember, habits don't just impact our actions, they shape our identity. Every time you practice a good habit, you're not just getting closer to your goal, you're also telling yourself, this is who I am. You're building an identity as someone who takes action, who values discipline, who strives for excellence. This identity becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, propelling you forward. But let's be honest, change is hard. Old habits die hard, they say. There will be days when you'll falter, when the old ways will beckon. In those moments, it's crucial to remember why you started. Reflect on your goals, your dreams, your vision for your life. Remind yourself that every habit, no matter how small, is a step toward that vision. And when you do slip up, don't beat yourself up. Growth is not a linear journey. It's a series of ups and downs, successes and setbacks. What matters is not that you stumbled, but that you have the courage to get back up. Each time you do, you're strengthening your resolve, your discipline, your commitment to your new habits. Now, let's talk about the power of routine. A solid routine can serve as a framework for your habits. It gives your day structure a rhythm that makes it easier to incorporate new habits and discard old ones. Think of it as scaffolding for your life. As you build new habits, this scaffolding supports you, guiding you upward toward your goals. And as you work on building these habits, be patient with yourself. Habits are not formed overnight. They require time, repetition, and persistence, but the rewards are worth the effort. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that the habits you once struggled with are now second nature. That's a sign of true personal growth, transforming challenges into opportunities. As we navigate the landscape of habit formation and personal growth, we inevitably encounter challenges. It's as if life tests our new habits, our newfound discipline at every turn. But here's a perspective I'd like us to consider. What if, instead of viewing challenges as obstacles, we see them as opportunities? Opportunities to grow, to learn, to become even stronger. You see, challenges are a natural part of life. They're like the weights in a gym. Without lifting them, we cannot grow stronger. When we face a challenge, we're presented with a choice: to retreat in fear or to rise to the occasion. Each time we choose to face a challenge head-on, we're not just overcoming that particular obstacle, we're building resilience. We're honing our problem-solving skills. We're stretching the boundaries of our capabilities. Think about some of the greatest achievements in history, in science, in art, in business. Were they born out of comfort and ease? No. They were born out of challenge, out of the need to solve a problem, to overcome a hurdle. It's in the crucible of challenge that greatness is forged. But how do we turn challenges into opportunities? It starts with mindset. A challenge viewed through the lens of fear and doubt is a barrier. The same challenge viewed through the lens of growth and learning becomes an opportunity. It's about asking, what can I learn from this? How can this make me better? Let me share a secret with you. The most successful people are not those who never face challenges. They are the ones who face them, learn from them, and use them as stepping stones to higher ground. You know, I've always believed that the moment you decide to be extraordinary is the moment your life begins to change. And today I want to talk to you about something that can revolutionize your life, your career, and your relationships. It's a simple idea, but don't let its simplicity fool you. It's powerful enough to transform everything. Here it is: act as if you are the best. No one is better than you. Now, I can already hear some of you thinking, but that sounds arrogant, or isn't that just faking it? Well, let me tell you something. This isn't about arrogance. It's not about putting others down. It's about lifting yourself up to your full potential. When I say act as if you are the best, I'm talking about adopting the mindset, the habits, and the actions of someone who is at the top of their game. I'm talking about setting a standard for yourself that's so high, it pulls you up by its very nature. Let me ask you this: have you ever watched a great athlete perform or seen a master craftsman at work? There's a certain confidence, a certain poise that they carry. It's not arrogance, it's certainty. It's the knowledge that they've put in the work, they've honed their skills, and they're ready to perform at the highest level. That's what I'm talking about when I say act as if you are the best. It's about carrying yourself with that same certainty, that same poise in everything you do. Now, some of you might be thinking, but I'm not the best. I'm not even close. And to that I say, so what? The beauty of this principle is that it works even if you're not the best. You see, when you act as if you're the best, something magical happens. You start to believe it. And when you believe it, you start to become it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of the most powerful kind. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're in a job interview. You're nervous. You're doubting yourself. You're wondering if you're good enough. Now, how do you think that interview is going to go? But what if you walked into that interview acting as if you were the best candidate they could possibly hire? What if you carried yourself with confidence, spoke with certainty about your skills and experiences, and truly believed that you were the solution to their problems? Do you think that might change the outcome? You bet it would. And here's the kicker. Even if you don't get that particular job, acting as if you're the best will have changed you. You'll have practiced confidence. You'll have articulated your skills and experiences in a powerful way. You'll have raised your own standards for how you present yourself, and all that will serve you well in the next opportunity that comes along. But let's be clear about something. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you stop learning or growing. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The truly best people in any field are always learning, always improving. They're hungry for knowledge, eager for new challenges. So when you act as if you're the best, you're also committing to continuous improvement. You're saying, I'm going to carry myself like the best, and I'm going to do the work to become the best. This principle applies to every area of your life. In your relationships, act as if you're the best partner, the best friend, the best parent. What would that look like? How would you treat people? How would you communicate? How would you show up day after day? In your health and fitness, act as if you're in the best shape of your life. How would you eat? How would you move your body? What habits would you cultivate? In your finances, act as if you're the best at managing money. How would you make decisions? How would you budget? How would you invest in your future? Now, I can hear some of you thinking, but isn't this just pretending? Isn't it fake? And to that I say, at first, maybe it is. But here's the thing about human beings. We are incredibly adaptable creatures. We become what we consistently do. If you consistently act confident, you become confident. If you consistently make healthy choices, you become healthy. If you consistently manage your money well, you become wealthy. It's not pretending, it's practicing. It's rehearsing for the role you want to play in your own life. And let me tell you something else. The world responds to how you act. When you carry yourself as if you're the best, people treat you differently. Opportunities open up. Doors that were closed suddenly become ajar. But remember, this isn't about fooling anyone. It's about fooling yourself. It's about tricking your own mind into believing in your potential, your worth, your ability to achieve great things. You see, most of us have a little voice in our head that says, "You're not good enough. You can't do that. Who do you think you are?" And that voice, my friends, is a liar. It's a liar that's been programmed by years of self-doubt, by well-meaning but misguided advice, by setbacks and failures that we've misinterpreted. When you act as if you're the best, you're reprogramming that voice. You're telling it, actually, I am good enough. I can do that. I am someone who achieves great things. And here's the beautiful part. As you start to act this way, as you start to carry yourself with this confidence and certainty, you'll find that it becomes easier and more natural. What started as an act becomes your reality. Now, I want to be clear about something. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you ignore your weaknesses or your mistakes. The truly great people in any field are acutely aware of their shortcomings. But here's the difference. They don't let those shortcomings define them. They see them as opportunities for growth, as challenges to overcome. So when you act as if you're the best, you're also committing to honest self-assessment. You're saying, I'm going to hold myself to the highest standard, and that means I'm going to be brutally honest with myself about where I need to improve. And that, my friends, is where the real growth happens. Because when you combine the confidence of acting like you're the best with the humility to recognize your areas for improvement, you become unstoppable. Let me share a little secret with you. The most successful people I've ever met in any field all have this in common. They act as if they're the best even when they're not. They carry themselves with a quiet confidence that says, I belong here. I have something valuable to offer. And you know what? That confidence is contagious. It inspires others. It creates a ripple effect that can change not just your life, but the lives of those around you. Imagine for a moment what your life would look like if you truly believed deep in your bones that you were the best at what you do. How would you walk into a room? How would you approach challenges? How would you treat yourself and others? That's the power of this principle. It's not just about achieving external success, although that often follows. It's about transforming your internal landscape. It's about becoming the kind of person who naturally attracts success, who naturally overcomes obstacles, who naturally lives a life of purpose and fulfillment. So I challenge you starting today to act as if you are the best. Act as if no one is better than you, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep belief in your own potential and worth. When you face a challenge, ask yourself, how would the best version of me handle this? When you're about to give a presentation, tell yourself, I'm the best person to deliver this message. When you're working on a project, approach it with the mindset, I'm going to do this better than it's ever been done before. And here's the key, don't wait till you feel ready. Don't wait until you have all the answers. Don't wait until you've conquered all your fears and doubts. Start now. Start where you are. Start with what you have. Because the truth is, you'll never feel completely ready. The greatest achievers in history didn't wait until they felt ready. They acted as if they were ready, and in doing so, they became ready. So, my friends, I urge you, act as if you are the best. Act as if no one is better than you. And watch as your life transforms before your very eyes.
You know, I've always believed that the moment you decide to be extraordinary is the moment your life begins to change, and today I want to talk to you about something that can revolutionize your life, your career, and your relationships. It's a simple idea, but don't let its simplicity fool you. It's powerful enough to transform everything here at Act. As if you are the best, no one is better than. You know, I can already hear some of you thinking, but that sounds arrogant, or isn't that just faking it? Well, let me tell you something, this isn't about arrogance. It's not about putting others down, it's about lifting yourself up to your full potential. When I say act as if you are the best, I'm talking about adopting the mindset, the habits, and the actions of someone who is at the top of their game. I'm talking about setting a standard for yourself that's so high it pulls you up by its very nature. Let me ask you this, have you ever watched a great athlete perform or seen a master craftsman at work? There's a certain confidence, a certain poise that they carry. It's not arrogance, it's certainty. It's the knowledge that they've put in the work, they've honed their skills, and they're ready to perform at the highest level. That's what I'm talking about when I say act as if you are the best. It's about carrying yourself with that same certainty, that same poise in everything you do. Now, some of you might be thinking, but I'm not the best, I'm not even close. And to that I say, so what? The beauty of this principle is that it works even if you're not the best. You see, when you act as if you're the best, something magical happens. You start to believe it. And when you believe it, you start to become it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of the most powerful kind. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're in a job interview, you're nervous, you're doubting yourself, you're wondering if you're good enough. Now, how do you think that interview is going to go? But what if you walked into that interview acting as if you were the best candidate they could possibly hire? What if you carried yourself with confidence, spoke with certainty about your skills and experiences, and truly believed that you were the solution to their problems? Do you think that might change the outcome? You bet it would. And here's the kicker: even if you don't get that particular job, acting as if you're the best will have changed you. You'll have practiced confidence, you'll have articulated your skills and experiences in a powerful way, you'll have raised your own standards for how you present yourself, and all that will serve you well in the next opportunity that comes along. But let's be clear about something: acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you stop learning or growing. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The truly best people in any field are always learning, always improving. They're hungry for knowledge, eager for new challenges. So when you act as if you're the best, you're also committing to continuous improvement. You're saying, I'm going to carry myself like the best, and I'm going to do the work to become the best. This principle applies to every area of your life and your relationships. Act as if you're the best partner, the best friend, the best parent. What would that look like? How would you treat people? How would you communicate? How would you show up day after day in your health and fitness? Act as if you're in the best shape of your life. How would you eat? How would you move your body? What habits would you cultivate in your finances? Act as if you're the best at managing money. How would you make decisions? How would you budget? How would you invest in your future? Now I can hear some of you thinking, but isn't this just pretending? Isn't it fake? And to that I say, at first maybe it is. But here's the thing about human beings: we are incredibly adaptable creatures. We become what we consistently do. If you consistently act confident, you become confident. If you consistently make healthy choices, you become healthy. If you consistently manage your money well, you become wealthy. It's not pretending, it's practicing, it's rehearsing for the role you want to play in your own life. And let me tell you something else: the world responds to how you act. When you carry yourself as if you're the best, people treat you differently. Opportunities open up, doors that were closed suddenly become ajar. But remember, this isn't about fooling anyone, it's about fooling yourself. It's about tricking your own mind into believing in your potential, your worth, your ability to achieve great things. You see, most of us have a little voice in our head that says you're not good enough, you can't do that, who do you think you are? And that voice, my friends, is a liar. It's a liar that's been programmed by years of self-doubt, by well-meaning but misguided advice, by setbacks and failures that we've misinterpret it. When you act as if you're the best, you're reprogramming that voice. You're telling it, actually, I am good enough, I can do that, I am someone who achieves great things. And here's the beautiful part: as you start to act this way, as you start to carry yourself with this confidence and certainty, you'll find that it becomes easier and more natural. What started as an act becomes your reality. Now I want to be clear about something: acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you ignore your weaknesses or your mistakes. The truly great people in any field are acutely aware of their shortcomings. But here's the difference: they don't let those shortcomings define them. They see them as opportunities for growth, as challenges to overcome. So when you act as if you're the best, you're also committing to honest self-assessment. You're saying, I'm going to hold myself to the highest standard, and that means I'm going to be brutally honest with myself about where I need to improve. And that, my friends, is where the real growth happens, because when you combine the confidence of acting like you're the best with the humility to recognize your areas for improvement, you become unstoppable. Let me share a little secret with you. The most successful people I've ever met in any field all have this in common: they act as if they're the best, even when they're not. They are. They carry themselves with a quiet confidence that says, I belong here, I have something valuable to offer. And you know what? That confidence is contagious. It inspires others. It creates a ripple effect that can change not just your life, but the lives of those around you. Imagine for a moment what your life would look like if you truly believe deep in your bones that you were the best at what you do. How would you walk into a room? How would you approach challenges? How would you treat yourself and others? That's the power of this principle. It's not just about achieving external success, although that often follows. It's about transforming your internal landscape. It's about becoming the kind of person who naturally attracts success, who naturally overcomes obstacles, who naturally lives a life of purpose and fulfillment. So I challenge you, starting today, to act as if you are the best. Act as if no one is better than you, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep belief in your own potential and worth. When you face a challenge, ask yourself, how would the best version of me handle this? When you're about to give a presentation, tell yourself, I'm the best person to deliver this message. When you're working on a project, approach it with the mindset of, I'm going to do this better than it's ever been done before. And here's the key: don't wait till you feel ready. Don't wait until you have all the answers. Don't wait until you've conquered all your fears and doubts. Start now. Start where you are. Start with what you have. Because the truth is, you'll never feel completely ready. The greatest achievers in history didn't wait until they felt ready. They acted as if they were ready, and in doing so, they became ready. So my friends, I urge you, act as if you are the best. Act as if no one is better than you, and watch as your life transforms before your very eyes. Now let me tell you something that might surprise you: this principle of acting as if You're the best isn't just about you, it's about elevating everyone around you. When you raise your standards, when you commit to excellence in everything you do, you create an environment where others can't help but rise to meet you. Think about it. Have you ever been in the presence of someone who exudes confidence and competence, someone who carries themselves with grace and certainty? It's inspiring, isn't it? It makes you want to step up your own game. That's the effect you can have on others when you act as if you're the best. You become a beacon of excellence, a standard bearer for what's possible. And in doing so, you give others permission to do the same. But here's where it gets really interesting. When you act, say, if you're the best, you start to see the best in others too. You start to recognize and appreciate excellence wherever you find it. And that, my friends, is how you build a team of champions, whether in business, in your community, or in your family. Now, I know some of you are thinking, but what if I fail? What if I act like I'm the best and then fall flat on my face? Well, let me tell you something about failure. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. It's a necessary step on the path to greatness. When you act as if you're the best, you're not saying, "I'll never fail." You're saying, "I'll face my failures with the confidence and resilience of a champion." You're saying, "I'll learn from every setback and come back stronger." You see, the best of the best aren't afraid of failure. They're afraid of not trying. They're afraid of playing small. They're afraid of living with the regret of what if. So when you act as if you're the best, you're giving yourself permission to take risks, to stretch beyond your comfort zone, to reach for things that might seem impossible. And in doing so, you expand your realm of what's possible. Let's talk for a moment about comparison in today's world. It's so easy to fall into the trap of comparing ourselves to others. Social media, for all its benefits, can sometimes feel like a highlight reel of everyone else's successes. But when you act as if you're the best, you stop playing the comparison game. You realize that your only real competition is the person you were yesterday. You focus on your own growth, your own progress, your own journey. And here's the beautiful irony: when you stop comparing yourself to others and start competing with your own potential, that's when you truly start to stand out. That's when you start to achieve things that others might consider impossible. Now, I want to address something important. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you become complacent. It doesn't mean you rest on your laurels or stop striving for improvement. Quite the opposite. In fact, the truly great the ones who consistently perform at the highest levels, are always hungry for more. They're always looking for ways to refine their skills, to expand their knowledge, to push their boundaries. So when you act as if you're the best, you're also committing to a lifetime of learning and growth. You're saying, "I'm the best and I'm going to keep getting better." That's the mindset that turns good into great and great into legendary. Let's talk about mindset for a moment. Your mindset is like the operating system of your life. It determines how you interpret events, how you respond to challenges, how you approach opportunities. When you act as if you're the best, you're installing a new operating system. You're upgrading your mindset to one of abundance, possibility, and growth. You start to see opportunities where others see obstacles. You start to find solutions where others see only problems. And here's the thing about mindsets: it's contagious. When you operate from a mindset of excellence, it spreads to every area of your life. Your relationships improve, your health improves, your finances improve, because you're approaching everything with the attitude of, "How can I do this at the highest level?" Now, I want to share a little secret with you. The most successful people I know have a practice that might surprise you. Every morning before they start their day, they take a few moments to visualize themselves at their best. They see themselves performing excellently, achieving their goals, living their ideal life. This isn't just daydreaming, this is mental rehearsal. This is programming your subconscious mind for success. When you consistently visualize yourself at your best, you're more likely to act that way in real life. So I encourage you to try this every morning. Take just a few minutes to see yourself acting as if you're the best. Visualize yourself approaching your day with confidence, competence, and clarity. See yourself overcoming challenges, seizing opportunities, and making a positive impact. Let's talk about language for a moment. The words you use, both in your self-talk and in your communication with others, have a profound impact on your reality. When you act as if you're the best, you need to align your language with that belief. Instead of saying, "I'll try," say, "I will." Instead of "I hope," say, "I know." Instead of "I can't," say, "How can I?" These might seem like small changes, but they represent a fundamental shift in how you approach life. And here's something else about language: when you speak as if you're the best, you inspire others to do the same. Your words have the power to uplift, to encourage, to ignite passion in those around you. Use that power wisely and generously. Now, let's address a common misconception. Some people think that acting as if you're the best means you have to be perfect all the time. Nothing could be further from the truth. Perfection is an illusion, a mirage that keeps you stuck in place. When you act as if you're the best, you're not aiming for perfection, you're aiming for excellence. And excellence is about doing the best you can with what you have where you are right now. It's about continuous improvement, not flawless performance. The truly great ones understand this. They know that mistakes are inevitable, but instead of fearing mistakes, they welcome them as opportunities to learn and grow. They know that every error, every setback, every failure is just feedback that can help them improve. So when you act as if you're the best, you're giving yourself permission to make mistakes. You're saying, "I'm going to put myself out there, I'm going to take risks, and if I fall, I'll fall forward. Let's talk about habits for a moment. Your habits are the building blocks of your life. They're the small daily actions that over time shape your character and determine your destiny. When you act as if you're the best, you start to adopt the habits of excellence. You become more disciplined, more focused, more intentional about how you spend your time and energy. You start to prioritize the things that truly matter and eliminate the distractions that hold you back. And here's the beautiful thing about habits: once they're established, they become automatic. What once required effort and willpower becomes second nature. That's how acting as if you're the best becomes being your best. Now, I want to address something that might be on some of your minds. You might be thinking, but what about humility? Isn't acting as if I'm the best the opposite of being humble? Here's the truth: humility isn't about thinking less of yourself. It's about thinking of yourself less. When you act as if you're the best, you're not doing it to inflate your ego or put others down. You're doing it to maximize your potential and your positive impact on the world. The most truly humble people I know are also the most excellent at what they do. They don't need to brag or boast because their actions speak for themselves. They're secure enough in their own abilities that they can freely acknowledge and celebrate the greatness in others. So when you act as if you're the best, you're actually cultivating true humility. You're saying, I have unique gifts and talents, and it's my responsibility to develop them to their fullest potential, so I can be of maximum service to others. Let's talk about leadership for a moment. Whether you're in a formal leadership position or not, you have the opportunity to lead by example every single day. When you act as if you're the best, you become a natural leader. People are drawn to those who exude confidence and competence. They want to follow those who have a clear vision and the ability to execute on that vision. By acting as if you're the best, you're stepping into your role as a leader, whether that's in your family, your community, or your workplace. And here's something else about leadership: it's not about having all the answers, it's about asking the right questions and being willing to seek out the best solutions regardless of where they come from. When you act as if you're the best, you're open to input from others because you're second your own ability. Now let's address fear for a moment. Fear is one of the biggest obstacles that holds people back from acting as if they're the best. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. But here's the thing about fears: it's just an emotion. It's a signal from your brain that you're stepping out of your comfort zone, and guess what? That's exactly where growth happens. When you act as if you're the best, you're not eliminating fear, you're learning to dance with it. You're saying, I feel afraid, and I'm going to take action anyway. That's what courage is all about. Think about the ripple effect of your actions. When you consistently perform at your highest level, you create a wave of positive change that extends far beyond yourself. Your excellence inspires others, challenges the status quo, and raises the bar for everyone around you. Consider how this principle applies to your relationships. When you act as if you're the best partner, friend, or family member, you bring a new level of care, attention, and love to those connections. You listen more deeply, communicate more clearly, and show up more fully. This doesn't mean you're perfect, it means you're committed to giving your best in every interaction. Now let's talk about resilience. Life will throw curveballs your way, that's a given. But when you act as if you're the best, you develop an unshakable core of resilience. You see challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities to prove your mettle. You bounce back faster from setbacks because you know they're just temporary detours on your path to greatness. Consider how this mindset affects your decision making. When you act as if you're the best, you make decisions from a place of confidence and clarity. You're not swayed by fleeting emotion or short-term gains. Instead, you consider the long-term implications and choose the path that aligns with your highest values and goals. Let's explore the concept of personal standards. When you act as if you're the best, you naturally raise your standards in every area of life. You no longer settle for good, you strive for excellence in everything you do, whether it's your work, your relationships, or even how you keep your living space. Think about how this principle applies to your health and well-being. When you act as if you're the best, you treat your body like the high-performance machine. It is you fuel it with nutritious food, you challenge it with regular exercise, you give it the rest it needs. You recognize that your physical health is the foundation for everything else in your life. Now let's consider the impact on your creativity. When you act as if you're the best, you give yourself permission to think big, to innovate, to challenge conventional wisdom. You're not afraid to share your ideas or to try new approaches. This mindset unleashes your creative potential in ways you might never have imagined. Let's talk about the power of focus. When you act as if you're the best, you develop laser-like focus on what truly matters. You're not distracted by trivial concerns or petty dramas. Instead, you keep your eyes on the prize, concentrating your energy and efforts on the activities that will move you closer to your goals. Consider how this principle affects your time management. When you act as if you're the best, you treat your time as the precious resource. It is you become more intentional about how you spend your days, cutting out time wasters and prioritizing activities that contribute to your growth and success. Now let's explore the impact on your emotional intelligence. When you act as if you're the best, you become more attuned to your own emotions and those of others. You're able to navigate complex social situations with grace and empathy. This emotional mastery becomes a powerful tool in both your personal and professional life. Think about how this mindset affects your approach to learning. When you act as if you're the best, you become a voracious learner. You're constantly seeking out new knowledge, new skills, new perspectives. You recognize that in our rapidly changing world, the ability to learn and adapt is perhaps the most crucial skill of all. Let's consider the impact on your financial life. When you act as if you're the best, you approach your finance with a mindset of abundance. Rather than scarcity, you make smart decisions about earning, saving, and investing. You see money as a tool to create value and make a positive impact, not as an end in itself. Now let's talk about the power of consistency. Acting as if you're the best isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice. It's about showing up day after day and giving your best effort, even when you don't feel like it. This consistency compounds over time, leading to extraordinary results. Consider how this principle affects your ability to handle criticism. When you act as if you're the best, you don't let criticism kill you. Instead, you're able to sift through feedback, take what's useful, and discard the rest. You see constructive criticism as a gift, an opportunity to refine your skills and become even better. Let's explore how this mindset impacts your ability to collaborate with others. When you act as if you're the best, you bring out the best in those around you. You're not threatened by other success. Instead, you celebrate it. You recognize that true greatness often comes from combining diverse talents and perspectives. Think about how this principle applies to your personal growth. When you act as if you're the best, you're constantly pushing your boundaries and stepping out of your comfort zone. You seek out challenges that will stretch you and help you grow. You understand that comfort is the enemy of progress. Now let's consider the impact on your ability to handle stress. When you act as if you're the best, you develop a different relationship with stress. Instead of seeing it as something to be avoided, you recognize it as a natural part of growth and achievement. You learn to perform under pressure, to stay calm in the face of challenges. Let's talk about the power of visualization. When you act as if you're the best, you become adept at visualizing success. You can see your goals clearly in your mind's eye, which makes them feel more attainable. This vivid visualization helps guide your actions and keeps you motivated even when the path gets tough. Consider how this mindset affects your ability to inspire others. When you act as if you're the best, you become a source of inspiration for those around you. People are drawn to your energy, your confidence, your commitment to excellence. You become a role model, often without even realizing it. Now let's explore how this principle impacts your ability to solve problems. When you act as if you're the best, you approach problems with creativity and determination. You don't get bogged down in complaints or excuses. Instead, you focus on finding solutions. You become known as someone who can get things done, no matter the obstacles. Think about how this mindset affects your personal brand. When you act as if you're the best, you naturally develop a strong personal brand. People come to associate you with excellence, reliability, and integrity. This reputation opens doors and creates opportunities that might otherwise remain closed. Let's consider the impact on your ability to set and achieve goals. When you act as if you're the best, you become a master of goal setting. You set ambitious targets that stretch you, and you develop the discipline and determination to follow through. You understand that goals are not just wishes, they're commitments to yourself. Now let's talk about the power of authenticity. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean pretending to be someone you're not. It means being the best version of yourself. It's about aligning your actions with your values and letting your unique strengths shine through. Consider how this principle affects your ability to network and build relationships. When you act as if you're the best, you approach networking with confidence and genuine interest in others. You're not just looking for what others can do for you, you're looking for ways you can add value to their lives as well. Let's explore how this mindset impacts your ability to handle success. When you act as if you're the best, you're prepared for success. When it comes, you don't let it go to your head or become complacent. Instead, you see each success as a stepping stone to even greater achievements. To think about how this principle applies to your legacy. When you act as if you're the best, you start thinking beyond just your immediate goals. You consider the long-term impact of your actions and decisions. You think about the legacy you want to leave and the mark you want to make on the world. Now let's consider the impact on your ability to forgive both others and yourself. When you act as if you're the best, you understand that holding on to grudges or beating yourself up over past mistakes only holds you back. You learn to forgive quickly and move forward, focusing your energy on the present and future. Let's talk about the power of gratitude. When you act as if you're the best, you cultivate a deep sense of gratitude for your life, your opportunities, and the people around you. This gratitude fuels your motivation and helps you maintain a positive outlook even in challenging times. Consider how this mindset affects your ability to adapt to change. When you act as if you're the best, you become more flexible and adaptable. You see change not as a threat, but as an opportunity to grow and evolve. This adaptability becomes a crucial asset in our rapidly changing world. Now let's explore how this principle impacts your sense of purpose. When you act as if you're the best, you become more attuned to your personal mission and purpose. You start to see how your unique talents and passions can make a meaningful difference in the world. Think about how this mindset affects your ability to balance different areas of your life. When you act as if you're the best, you strive for excellence not just in one area, but in all aspects of your life. You work to create harmony between your professional ambitions, personal relationships, health, and spiritual growth. Let's consider the impact on your ability to mentor others. When you act as if you're the best, you naturally become a mentor to those around you. You freely share your knowledge and experiences, helping others to grow and succeed. This not only benefits them, but also deepens your own understanding and mastery.
You are the author of your own story. You hold the pen, and every day you write a new page. Why it's time to focus on you and how that focus can transform your life in ways you have never imagined. Now I want you to think for a moment. When was the last time you truly focused on yourself? Not in a selfish way, but in a way that nurtures your growth, your dreams, your potential. Too often we get caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, running from one task to another, one obligation to the next. We are so busy taking care of others, meeting deadlines, paying bills, that we forget the most important person in our lives, ourselves. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot give what you do not have. And you certainly cannot lead others if you cannot lead yourself. That's why it's crucial, absolutely essential, that you start focusing on you. Now, I'm not talking about being selfish or neglecting your responsibilities. I'm talking about making a conscious decision to invest in yourself, to nurture your mind, body, and spirit. Because when you do that, when you truly focus on becoming the best version of yourself, everything else in your life improves. Your relationships get better, your work becomes more fulfilling, and your impact on the world grows exponentially. Let me tell you a little story. There was once a young man who was always busy, always running from one thing to another. He had a good job, a nice family, but he felt empty inside. He was so focused on meeting everyone else's expectations that he would forgotten his own dreams. One day, he decided to take a step back and focus on himself. He started reading books, exercising, meditating. He rediscovered his passion for painting, something he would given up years ago. And you know what happened? His whole life transformed. His relationships improved because he was happier and more present. His work got better because he was more focused and creative. He even started a small business based on his art, all because he decided to focus on himself. Now, I'm not saying you need to make drastic changes overnight, but I am saying that it's time to start prioritizing yourself. It's time to invest in your own growth, your own happiness, your own success. Because when you do that, you are not just helping yourself, you are helping everyone around you. So how do we do this? How do we start focusing on ourselves in a way that's productive and meaningful? Well, let me share with you some key principles that I've learned over the years. It all starts with your mindset. You have got to believe that you are worthy of focus and investment. Too many people go through life thinking they're not good enough, not smart enough, not deserving enough. You are a miracle. The odds of you being born, of you existing at this exact moment in time, are so astronomically small that it's mind-boggling. You are a unique combination of genes, experiences, and potential that has never existed before and will never exist again. So start treating yourself with the respect and care that such a miracle deserves. You have got to set clear goals for yourself, not vague wishes, not half-hearted desires, but clear, specific, measurable goals. Where do you want to be in 5 years? What skills do you want to develop? What experiences do you want to have? What kind of person do you want to become? Write these goals down, make them concrete, because a goal that's not written down is just a wish. You need to develop a personal growth plan. This is your roadmap to becoming the person you want to be. It should include daily habits that nurture your mind, body, and spirit. Maybe it's reading for 30 minutes every day, or exercising for an hour, or practicing meditation. Whatever it is, make sure it aligns with your goals and values. You have got to manage your time effectively. Time is the most precious resource we have. We all get the same 24 hours in a day, but it's how we use those hours that makes all the difference. Start by tracking how you spend your time for a week. You might be surprised at how much time you are wasting on activities that do not contribute to your growth or happiness. Then start prioritizing. Make sure you are spending time on the things that truly matter to you. Surround yourself with positive influences. The people you spend time with, the books you read, the media you consume, all of these shape your thoughts and beliefs. So choose wisely. Seek out people who inspire you, who challenge you to be better. Read books that expand your mind and fuel your Dreams, listen to podcasts and watch videos that motivate you and teach you new skills. The world is changing faster than ever before, and the only way to keep up is to become a lifelong learner. Make it a habit to learn something new every day. It could be a new skill, a new fact, a new perspective. The more you learn, the more valuable you become, not just to yourself, but to everyone around you. Take care of your physical health. Your body is the vehicle through which you experience life. If it's not functioning well, everything else suffers. So make sure you are eating nutritious food, getting enough sleep, and exercising regularly. It's not about having a perfect body, it's about having a body that serves you well and allows you to pursue your dreams with energy and vitality. Nurture your emotional and mental health in our busy world. It's easy to neglect our inner life, but your emotional and mental well-being is crucial to your overall success and happiness. Take time for self reflection, practice gratitude, learn to manage stress effectively, and do not be afraid to seek help if you need it. Taking care of your mental health is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of wisdom. Develop your unique talents and strengths. Each of us has natural abilities that, when developed, can lead to extraordinary achievements. Too often we focus on fixing our weaknesses instead of honing our strength. But here's the truth: you will make a much bigger impact in the world by becoming exceptional at what you are naturally good at, rather than becoming mediocre at something you are not. Cultivate meaningful relationships. While focusing on yourself is important, remember that we are social creatures. We need connections, we need love, we need community. So as you are working on yourself, do not forget to nurture your relationships. Be present with your loved ones, show appreciation, offer help when you can, because in the end, it's our relationships that give life its richest meaning. Now I know what some of you might be thinking: this all sounds great, but I do not have the time. I'm too busy. I have too many responsibilities. And I get it, life is demanding. But here's the thing: you cannot afford not to focus on yourself, because if you do not, if you keep putting yourself last, eventually you will burn out. You will lose your passion, your energy, your zest for life, and then you will not be able to take care of anyone or anything else. So start small. Maybe it's just 15 minutes a day that you dedicate to personal growth. Maybe it's one book a month. Maybe it's a weekly walk in nature to clear your mind. Whatever it is, start somewhere, because small actions consistently taken lead to big results. Let me share another story with you. There was a woman who felt stuck in her life. She had a job she didn't love, a relationship that was struggling, and dreams she would long ago given up on. One day, she decided to start focusing on herself. She started small, just 30 minutes a day of reading and journaling. At first, it didn't seem to make much difference, but she stuck with it. After a few weeks, she noticed she was feeling more positive, more energized. She started setting goals for herself, small ones at first. As she achieved these goals, her confidence grew. She started taking online courses to develop new skills. She began exercising regularly. And you know what? Within a year, her life had completely transformed. She found a new job that she loved. Her relationship improved because she was happier and more confident. And she even started pursuing that dream she would given up on years ago, all because she decided to focus on herself. Now I want to address something important. When I say focus on yourself, I do not mean become selfish or ignore the needs of others. In fact, it's quite the opposite. When you focus on becoming the best version of yourself, you actually become more valuable to others. You have more to give, more contribute. You become a better parent, a better spouse, a better friend, a better employee or employer. You become a source of inspiration and positive influence for those around you. Have you ever been on an airplane? What do they tell you about oxygen masks in case of an emergency? They tell you to put your own mask on first before helping others. Why? Because if you run out of oxygen, you cannot help anyone else. The same principle applies in life. By taking care of yourself first, by focusing on your own growth and well-being, you put yourself in a position to better help and serve others. Create a morning routine that sets you up for success. This could include things like meditation, exercise, reading, or journaling. The key is to start your day with activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit. Set aside time each week for personal development. This could be an hour each evening to read or take an online course, or maybe a few hours on the weekend to work on a personal project, or whatever it is. Make it a non-negotiable part of your schedule. Learn to Say no to things that do not align with your goals and values. This can be tough, especially if you are a people pleaser, but remember, every time you say yes to something that's not important to you, you are saying no to something that is. Your time and energy are limited resources. Use them wisely. Practice self-reflection. At the end of each day, take a few minutes to review what could have been better, and what you learned. This simple practice can dramatically accelerate your personal growth. Take care of your physical health. Make time for regular exercise, eat nutritious foods, and get enough sleep. Your physical health has a huge impact on your mental and emotional well-being, as well as your productivity and effectiveness in all areas of life. Cultivate a growth mindset. Believe that you can learn, grow, and improve in any area of life. See challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles to be avoided. Embrace failure is a learning experience rather than a reflection of your worth. Take time each day to appreciate the good things in your life. No matter how small, gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, and it's a powerful tool for increasing happiness and resilience. Invest in your skills and knowledge. The world is changing rapidly, and the skills that are valuable today might be obsolete tomorrow. Stay ahead of the curve by continuously learning and adapting. Nurture your creativity, whether it's through art, music, writing, or any other form of creative expression. Make time to engage in activities that allow you to express yourself and tap into your imagination. Be kind to yourself. Treat yourself with the same compassion and understanding that you would offer to a good friend. Remember, you are human. You will make mistakes. You will have setbacks. That's okay. What matters is how you respond to these challenges. Now, I want to address a common obstacle that many people face when they try to focus on themselves: guilt. You might feel guilty for taking time for yourself, for pursuing your own goals and dreams. You might worry that you are being selfish or neglecting your responsibilities. But here's the truth: taking care of yourself is not selfish, it's necessary, it's responsible. It's the foundation for everything else in your life. If you are a parent, do not you want to set a good example for your children? Do not you want them to see what it looks like to live a fulfilling life, to pursue dreams, to take care of oneself? If you are a leader in your workplace, do not you want to model what it looks like to be balanced, energized, and continuously growing? By focusing on yourself, you are not just improving your own life, you are setting an example that can inspire and uplift others. Another obstacle you might face is fear of change, fear of failure, fear of success. But remember this: on the other side of your fear is your growth. Every time you face a fear, every time you step out of your comfort zone, you grow, you become stronger, more resilient, more capable. So do not let fear hold you back. Acknowledge it, understand it, but do not let it control you. Now talk about the incredible benefits that come from focusing on yourself first and foremost. You will experience a greater sense of fulfillment and purpose when you are actively working towards becoming the best version of yourself. Life takes on a new meaning. You will wake up each day with a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to learn, grow, and make progress. You will also likely see improvements in your relationships. When you are happier and more fulfilled, you bring more positivity and energy to your interactions with others. You become more patient, more understanding, more present. You have more to give. Because your own cup is full, your career is likely to benefit as well. As you develop new skills, increase your knowledge, and grow in confidence, you become more valuable in the workplace. You will be better equipped to take on new challenges, to innovate, to lead. You might even discover new career paths that align more closely with your passions. Your health is likely to improve as you focus on taking care of your body and mind. You will likely experience more energy, better sleep, reduced stress, and an overall sense of well-being. This in turn can lead to increased longevity and a better quality of life. As you age, you will become more resilient. Life will always have its challenges, but as you focus on your personal growth, you will develop the mental and emotional tools to handle these challenges more effectively. You will bounce back faster from setbacks and find opportunity in adversity. You will experience more joy and contentment as you align your life with your values and pursue meaningful goals. You will find a deeper sense of satisfaction that goes beyond fleeting happiness. You will develop a sense of inner peace and contentment that can weather life's storms. You will have a greater impact on the world as you become this version of yourself. You will naturally inspire others. Your growth will ripple out, touching the lives of those around you in positive ways. You will be better equipped to contribute to your community, to make a difference in your chosen field too. Leave the world a little better than you found it. Now, I want to emphasize something important. Focusing on yourself is not a one-time event. It's not something you do for a week or a month and then you are done. It's a lifelong journey. It's a commitment to continuous growth and improvement. There will be ups and downs, successes and setbacks, but that's okay, that's part of the journey. The key is to keep moving forward, to keep learning, to keep growing. Remember, every day is a new opportunity. No matter what happened yesterday, no matter what mistakes you have made in the past, today is a new day, a chance to start fresh, to take a step in the right direction, to focus on becoming the person you want to be. Starting today, make a commitment to focus on yourself. Make a commitment to your own growth, your own happiness, your own success. Because when you do that, when you invest in yourself, you are not just changing your own life. Every great achievement, every positive change in the world started with one person deciding to be better, to do better. Every movement, every innovation, every act of kindness that's ever made a difference began with someone focusing on their own growth and potential. You have that same power within you. You have the ability to create positive change, to make a difference, to leave a legacy. But it all starts with focusing on you in this moment. Make a decision, decide that from this day forward, you are going to prioritize your own growth and development. Decide that you are going to invest in yourself, that you are going to nurture your mind, body, and spirit. Decide that you are going to pursue your dreams, develop your talents, and become the best version of it. Will not always be easy. There will be challenges, there will be days when you feel like giving up. But I promise you, it will be worth it, because as you grow, as you develop, as you become more of who you're meant to be, you will find that life becomes richer, more meaningful, more fulfilling. And remember, you are not alone on this journey. Seek out mentors, like-minded individuals who are also committed to personal growth. Read books, listen to podcasts, attend seminars, surround yourself with positivity and inspiration, because the more you feed your mind with positive growth-oriented content, the more you will be motivated to keep growing and improving. Many people think that personal growth requires massive changes or dramatic gestures, but the truth is it's the small things you do every day that add up to big results over time. It's the book you read for 30 minutes before bed, the healthy meal you choose instead of fast food, the kind word you offer to a stranger, the extra rep you push through in your workout. These small actions might not seem significant in the moment, but they're shaping your character, your habits, your life. Think about it like compound interest. Just as a small amount of money can grow into a fortune over time, with compound interest, small positive actions compound to create massive changes in your life. Every time you choose growth over comfort, every time you push yourself a little bit further, you are making a deposit in your personal development account, and over time those deposits add up to something truly remarkable. You have got to be consistent. It's not about being perfect. It's not about making huge leaps every single day. It's about showing up day after day and doing the work even when you do not feel like it, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard, because that's where the real growth happens. Now I want you to imagine yourself a year from now, if you commit to focusing on yourself, to investing in your growth every single day. Where could you be? What could you achieve? How much happier, healthier, and more fulfilled could you be? The possibilities are truly exciting. But remember, the future you are imagining does not just happen. You have got to create it. You have got to work for it. You have got to earn it. And it all starts with the decisions you make today. So let me ask you this: what's one small action you can take today to invest in yourself? Maybe it's setting aside 15 minutes to read a personal development book. Maybe it's going for a walk to clear your mind. Maybe it's having that difficult conversation you have been putting off. Whatever it is, commit to doing it today, and then do it again tomorrow and the next day, because that's how real lasting change happens. Now I want to address something that many people struggle with: the fear of being selfish. Some of you might be thinking, is not all this focus on myself a bit selfish? Shouldn't I be thinking about others? And it's a valid question. We live in a world that often equates self-focus with selfishness. But here's the truth: focusing on yourself, when done with the right intention, is one of the most unselfish things you can do. Why? Because when you focus on becoming the best version of yourself, you become better equipped to serve others. You have more to give. You're able to show up more fully in your relationships, in your work, in your community. You become a source of inspiration and positivity for those around you. Think about the people who have had the biggest positive impact on your life. Chances are they were individuals who had invested in who had done the work to grow and develop They were able to pour into your life because they had first filled their own cup. So do not think of focusing on yourself as selfish. Think of it as necessary. Think of it as responsible. Think of it as an investment that pays dividends not just for you, but for everyone whose life you touch. To truly focus on yourself effectively, you need to know yourself. You need to understand your strengths, your weaknesses, your values, your passion. You need to be honest with yourself about where you are now and where you want to go. This kind of self-awareness does not always come easily. It requires reflection, introspection, and sometimes uncomfortable honesty with yourself. But it's absolutely crucial, because without self-awareness, you are like a ship without a compass. You might be moving, but you have no idea if you are going in the right direction. So how do you develop this self-awareness? Start by asking yourself some tough questions. What are your core values? What makes you truly happy? What are your biggest fears? What are your natural talents? What habits are holding you back? Take time to really ponder these questions. Write down your answers, reflect on them. Another powerful tool for self-awareness is feedback from others. Ask trusted friends, family members, or colleagues for their honest perspective on your strengths and areas for improvement. Sometimes others can see things in us that we cannot see ourselves. As you develop this self-awareness, you will be better equipped to focus your energy and efforts where they'll have the biggest impact. You will be able to set goals that truly resonate with who you are and who you want to become, and you will be able to make choices that align with your values and move you closer to your vision. For your life, growth does not happen in your comfort zone. It happens when you push yourself, when you try new things, when you face your fears. And let's be honest, that can be uncomfortable. That discomfort is a sign that you are growing. It's a sign that you are stretching yourself, that you are becoming more than you were before. So, success doesn't just happen. It's not an accident. Success is attracted to certain kinds of people. And today we're going to talk about how you can become that person who attracts success like a magnet. Now, some of you might be thinking, but I'm not successful yet. How can I attract success? Well, let me tell you something. Success isn't just about what you have. It's about who you are. It's about the person you become in the process of achieving your goals. You see, success leaves clues. If you look at successful people, you'll notice they have certain habits, certain ways of thinking, certain attitudes that set them apart. And the good news is, these are all things you can learn and develop. So let's start with the foundation. The first step in becoming the person who attracts success is to take full responsibility for your life. Now, I know that might sound a bit scary, but it's actually incredibly empowering. When you take responsibility, you're saying, I am in control of my life. My success or failure depends on me. You stop blaming others, you stop making excuses, and you start taking action. I remember talking to a young man once who was complaining about his job. He said, I hate my job. My boss is terrible. The pay is lousy. I'm stuck. And I asked him, well, what are you doing about it? He looked at me blankly. He hadn't even considered that he could do something about it. That's the difference between successful people and unsuccessful people. Successful people don't wait for things to happen. They make things happen. They don't say, I can't. They ask, how can I? Now let's talk about goals. If you want to attract success, you need to know what success looks like for you. You need to have clear, specific goals. I like to think of goals as a destination on a map. If you don't know where you're going, how will you know when you get there? How will you know which road to take? But here's the thing about goals. They need to be your goals, not your parents' goals for you, not society's goals, not what you think you should want. Your goals need to be what you truly desire. I once met a woman who was miserable in her high-paying corporate job. She had achieved what many would consider success: good salary, nice car, big house, but she wasn't happy. When I asked her what she really wanted to do, she said she'd always dreamed of opening a small bookstore. That was her true goal. And once she acknowledged it and started working toward it, her whole life changed. She became energized, passionate, alive. That's the power of pursuing your own goals. Now, having goals is great, but it's not enough. You need to write them down. There's something magical that happens when you put pen to paper. It's like you're sending a message to your subconscious mind saying, this is important, pay attention to this. And don't just write them once and forget about them. Review your goals regularly. I recommend reading them every morning when you wake up and every night before you go to bed. This keeps them fresh in your mind and helps you stay focused. But here's where many people go wrong. They set a goal and then they sit back and wait for it to happen. That's not how it works. Goals without action are just wishes. You need to take consistent, persistent action toward your goals. This is where discipline comes in. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. It's what gets you out of bed early to work on your business when you'd rather sleep in. It's what makes you save money for your future when you'd rather spend it now. It's what pushes you to keep going when things get tough. Now, I know discipline isn't a very popular word these days. We live in a world of instant gratification. Everyone wants success now without putting in the work. But let me tell you, there are no elevators to success. You have to take the stairs. Think about it this way. Every day you're building your future. Every action you take, every decision you make is like laying a brick. One brick might not seem like much, but if you lay a brick every single day, eventually you'll have built a wall. Keep going and you'll have a house. That's how success works. It's the result of small, consistent actions over time. But here's the exciting part. As you develop discipline and take consistent action, you start to see results. And those results motivate you to keep going. It becomes a positive cycle. Success breeds success. Now let's talk about something that's crucial if you want to attract success: your mindset. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant in it will grow. If you plant negativity, doubt, and fear, that's what will grow. But if you plant positivity, confidence, and faith, that's what will flourish. So you need to be very careful about what you allow into your mind. The books you read, the TV shows you watch, the people you spend time with, all these influence your mindset. I always say, if you want to know what your life will look like in 5 years, look at two things: the books you read and the people you associate with. These have a profound impact on your thinking and consequently your actions and results. Speaking of books, let me ask you something. How many books have you read in the last month? The last year? Successful people are readers. They're always learning, always growing. They understand that formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. I recommend reading at least 30 minutes a day. Read books on success, on business, on personal development. Read biographies of successful people. Learn from their experiences, their mistakes, their insights. And don't just read, apply what you learn. Knowledge isn't power, it's potential power. It becomes power only when you act on it. Now let's talk about another crucial aspect of attracting success: your attitude. Your attitude determines your altitude. It's not what happens to you that determines your future, it's how you respond to what happens to you. I remember a story about two shoe salesmen who were sent to a developing country to assess the market potential. The first salesman called back and said, "Situation hopeless, no one wears shoes here." The second salesman called back excited and said, "Incredible opportunity, everyone needs shoes." Same situation, two different attitudes, two very different outcomes. The person with the positive attitude sees opportunity where others see obstacles. But having a positive attitude doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending everything is perfect. It means facing challenges with the belief that you can overcome them. It means seeing failures as lessons, not defeats. And let me tell you something about failure. It's not the opposite of success, it's part of success. Every successful person has failed many times. The difference is, they didn't let failure stop them. They learned from it and kept going. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before he successfully invented the light bulb. When asked about it, he said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." That's the attitude of a successful person. Now let's talk about something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: your habits. Your habits are the daily actions that shape your life. As Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act but a habit. Successful people have successful habits. They have routines and practices that support their goals and values, things like waking up early, exercising regularly, planning their day, continuously learning. These are all habits of successful people. The good news is, habits can be developed. It takes about 21 days to form a new habit. So if you want to attract success, start developing success habits. Pick one habit you want to develop and focus on it for the next 21 days. Then move on to the next one. Remember, small changes can lead to big results over time. If you improve just 1% each day after a year, you'll be 37 times better. That's the power of consistent incremental improvement. Now let's discuss something that's absolutely crucial if you want to attract success: your network. You've probably heard the saying, your net worth is determined by your network, and it's true. The people you associate with have a huge impact on your success. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Think about that for a moment. Look at the 5 people you spend the most time with. Are they where you want to be in life? Do they inspire you to be better? Do they support your goals and dreams? If not, it might be time to expand your circle. Now, I'm not saying you should abandon your old friends, but you should seek out people who are where you want to be, people who challenge you to grow, who inspire you to reach higher. One of the best ways to do this is to find a mentor. A mentor is someone who's already achieved what you want to achieve. They can guide you, share their experiences, help you avoid common pitfalls. Having a good mentor can shave years off your learning curve. But remember, mentorship is a two-way street. You need to bring value to the relationship too. Be eager to learn, be respectful of their time, and most importantly, apply their advice. Another powerful way to expand your network is to join groups or associations related to your field or interests. Attend seminars, workshops, conferences. These are great places to meet like-minded people and potential mentors. Now let's talk about something that's often misunderstood when it comes to success: money. Money is important, no doubt about it. It's a tool that can help you achieve your goals and live the life you want. But it's not everything. I've met plenty of people who were financially wealthy, but poor in other areas of life. They had lots of money, but no time to enjoy it, or they had successful careers, but their personal relationships were a mess. True success is about balance. It's about being successful in all areas of life: your career, your relationships, your health, your personal growth, your contribution to society. That's why it's so important to define what success means to you. Don't just chase after society's definition of success. Figure out what a successful life looks like for you. And here's something crucial: your definition of success should include helping others. The most successful people I know are also the most giving. They understand that true fulfillment comes from contribution, from making a positive difference in the lives of others. Now let's talk about a quality that's essential if you want to attract success: persistence. Persistence is the ability to keep going in the face of obstacles, setbacks, and failures. It's what separates the achievers from the dreamers. I love the story of Colonel Sanders, the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Did you know he was 65 years old when he started KFC? He took his chicken recipe and went from restaurant to restaurant trying to sell it. He was rejected 1,009 times before someone finally said yes. Imagine if he had given up after the 100th rejection, or the 500th, or even the 1,000th. We wouldn't have KFC today. That's the power of persistence. But persistence doesn't mean blindly doing the same thing over and over. It means learning from your failures, adjusting your approach, and trying again. It means being willing to pivot when necessary, but never giving up on your ultimate goal. Remember, most people overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate what they can do in a decade. Success takes time. It's not about intensity, it's about consistency. It's about showing up day after day, even when you don't feel like it, even when you're not seeing immediate results. Now let's talk about something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: your health. Your health is your wealth. You can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have your health, you can't enjoy it. Successful people understand this. They take care of their physical and mental health. They exercise regularly, eat a balanced diet, get enough sleep. They manage their stress through practices like meditation or yoga. Taking care of your health isn't just about living longer. It's about having the energy and vitality to pursue your goals. It's about being able to show up fully in your life and work. And it's not just about physical health. Mental health is equally important. Successful people work on their mindset daily. They practice gratitude, they manage their emotions, they cultivate a positive outlook. One practice I highly recommend is keeping a gratitude journal. Every day, write down 3 things you're grateful for. This simple practice can dramatically shift your perspective and increase your overall happiness and success. Now let's discuss something that's crucial for attracting success: continuous learning and growth. The world is changing faster than ever before. What brought you success yesterday might not work tomorrow. That's why successful people are always learning, always growing. They see every experience as an opportunity to learn. They're curious, they ask questions, they seek out new challenges. They understand that the moment you stop growing, you start dying. One of the best ways to ensure continuous growth is to step out of your comfort zone regularly. Do something that scares you a little bit every day. Take on a new challenge, learn a new skill. The more you push your boundaries, the more you'll grow. Remember, growth can be uncomfortable. It often involves facing your fears, admitting your weaknesses, making mistakes. But that discomfort is where the magic happens. That's where you discover what you're truly capable of. Now let's talk about a quality that's essential for attracting success: integrity. Integrity means being honest, keeping your word, doing the right thing even when no one is watching. It's about aligning your actions with your values. Success without integrity is not true success. It might bring you short-term gains, but it won't bring you lasting fulfillment, and eventually it will catch up with you. People of integrity attract success because they attract trust, and in business and in life, trust is everything. When people trust you, they want to work with you, do business with you, support you. Integrity also brings peace of mind. When you live with integrity, you can sleep well at night. You don't have to worry about keeping track of lies or maintaining a false image. You can just be yourself. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the power of focus. In today's world, we're constantly bombarded with distractions: social media, emails, notifications. They're all competing for our attention. But successful people know how to focus. They understand that where focus goes, energy flows. They know how to eliminate distractions and concentrate on what's truly important. One technique I recommend is time blocking. Set aside specific blocks of time for important tasks, and during those times, eliminate all distractions. Turn off your phone, close unnecessary browser tabs, find a quiet place to work. Remember, multitasking is a myth. Your brain can't actually focus on multiple things at once. What we call multitasking is really just rapidly switching between tasks, and it's incredibly inefficient. Instead, focus on one task at a time and give it your full attention. Another important aspect of focus is knowing what to say no to. Successful people are as proud of what they don't do as they are of what they do. They understand that saying no to good opportunities allows them to say yes to great ones. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your communication skills. No matter what field you're in, your ability to communicate effectively can make or break your success. This includes both speaking and listening. Successful people know how to articulate their ideas clearly and persuasively, but they also know how to listen actively and empathetically. One way to improve your communication skills is to practice public speaking. Join a group like Toastmasters or look for opportunities to present at work or in your community. The more you practice, the more comfortable and skilled you'll become. But remember, communication isn't just about talking. It's about connecting. It's about understanding others and making them feel understood. Develop your emotional intelligence. Learn to read body language and pick up on nonverbal cues. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the power of creativity and innovation. In today's rapidly changing world, the ability to come up with new ideas and solutions is more valuable than ever. Successful people are innovative thinkers. They're not content with doing things the way they've always been done. They're always looking for better, more efficient ways to achieve their goals. One way to boost your creativity is to expose yourself to new experiences and ideas. Read books outside your usual genre, travel to new places, talk to people from different backgrounds. The more diverse your inputs, the more creative your outputs will be. Another technique is to practice brainstorming. Set aside time regularly to generate new ideas without judging them. Quantity is more important than quality at this stage. You can evaluate and refine the ideas later. Remember, creativity isn't just for artists. It's a crucial skill in business, in problem solving, in all areas of life. Cultivate your creativity and you'll be better equipped to attract success. Now let's talk about something that's essential for attracting success: resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to keep going in the face of adversity. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties or pretending they don't affect you. It's about acknowledging the challenges, feeling the emotions that come with them, and then choosing to move forward anyway. Successful people understand that setbacks are not permanent. They see them as temporary obstacles, not insurmountable barriers. They know that every setback carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit if they're willing to look for it. One way to build resilience is to reframe your perspective on failure. Instead of seeing failure as the opposite of success, see it as a stepping stone to success. Every failure is an opportunity to learn, to grow, to get better. I remember talking to a young entrepreneur who was devastated after his first business failed. He felt like giving up. But when I asked him what he learned from the experience, his eyes lit up. He realized he had gained valuable knowledge about what not to do, about market trends, about managing finances. That knowledge became the foundation for his next venture, which became hugely successful. Another key to building resilience is to develop a strong support network. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who encourage you, who lift you up when you're down. Remember, no one succeeds alone. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your ability to adapt and be flexible. The only constant in life is change, and those who can adapt to change are the ones who succeed. Successful people are not rigid in their thinking or their methods. They're willing to change course when necessary. They understand that what got them here won't necessarily get them there. This doesn't mean changing your core values or your ultimate goals. It means being flexible in your approach. Being willing to try new things, to experiment, to pivot when something isn't working. I'm reminded of a story about a company that made buggy whips. When automobiles started becoming popular, most buggy whip companies went out of business. But one company adapted. They realized they weren't in the buggy whip business. They were in the transportation accessory business. They started making accessories for cars and became very successful. That's the power of adaptability. It's about seeing the bigger picture and being willing to change your approach to achieve your ultimate goal. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the importance of balance. Success isn't just about achieving in one area of your life. It's about creating a life that's fulfilling and satisfying in all areas. Think about the different aspects of your life: your career, your relationships, your health, your personal growth, your spiritual life, your finances. How would you rate each of these on a scale of 1 to 10? Successful people strive for balance. They understand that neglecting one area of life for too long will eventually impact all other areas. If you're working 80 hours a week and neglecting your health and relationships, that's not true success. One way to create more balance is to use the concept of roles and goals. Identify the different roles you play in life. Maybe you're a professional, a parent, a spouse, a friend, a community member. Then set specific goals for each role. This ensures you're giving attention to all areas of your life. Remember, balance doesn't mean giving equal time to everything every day. It means making sure that over time you're nurturing all aspects of your life. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your ability to manage your time effectively. Time is our most precious resource. We all have the same 24 hours in a day. It's how we use those hours that makes the difference. Successful people are masters of time management. They understand the difference between urgent and important. They prioritize tasks that move them closer to their goals rather than just reacting to whatever comes up. One technique I recommend is the Eisenhower matrix. It involves categorizing tasks into 4 quadrants based on their urgency and importance. This helps you focus on what's truly important rather than just what's screaming for your attention. Another key to effective time management is learning to say no. Every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. Make sure you're saying yes to the right things, the things that align with your goals and values. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: The power of visualization. Your mind doesn't know the difference between what's vividly imagined and what's real. When you visualize your goals, you're programming your subconscious mind to look for opportunities to make those goals reality. Successful people use visualization regularly. They create a clear, detailed mental image of what they want to achieve. They engage all their senses in this visualization. What will they see, hear, feel, smell, taste when they achieve their goal? But visualization isn't just about imagining the end result. It's also about visualizing the process. Seeing yourself taking the necessary steps, overcoming obstacles, doing the work required to achieve your goal. Remember, visualization isn't a substitute for action. It's a tool to motivate action, to keep you focused, to help you stay committed to your goals even when things get tough. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your ability to build and maintain relationships. Success is not a solo sport. No matter what field you're in, your ability to connect with others, to build trust, to collaborate effectively will have a huge impact on your success. Successful people are skilled at building relationships. They understand the importance of networking, not in a superficial way, but in a genuine way. They look for ways to add value to others, to help others succeed. One key to building strong relationships is to be a good listener. Most people are so focused on what they're going to say next that they're not really listening. But when you truly listen to someone, when you give them your full attention, you make them feel valued and important. Another important aspect of relationship building is follow through. Do what you say you're going to do. Be reliable. Be someone others can count on. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the importance of self-awareness. Self-awareness is about understanding your own thoughts, emotions, motivations, strengths, and weaknesses. Successful people have a high degree of self-awareness. They understand their own patterns of behavior, their triggers, their biases. This allows them to manage themselves effectively and to make better decisions. One way to develop self-awareness is through regular self-reflection. Take time each day to think about your actions, your reactions, your decisions. Ask yourself why you did what you did, how you could have done better. Another powerful tool for developing self-awareness is feedback. Seek out honest feedback from others. It might be uncomfortable at times, but it's invaluable for personal growth. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your ability to take calculated risks. Success often requires stepping out of your comfort zone, trying new things, taking chances. But this doesn't mean being reckless. Successful people are willing to take risks, but they're smart about it. They do their research, they weigh the potential outcomes, they have contingency plans. Remember, playing it safe can be the riskiest move of all. In a world that's constantly changing, staying still means falling behind. One way to become more comfortable with risk-taking is to start small. Take small risks regularly. As you see that you can handle the outcomes, you'll become more confident in taking bigger risks. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the power of patience. In today's world of instant gratification, patience has become a rare and valuable quality. Successful people understand that real, lasting success takes time. They're willing to delay gratification, to put in the work day after day, even when they're not seeing immediate results. Think about planting a tree. You plant the seed, you water it, you nurture it. For a long time, you don't see anything happening above the ground, but below the surface, roots are growing, becoming strong and deep. Then suddenly, one day, you see a sprout, and before you know it, you have a strong tree. Success often works the same way. For a long time, you might not see visible results, but if you're patient, if you keep putting in the work, eventually you'll see the fruits of your labor. Remember, patience doesn't mean passivity. It means working consistently toward your goals, trusting in the process, and not getting discouraged when things take longer than you'd like. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for attracting success: your ability to learn from failure. Failure is not the opposite of success, it's a part of success. Every successful person has failed many times on their journey. The difference is in how they respond to failure. Successful people don't let failure defeat them. They don't take it personally. Instead, they see it as feedback, as a learning opportunity. When you fail at something, ask yourself, What can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to get better, to move closer to my goals? Remember, failure is an event, not a person. Just because you failed at something doesn't make you a failure. It makes you someone who had the courage to try. Now let's discuss something that's often overlooked when it comes to success: the importance of celebration. We often focus so much on achieving our goals that we forget to celebrate our achievements along the way. Successful people take time to acknowledge their progress, to celebrate their wins, both big and small. This isn't about being boastful, it's about recognizing your efforts, reinforcing positive behavior, and maintaining momentum. Celebration also helps to train your brain to associate hard work with positive feelings, making you more likely to continue putting in the effort. Remember, the journey is just as important as the destination. Don't wait until you've achieved your ultimate goal to feel successful. Celebrate each step along the way. Now, as we near the end of our time together, I want to emphasize something crucial. Becoming the person who attracts success is a journey, not a destination. It's about constant growth, continuous learning, and ongoing self-improvement. The principles we've discussed today, taking responsibility, setting clear goals, developing discipline, cultivating a positive mindset, building strong relationships, being persistent, maintaining integrity, focusing, communicating effectively, being creative and innovative, building resilience, adapting to change, maintaining balance, managing time effectively, visualizing success, developing self-awareness, taking calculated risks, being patient, learning from failure, and celebrating progress. These are not one-time tasks. They're ongoing practices. Incorporate these principles into your daily life. Make them habits. Let them shape who you are and how you approach life. Remember, success is not something you pursue. Success is something you attract by the person you become. So focus on becoming the best version of yourself. Develop your skills, expand your knowledge, cultivate your character. And as you do this, you'll find that success starts to flow into your life naturally. Opportunities will open up. The right people will come into your life. Things will start to fall into place. But even then, don't stop growing. Don't become complacent. Keep pushing yourself, keep learning, keep improving. That's what truly successful people do. In conclusion, I want to leave you with this thought. You have greatness within you. You have the potential to achieve amazing things. But that potential needs to be developed, nurtured, and acted upon. So starting today, commit to becoming the person who attracts success. Commit to your growth, to your learning, to your improvement. Commit to taking action toward your goals every single day. Remember, success is not an accident. It's a choice. And that choice begins with deciding to become the kind of person who attracts success. In our voyage through the intricate tapestry of life, we often encounter waves that threaten to unsettle our boat. Today, we gather to discuss a philosophy, a way of sailing through these waves with a steadfast heart and a clear vision. This philosophy is not just a strategy, but a way of life, a mindset that empowers us to face life's challenges with grace and composure. It's the art of acting as if nothing bothers us, the art of resilience and unflappability. Picture yourself in the midst of a storm, where the winds are fierce and the water's choppy. In this scenario, the natural instinct is to panic, to let fear take the helm. However, there exists an alternative, a path less traveled yet profoundly more rewarding. This path is about maintaining an inner calm, a stoic resolve in the face of turmoil. It's about standing tall when everything around you is trying to pull you down. Now, one might wonder, why is this mindset so essential? The answer lies in the fundamental nature of our existence. Life, in all its beauty and complexity, is unpredictable. We face a spectrum of experiences, some that lift us and others that challenge us. These challenges come in various forms: personal setbacks, professional obstacles, unexpected life events. It's not the presence of these challenges that defines us, but rather how we respond to them. This is where the power of our mindset comes into play. Our mindset is the lens through which we view the world. It shapes our perceptions, our reactions, and ultimately our reality. When we cultivate a mindset of resilience, we choose to approach life's challenges not as insurmountable problems, but as opportunities to grow, to learn, and to emerge stronger. It's important to clarify. Acting as if nothing bothers us does not mean ignoring our problems or living in denial. It's about acknowledging these challenges but not allowing them to dominate our thoughts and emotions. It's about recognizing that while we may not have control over external events, we have absolute control over how we respond to them. This concept of unflappability is not about suppressing emotions or feigning strength. It's about developing an inner fortitude, a composure that stays intact, even when the world around us is in disarray. It's about mastering the art of emotional balance, where we can experience life in its full spectrum without being overwhelmed by its highs and lows. As we delve deeper into this exploration, we will uncover the layers that constitute this resilient mindset. We will draw insights from those who have navigated turbulent waters with unwavering calm. We will discuss practical strategies to cultivate this inner strength and learn how to apply these principles in our daily lives. The journey toward mastering the art of unflappability is both challenging and rewarding. It's a journey of self-discovery, of pushing boundaries, and of redefining what's possible. As we embark on this journey, let us open ourselves to the lessons it has to offer. Let us embrace the wisdom of remaining calm under pressure, of acting as if nothing bothers us, not as a facade, but as a testament to our inner strength. This journey is not just about facing the storms of life. It's about learning to dance in the rain, to find peace amidst chaos, and to carve a path of serenity through the tumultuous landscape of life. As we continue this exploration, remember, the power to remain unflustered in the face of adversity lies within each of us. Our adventure into the realm of resilience begins now, setting the stage for a transformative experience that will empower us to face life with a new perspective. As we set sail on this journey of self-discovery, understanding what agitates our seas becomes crucial. It is in the identification of these common stressors in our lives that we find the keys to our resilience. Each of us, in our unique ways, faces a myriad of challenges. These challenges range from personal struggles like health and relationships to professional hurdles such as career advancement and work-life balance. Beyond these, broader societal pressures and global events also cast their shadow upon us. The significance of these stressors lies not in their mere presence, but in the psychological impact they have on us. Stress, often perceived as an unwelcome guest, can actually be a powerful teacher. It teaches us about our vulnerabilities, our strengths, and our capacity to adapt. However, left unchecked, stress can become a destructive force, eroding our happiness, health, and productivity. It can cloud our judgment, strain our relationships, and impede our progress. The trick, then, is not to avoid stress, but to understand and manage it. Understanding stress requires us to look inward and acknowledge our feelings. It's about recognizing when we're feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or frustrated. This self-awareness is the first step in transforming our relationship with stress. Remember, stress is not an indicator of weakness. It's a natural human response to the challenges we face. But how do we handle these difficulties? The answer lies in the power of perception. Our perception is the paintbrush with which we color our experiences. It's the lens through which we interpret the world around us. When we shift our perception, we shift our reality. This isn't about painting over the challenges of life with an unrealistic hue of optimism, but about choosing to see these challenges in a different light. Consider this: when faced with a difficult situation, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we could ask, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift in questioning doesn't change the situation, but it changes how we approach it. It turns a problem into an opportunity, a stumbling block into a stepping stone. This change in perception is not an overnight transformation. It's a skill that requires practice, patience, and persistence. It involves consciously choosing to focus on solutions rather than problems, on opportunities rather than obstacles. It's about seeing the potential for growth in every challenge and the possibility of victory in every defeat. Moreover, our perception shapes our responses. When we perceive a situation as a threat, our body reacts accordingly, triggering a stress response. But when we view the same situation as a challenge, our response changes. We become more focused, engaged, and equipped to handle the situation. This doesn't mean that the situation ceases to be difficult, but our approach to it becomes more constructive. As we delve deeper into understanding our stressors and their impact, we also begin to appreciate the intricacies of the human mind. Our thoughts and beliefs play a crucial role in how we handle stress. Negative thoughts and beliefs can trap us in a cycle of stress and anxiety. Conversely, positive thoughts and beliefs can empower us to rise above our challenges. The journey to mastering our stressors is not just about building resilience, it's about transforming our relationship with the challenges of life. It's about learning to navigate through the rough waters with a sense of purpose and poise. It's about understanding that while we may not control the waves that life sends our way, we can certainly learn to surf them. In this exploration of what bothers us, we uncover not just the sources of our stress, but also the immense potential within us to overcome them. We learn that the power to change our experience lies within our grasp and our ability to shift our perception. As we continue on this journey, we move toward a deeper understanding not just of the challenges we face, but of ourselves. We move toward a place of strength and serenity, equipped to handle whatever life throws our way. As we journey further, immersing ourselves in the wisdom of unflappability, it's enlightening to look back at history and draw inspiration from those who have exemplified resilience throughout the ages. Countless figures have stood as beacons of calmness amidst chaos, from the philosophers of ancient Greece who preached the virtues of inner peace to modern-day leaders who navigate the turbulent waters of global challenges. These individuals remind us that the art of unflappability is not only possible but immensely powerful. Consider the story of the Stoic philosopher Seneca. Despite facing immense personal and political trials, he maintained a demeanor of composure and reason. His writings, still resonant today, emphasize the importance of controlling one's inner state regardless of external circumstances. In more recent times, we've seen leaders like Nelson Mandela, who, after spending 27 years in prison, emerged not with bitterness, but with a resolve to heal a nation. These examples, spanning across different eras and cultures, demonstrate that unflappability is a timeless virtue as relevant today as it was centuries ago. But what is the philosophy behind this remarkable trait? At its core, remaining calm under pressure is about understanding the transient nature of our experiences. It's about recognizing that both hardships and joys are passing phases, and that our reaction to these phases shapes our journey. This philosophy does not diminish the reality of our experiences, but rather empowers us to respond to them with wisdom and grace. The essence of this philosophy can be distilled into a single concept: equanimity. Equanimity is the ability to maintain composure and clarity of thought in all situations, pleasant or unpleasant. It's about finding an inner balance that remains undisturbed by the highs and lows of life. This balance is not about detachment or indifference. It is about a deep engagement with life coupled with a serene acceptance of its ever-changing nature. So how do we develop this calm demeanor, this equanimity? The path to unflappability is both a mental and a practical endeavor. It begins in the mind with the cultivation of certain attitudes and perspectives and manifests through our actions and reactions. One key strategy in developing a calm demeanor is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment, aware of ourselves and our surroundings without judgment or distraction. By practicing mindfulness, we train ourselves to respond to situations with intention rather than react out of habit. This practice helps us to decouple our immediate emotional responses from our actions, allowing us to choose how we wish to respond. Another vital aspect is the cultivation of emotional intelligence. This involves understanding our emotions, recognizing their impact on our thoughts and behaviors, and learning to manage them effectively. Emotional intelligence enables us to navigate our emotional landscape with skill and grace, ensuring that our emotions serve us rather than control us. Additionally, developing unflappability requires us to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. This perspective shift is crucial. When we view challenges as opportunities, we approach them with curiosity and openness rather than fear and resistance. This shift in perspective transforms the very nature of our experiences, turning potential obstacles into stepping stones. Moreover, the art of unflappability is nurtured through the practice of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks and adversities. It's about building a strong inner foundation that can withstand life's storms. This foundation is built through a combination of self-care, supportive relationships, and a strong sense of purpose. As we delve into these strategies, we begin to weave the fabric of unflappability into our daily lives. It's a gradual process, one that requires patience, persistence, and practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. A calm demeanor not only enhances our ability to cope with stress and adversity, but also enriches our interactions with others and deepens our enjoyment of life's pleasures. In embracing the art of unflappability, we equip ourselves with the tools and insights to navigate any situation with calmness and clarity. This journey, rich with learning and growth, paves the way for a life of balance, resilience, and profound fulfillment. As we delve into the practicalities of building resilience, it becomes clear that the journey to unflappability is not just a matter of mindset, but also of action. It's about integrating daily habits and practices into our lives that fortify our mental and emotional fortresses. These practices are the tools through which we cultivate mindfulness, enhance our emotional intelligence, and learn to overcome setbacks and failures. The cornerstone of building resilience is the establishment of daily habits. Like the steady rhythm of a drum, these habits provide a consistent beat to our days, offering structure and stability. One such habit is reflection. Taking time each day to reflect on our experiences, to understand our reactions, and to learn from them is vital. This reflection can be through journaling, meditation, or simply a few moments of quiet introspection. It allows us to process our thoughts and emotions, gaining clarity and insight. Another crucial habit is self-care. Often overlooked in our busy lives, self-care is the foundation upon which our resilience is built. It encompasses a range of practices from adequate sleep and healthy eating to exercise and relaxation. These practices not only keep our bodies healthy, but also our minds. A healthy body provides a resilient vessel for a resilient mind. Mindfulness, a concept we've touched upon, is another key practice in building resilience. It's about being in the moment, fully engaged with our current experience. Mindfulness can be cultivated through meditation, but also through simple acts like mindful eating, walking, or listening. It's about bringing our full attention to whatever we're doing, free from distraction and judgment. This practice enhances our awareness, allowing us to respond to life's challenges with intention rather than react out of habit. Emotional intelligence is equally important in building resilience. It involves recognizing and understanding our emotions and those of others. It's about developing empathy, managing our emotions, and navigating social complexities with tact and understanding. Developing emotional intelligence can be as simple as practicing active listening, being open to feedback, and being mindful of our responses in emotional situations. Overcoming setbacks and learning from failures are perhaps the most critical aspects of building resilience. Life, as we know, is not a linear journey of successes. It's punctuated with failures, setbacks, and disappointments. These experiences, while often painful, are invaluable opportunities for growth. They teach us about our strengths and weaknesses, about perseverance and patience. The key is not to avoid failure, but to embrace it as a teacher. History is replete with examples of individuals who exemplified this principle. Consider Thomas Edison, whose countless failed experiments led to groundbreaking inventions, or J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before finding success with Harry Potter. These stories remind us that resilience is not about never falling, but about how we rise after we fall. The philosophy behind remaining calm under pressure and developing a calm demeanor is deeply intertwined with these practical steps. It's a philosophy that values growth, learning, and adaptation. It's about understanding that the winds of life are not something to be feared, but to be navigated with skill and wisdom. In developing these strategies, we begin to weave resilience into the fabric of our being. We start to see challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities to apply our newfound skills. We learn to approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness, ready to learn from whatever comes our way. As we continue on this journey, let us remember that building resilience is a continuous process. It requires commitment, effort, and patience, but the rewards are immense. A resilient mindset not only equips us to handle life's challenges, but also enriches our experiences, deepens our relationships, and enhances our overall well-being. In embracing these practical steps, we embark on a transformative journey, a journey that takes us to a place of strength, balance, and profound fulfillment. It's a journey that not only prepares us to face the storms of life, but also to enjoy its sunshine. As we move forward, let us carry these practices with us, integrating them into our daily lives and watching as they shape our path toward resilience and unflappability. It is imperative to understand the essence of living with grace and strength. This is not just about enduring life's trials, but about thriving amidst them, about facing our days not just with fortitude, but with a sense of elegance and poise. Living with grace and strength is akin to being a mighty oak tree in a storm. The winds may howl and the rains may pelt, but the oak stands firm, deeply rooted, yet flexible enough to sway with the winds without breaking. This metaphor embodies the essence of a graceful, resilient life. It's about having a strong foundation rooted in our values and beliefs, while possessing the flexibility to adapt to the ever-changing circumstances of life. Grace in the face of adversity is not a passive acceptance, but an active stance. It's about facing challenges with dignity, maintaining our composure, and approaching each situation with a sense of calm and assurance. This grace is reflected in our attitude toward life and the way we treat others, and most importantly, in how we treat ourselves. It's about being kind and compassionate, not just to others, but to our own selves, especially in times of struggle. Strength, on the other hand, is often misconstrued as mere physical or emotional toughness. However, true strength is much more. It's the courage to be vulnerable, the power to be open about our struggles, and the resilience to rise above them. It's the inner fortitude that enables us to face life's uncertainties with a steady heart. The combination of grace and strength is a powerful one. It allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with elegance and endurance. This combination is exemplified by countless individuals in history and contemporary times. Think of the grace and dignity with which leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. led their movements. They faced immense opposition and hardship, yet their approach was always one of nonviolence and dignity. In our times, we see this in people who overcome personal tragedies and use their experiences to help others, turning their pain into a force for good. So how do we cultivate this blend of grace and strength in our own lives? It starts with self-awareness, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, our values and our beliefs. This self-awareness forms the bedrock of our resilience, providing a firm foundation from which to face life's challenges. Another key aspect is the practice of gratitude. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have. It's a reminder of the good in our lives, even in times of trouble. This shift in perspective is not just psychologically beneficial, but also has tangible effects on our well-being, enhancing our resilience. Emotional regulation plays a crucial role as well. It's about managing our emotions in a way that allows us to respond to situations appropriately. This doesn't mean suppressing our emotions, but understanding them, acknowledging them, and expressing them in healthy ways. Furthermore, living with grace and strength involves embracing change and uncertainty. It's about understanding that change is the only constant in life and learning to adapt to it. This adaptation is not about losing ourselves to change, but about growing with it, evolving our thoughts, beliefs, and actions as our circumstances evolve. Moreover, cultivating a sense of purpose is vital. A life lived with purpose is a life lived with clarity and focus. Our purpose acts as a compass, guiding us through life's storms, keeping us anchored in our principles and motivated in our pursuits. As we integrate these practices into our lives, we begin to embody the essence of living with grace and strength. We become like the oak tree, deeply rooted yet flexible, enduring yet beautiful. This way of living not only enables us to face life's challenges, but also enriches our experiences, deepening our connections with others and enhancing our overall sense of fulfillment. There I was, standing in line at the grocery store, minding my own business. The cashier, a young man with a scowl etched on his face, was having a rough day. As I placed my items on the conveyor belt, he muttered under his breath, loud enough for me to hear, "Great, another customer who can't bag their own groceries." The word stung, but I bit my tongue. I smiled, paid for my items, and walked out of the store with my head held high. Now, you might be wondering, why didn't I give that young man a piece of my mind? Why didn't I demand to speak to his manager? Why didn't I match his disrespect with my own sharp words? Friends, that moment in the grocery store taught me a valuable lesson, one that I'm here to share with you today: the power of staying quiet after disrespect. In our world, disrespect seems to be as common as the air we breathe. It's in our schools, our workplaces, on our streets, and even in our homes. We're bombarded with rudeness, insults, and put-downs from all directions. And our natural instinct is to fight back, to defend ourselves, to prove that we're right and they're wrong. But what if I told you that the strongest response to disrespect isn't a clever comeback or a heated argument? What if I told you that your silence could be more powerful than any words you could utter? I'm not suggesting you should let people walk all over you, no. What I'm proposing is a different kind of strength, the kind that comes from within, the kind that doesn't need external validation. Think about it. When someone disrespects you, they're expecting a reaction. They're looking for you to get angry, to lash out, to sink to their level. But when you choose to stay quiet, when you refuse to engage in their negativity, you're doing something they never expected. You're taking control of the situation. Respect isn't something you can demand from others. It's something you earn by the way you carry yourself, by the way you treat others, and yes, by the way you respond to disrespect. Let me tell you about a friend of mine. We'll call him Tom. Tom was a brilliant engineer, always coming up with innovative ideas. But in meetings, his boss would constantly belittle him, cutting him off mid-sentence and dismissing his suggestions without a second thought. Now, Tom could have fought back. He could have argued with his boss, complained to HR, or even quit his job. But instead, he chose a different path. Every time his boss disrespected him, Tom would simply nod, make a note, and continue with his work. His colleagues thought he was weak. They urged him to stand up for himself. But Tom knew something they didn't. He understood the power of staying quiet after disrespect. Months went by, and a funny thing started to happen. Tom's ideas, the ones his boss had dismissed so quickly, began to prove their worth. Projects that followed Tom's suggestions succeeded, while those that ignored them struggled. And all the while, Tom remained calm, professional, and focused on his work. One day, in a big meeting with the company's top executives, Tom's boss tried to take credit for one of Tom's ideas. But before he could finish, one of the executives interrupted. "Isn't this the same idea Tom suggested 3 months ago?" she asked. "The one you said wouldn't work?" In that moment, Tom's silence spoke volumes. His boss stammered and stumbled, trying to explain himself, but the damage was done. The executive saw the truth, and Tom's reputation soared while his boss's plummeted. By staying quiet after disrespect, Tom allowed his work to speak for itself. He didn't need to defend himself because his actions, his results did all the talking for him. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but it's not fair. Why should I have to be the bigger person? Why can't I give them a taste of their own medicine? And you're right, it's not fair. But let me ask you this: when has life ever been fair? When has fighting fire with fire ever truly solved a problem? The truth is, when you respond to disrespect with more disrespect, you're not solving anything. You're just adding more negativity to the world. You're letting someone else's bad behavior dictate your actions, and in the process, you're giving away your power. But when you choose to stay quiet, when you refuse to let their disrespect change who you are or how you act, you're holding on to your power. You're showing true strength. Think about the great leaders throughout history, the ones who truly made a difference. They didn't achieve greatness by shouting the loudest or insulting their opponents. They achieved greatness by staying true to their principles, by rising above the pettiness and negativity around them. Take Martin Luther King Jr., for example. In the face of horrific disrespect and violence, he advocated for nonviolent resistance. He understood that responding to hate with more hate would never bring about the change he sought. Instead, he chose to meet disrespect with dignity, hate with love. Now, I'm not saying it's easy. Staying quiet when someone disrespects you goes against every instinct we have. It takes tremendous self-control, inner strength, and confidence. But the rewards, they're immeasurable. When you stay quiet after disrespect, you're not just avoiding a conflict, you're making a powerful statement. You're saying, I refuse to let your negativity control me. I am better than that. And here's the beautiful thing. Over time, this attitude becomes a part of who you are. It's not just something you do, it becomes something you embody. You become the kind of person who doesn't need to prove anything to anyone because you're secure in who you are. But let's be clear, staying quiet doesn't mean being passive. It doesn't mean letting injustice slide or allowing yourself to be a victim. No, staying quiet is an active choice. It's a strategic decision to pick your battles. Remember, not every slight deserves a response. Not every insult is worth your time and energy. By choosing to stay quiet, you're reserving your energy for the things that truly matter. And here's another secret. When you master the art of staying quiet after disrespect, you gain a superpower. You become unshakable. The small minds who try to bring you down with their words suddenly lose all their power over you. Imagine walking into a room knowing that no matter what anyone says or does, they can't touch your inner peace. Imagine going through life with the confidence that comes from knowing you're in control of your reactions, your emotions, your very being. That is true freedom. That's the power of staying quiet after disrespect. Now, I can almost hear some of you thinking, but what about my self-respect? Doesn't staying quiet mean I'm letting people walk all over me? Let me be clear. There's a world of difference between staying quiet and being a pushover. Staying quiet doesn't mean you don't stand up for yourself. It means you choose your moments carefully. It means you respond with actions rather than words. Think of it like this. In martial arts, the true masters don't go around picking fights to prove how tough they are. They know their worth. They're confident in their abilities. They don't need to prove anything to anyone. The same principle applies here. When you stay quiet after disrespect, you're not showing weakness, you're showing incredible strength. You're showing that you're above petty insults and childish behavior. You're showing that you're the master of your own emotions. Let me share another story with you. This one's about Sarah, a young woman who worked in customer service. Every day, she dealt with angry customers, people who would yell at her, insult her, and blame her for things that weren't her fault. At first, Sarah would get upset. She'd argue back, try to defend herself, but it never seemed to help. The customers just got angrier, and Sarah would go home feeling drained and defeated. Then one day, Sarah decided to try something different. The next time a customer started yelling at her, instead of arguing back, she just listened. She let them vent their frustrations without interrupting. And when they were done, she calmly asked, "How can I help solve this problem for you?" The result was astonishing. The customer, who had been red-faced with anger just moments before, suddenly deflated. They weren't expecting kindness in response to their anger. They weren't expecting someone to actually listen to them. From that day on, Sarah made this her standard approach. And you know what happened? Her customer satisfaction rating skyrocketed. She became known as the go-to person for handling difficult customers, all because she learned the power of staying quiet in the face of disrespect. When you stay quiet after disrespect, you're not just affecting yourself, you're changing the entire dynamic of the interaction. You're breaking the cycle of negativity, and often, you're giving the other person a chance to realize their own bad behavior. Think about it. Have you ever lost your temper with someone only to feel ashamed afterward when they responded with kindness? That's the power of staying quiet after disrespect. It holds up a mirror to the other person's behavior often more effectively than any words could. Now, I want to be clear about something. Staying quiet after disrespect doesn't mean you should tolerate abuse or harassment. There are times when you need to speak up, times when you need to set clear boundaries. But even in those moments, the power of staying calm, of responding with dignity rather than anger, can be transformative. Let's talk about boundaries for a moment, because this is crucial. Staying quiet after disrespect doesn't mean you don't have boundaries. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Having strong, clear boundaries is what allows you to stay calm in the face of disrespect. When you know who you are, when you're secure in your values and your worth, other people's words lose their power over you. Their disrespect becomes a reflection of their character, not yours. So how do you develop these strong boundaries? It starts with self-respect. It starts with knowing your worth, with understanding that you deserve to be treated with dignity and kindness. This isn't about ego. It's not about thinking you're better than everyone else. It's about recognizing your inherent worth as a human being. It's about understanding that no one, no matter who they are or what position they hold, has the right to diminish that worth. When you have this foundation of self-respect, staying quiet after disrespect becomes easier because you're not staying quiet out of fear or weakness. You're staying quiet because you know that their words can't diminish your worth. Let me give you an example. I once knew a man named John who worked in a high-pressure sales environment. His coworkers were constantly trying to one-up each other, often resorting to insults and put-downs to assert their dominance. John, however, never engaged in this behavior. When someone insulted him or tried to put him down, he would simply smile and say, "I appreciate your perspective." And then he'd get back to work. At first, his coworkers thought he was an easy target. They'd increase their insults, thinking they could rattle him. But John remained unshakable. He knew his worth wasn't determined by their words or opinions. And a funny thing started to happen. As John consistently refused to engage in their negativity, his coworkers began to respect him. They saw that he was confident enough in himself that he didn't need to put others down. They saw that he was focused on his work, on improving himself, rather than on office politics. Before long, John became one of the top salespeople in the company, and he did it without ever raising his voice, without ever insulting a coworker, without ever compromising his integrity. That's the power of staying quiet after disrespect. It's not just about avoiding conflict, it's about rising above it. It's about showing through your actions the kind of person you truly are. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, that's all well and good, but what about when the disrespect comes from someone in a position of authority? What about when it's your boss or your teacher or your parents? That's a great question, and it brings us to an important point. Staying quiet after disrespect doesn't mean you have to accept unfair treatment. It doesn't mean you can't advocate for yourself or seek help when you need it. What it does mean is that you respond strategically rather than reactively. You choose your moments, you document the behavior, you seek appropriate channels for addressing the issue, but you do it all without lowering yourself to their level. Let me tell you about Maria, a student who faced constant criticism from one of her professors. This professor seemed to take pleasure in belittling students and making them feel small. Maria could have lashed out. She could have complained to her classmates, spread rumors about the professor, or given up on the class entirely. But instead, she chose a different path. Every time the professor criticized her, Maria would simply nod and say, "Thank you for the feedback. I'll work on improving." And then she would do exactly that. She would take the professor's harsh words and use them as fuel to push herself harder to improve her work. She also started keeping a journal documenting each interaction, not with anger or resentment, but as a neutral observer. "Today, Professor X said this. Here's what I'm going to do to address it." By the end of the semester, two things had happened. First, Maria's work had improved dramatically. She had turned the professor's negativity into motivation, and it showed in her grades. Second, she had a clear, factual record of the professor's behavior. When the time came for course evaluations, Maria was able to provide thoughtful, specific feedback about how the professor's teaching style could be improved. She didn't attack the professor personally. She didn't use emotional language. She simply presented the facts and suggested ways things could be better. The result? The department took notice. They realized there was a problem that needed to be addressed, and Maria played a key role in bringing about positive change in her school. By staying quiet in the moment, by refusing to engage in arguments or emotional outbursts, Maria was able to effect real change. She addressed the disrespect she faced, but she did it in a way that was constructive rather than destructive. This is a crucial point. Staying quiet after disrespect isn't about being passive or accepting mistreatment. It's about responding in a way that's productive, in a way that aligns with your values and goals. Think about it this way. When someone disrespects you, they're trying to provoke a reaction. They're trying to throw you off balance to make you lose control. But when you stay quiet, when you refuse to react, you're maintaining control. You're choosing how to respond rather than simply reacting. This is a powerful position to be in because now you get to decide what happens next. Do you address the issue directly but calmly? Do you document it for future reference? Do you use it as motivation to prove them wrong? The choice is yours. And here's the beautiful thing. When you respond this way consistently, people start to notice. They see that you can't be rattled by petty insults or criticism. They see that you're focused on your goals, on improving yourself, rather than on winning arguments or proving others wrong. This earns you respect, real respect. Not the kind of fear-based respect that comes from being the loudest or most aggressive person in the room, but the kind of deep respect that comes from recognizing someone who is truly in control of themselves. Staying quiet after disrespect doesn't mean you have to bottle up your emotions. It doesn't mean you can't feel hurt or angry when someone treats you poorly. Those feelings are natural and valid. The key is in how you process those emotions. Instead of immediately lashing out, take a moment, take a deep breath, acknowledge how you're feeling, and then choose how you want to respond. Maybe you need to step away for a few minutes to calm down. Maybe you need to talk to a trusted friend or write in a journal to process your feelings. Maybe you need to hit the gym or go for a run to burn off that angry energy. Do whatever you need to do to process those emotions in a healthy way, but do it privately. Don't give the person who disrespected you the satisfaction of seeing you lose control. This is where real emotional intelligence comes into play. It's about recognizing your emotions, understanding where they come from, but not letting them control your actions. When you master this skill, you become incredibly powerful because now you're not at the mercy of other people's words or actions. You're in control. You get to decide how you feel and how you respond. Because this isn't just about handling individual situations, it's about cultivating a mindset that will serve you well throughout your life. When you consistently respond to disrespect with quiet dignity, you're training yourself to be resilient. You're building emotional strength. You're developing the kind of unshakable confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever life throws at you. This resilience becomes a cornerstone of your character, shaping how you approach challenges and interact with the world around you. Think about the most successful people you know, the ones who've achieved great things, who've made a real difference in the world. Chances are they didn't get there by engaging in every petty argument or responding to every slight. They got there by staying focused on their goals, by rising above the noise and negativity that surrounds us all. That's what staying quiet after disrespect allows you to do. It frees up your mental and emotional energy for the things that really matter. Instead of wasting time and effort on arguments and conflicts, you can channel that energy into personal growth, into pursuing your dreams, into making a positive impact on the world around you. Let me tell you about Robert, a young entrepreneur I once mentored. When Robert first started his business, he was full of passion and ideas, but he was also quick to take offense, quick to argue with anyone who criticized his plans or doubted his abilities. I watched as Robert wasted countless hours arguing with naysayers, defending himself against every negative comment on social media, trying to prove everyone wrong. And you know what? His business suffered for it. He was so busy fighting battles that he wasn't focusing on what really mattered: building his product, serving his customers, growing his company. Then one day, I sat Robert down and shared with him the power of staying quiet after disrespect. I challenged him to try it for just 1 month, to resist the urge to argue or defend himself, and instead channel that energy into his business. The transformation was remarkable. Without the constant distractions of petty conflicts, Robert was able to focus like never before. His productivity soared, his stress levels dropped, and interestingly, as he stopped engaging with the negativity, a lot of it simply faded away. By the end of that month, Robert's business had made more progress than in the previous 6 months combined, and Robert himself had changed. He was calmer, more confident, more focused. He had discovered the incredible power that comes from choosing your reactions, from refusing to let others' negativity dictate your actions. This, my friends, is the real secret to success. It's not about never facing disrespect or criticism. It's about how you handle it when it comes your way. It's about maintaining your composure, staying true to your values, and keeping your eyes on your goals. When we talk about staying quiet after disrespect, Some people worry that this approach might make them seem weak or passive. They fear that others might see their silence as an invitation for more disrespect. But here's the truth. True strength isn't about how loud you can shout or how clever your comebacks are. True strength is about self-control. It's about having the confidence and self-assurance to know that you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Think about the truly strong people you've encountered in your life, the ones who command respect just by walking into a room. Chances are they're not the ones who are constantly arguing or trying to assert their dominance. They're the ones who are calm, composed, and secure in themselves. That's the kind of strength you develop when you master the art of staying quiet after disrespect. It's a quiet strength, but it's far more powerful than any show of force or aggression. Let me share a personal story with you. Early in my career, I worked with a colleague who seemed to have made it his mission to undermine me at every turn. He would criticize my ideas in meetings, spread rumors behind my back, and even take credit for my work. At first, I fell into the trap of trying to defend myself. I would argue with him in meetings, confront him about the rumors, try to prove to everyone that the ideas were mine. But you know what? It didn't help. If anything, it made the situation worse. He seemed to thrive on the conflict, and I was left feeling drained and frustrated. Then I remembered the lesson I'm sharing with you today. I decided to try a different approach. The next time he criticized one of my ideas in a meeting, instead of arguing, I simply said, "Thank you for your input. I'll take that into consideration." And then I moved on with the discussion. The look on his face was priceless. He was clearly expecting an argument, and when he didn't get one, he didn't know how to respond. From that day on, I maintained this approach. When he criticized, I thanked him for his input. When I heard about rumors, I ignored them and let my work speak for itself. When he tried to take credit for my ideas, I calmly presented the facts without accusation or anger. And you know what happened? Over time, his behavior began to change. Without the fuel of conflict, his criticisms became less frequent. As I remained calm and professional, others in the office began to see him as the troublemaker, not me. And most importantly, I was able to focus on my work and advance my career instead of wasting energy on pointless conflicts. This experience taught me a valuable lesson. When you refuse to engage with disrespect, when you maintain your dignity and focus on what truly matters, you not only protect your own peace of mind, you often change the dynamic entirely. Now, I want to be clear about something. Staying quiet after disrespect doesn't mean you become a pushover. It doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. There will be times when you need to stand up for yourself, times when you need to address issues directly. The key is in how you do it. Instead of reacting emotionally in the heat of the moment, you respond thoughtfully and strategically. You choose the right time, the right place, and the right words to address the issue. You do it from a place of calm strength, not angry defensiveness. This approach is far more effective. When you address issues calmly and professionally, people are more likely to listen. They're more likely to take you seriously, and you're more likely to achieve the outcome you want. Let's talk for a moment about the impact this approach can have on your relationships, because staying quiet after disrespect isn't just about how you handle workplace conflicts or encounters with strangers. It can transform your personal relationships as well. Think about the arguments you've had with loved ones. How often have they spiraled out of control because both?
Life is a magnificent adventure, and you're about to discover just how incredible it can be. Right now, in this moment, you have the power to change everything. Your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, they're all shaping your reality. And the more you listen, the more you'll understand how to use this power to create the life you've always dreamed of. Think about it. Every day you wake up with a clean slate, a fresh start, a new opportunity to become the person you want to be. It's not about where you've been or what's happened in the past. It's about who you choose to be right now in this very moment. Your brain is an amazing tool. It's constantly changing, adapting, and growing. Scientists call this neuroplasticity, but you don't need to know the big words to understand the simple truth. You can rewire your brain. You can create new patterns, new habits, and new ways of thinking that will transform your life. Let's talk about your thoughts. They're powerful things. Every thought you have sends a signal through your body. It affects your emotions, your actions, and even your physical health. Negative thoughts drag you down, limit your potential, and keep you stuck in old patterns. But positive thoughts, they're like rocket fuel for your dreams. What kind of thoughts are you choosing? Are you focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what you can't do? Or are you directing your attention to what's possible, what's good, what you can achieve? The choice is yours, and it's a choice you make every single moment of every single day. You have the power to shift your focus, to change your internal dialogue, and to create a new story for your life. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, but you don't understand my situation. You don't know how hard things are for me. And you're right, I don't know your specific circumstances. But I do know this: no matter where you are, no matter what challenges you're facing, you have more power than you realize. Your mind is like a radio. It's always tuned to a station. Some stations play sad songs, some play angry music, and some broadcast fear and worry all day long. But there are also stations of joy, of hope, of possibility, and you get to choose which station you listen to. So let's start tuning into a new frequency. Let's start programming your mind for success, for happiness, for abundance. Because the more you do this, the more your external reality will start to match your internal world. Think about a time when you were really happy. A moment when everything felt right, when you were filled with joy and excitement. Can you remember? Remember how that felt in your body? The smile on your face, the lightness in your chest, the energy coursing through you. That feeling isn't just a memory, it's a blueprint for your future. You can recreate that feeling anytime you want. It's not about waiting for good things to happen to you. It's about generating those positive emotions from within. When you do this consistently, you start to attract more experiences that match that energy. Your body doesn't know the difference between a real experience and one you vividly imagine. So when you practice feeling good, when you visualize your ideal life with all your senses, you're literally rewiring your brain and changing your body's chemistry. This isn't just feel-good talk. This is science. Study after study has shown the power of positive thinking, visualization, and emotion in creating real, measurable changes in people's lives. From improving health to boosting performance to increasing overall life satisfaction, the evidence is clear. Your mind has an incredible influence on your reality. But here's the thing. Knowing this isn't enough. You have to put it into practice. You have to make it a part of your daily life. It's like working out. You wouldn't expect to get fit by going to the gym once and then forgetting about it. You have to show up consistently, put in the work, and trust the process. So how do you do this? How do you start reshaping your mind and your life? It starts with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts. Notice how you talk to yourself. Are you kind and encouraging or harsh and critical? Do you focus on problems or solutions? Do you dwell on the past or look to the future? Once you're aware of your thought patterns, you can start to change them. When a negative thought comes up, don't fight it. Just observe it. Thank it for trying to protect you, and then choose a different thought. It might feel awkward at first, like you're lying to yourself, but remember, you're not denying reality. You're choosing to focus on a different aspect of reality. Next, start your day with intention. Before you even get out of bed, take a few moments to set your mental and emotional state. Visualize your day going well. Feel the emotions of success, joy, and gratitude. This simple practice can set the tone for your entire day. Throughout the day, take short breaks to check in with yourself. How are you feeling? What are you thinking about? Use these moments to reset if needed. Take a few deep breaths, recall a happy memory, or visualize your goals. These small actions can have a big impact over time. End your day with gratitude. Before you go to sleep, think of 3 things you're thankful for. They don't have to be big things. Maybe you're grateful for a delicious meal, a kind word from a friend, or a beautiful sunset. Focusing on gratitude trains your brain to notice the good in your life. Now let's talk about your comfort zone. It's a nice place, isn't it? Familiar, safe, predictable. But it's also where dreams go to die. Growth happens outside your comfort zone. So I want you to start taking small risks. Do something every day that scares you a little. Speak up in a meeting. Try a new hobby. Strike up a conversation with a stranger. Each time you do this, you're expanding your zone of possibility. Remember, failure isn't something to be afraid of. It's a necessary part of growth. Every successful person has failed many times. The difference is, they didn't let failure stop them. They learned from it, adjusted their approach, and kept moving forward. Embrace failure as a teacher. Welcome it as a sign that you're pushing your boundaries. Your beliefs about yourself and the world shape your reality. If you believe life is hard and unfair, guess what? You'll find plenty of evidence to support that belief. But if you believe life is full of opportunities and that you have the power to create positive change, you'll start seeing evidence of that instead. So challenge your limiting beliefs. Question the stories you tell yourself about who you are and what you're capable of. Are they really true, or are they just old programming that no longer serves you? You have the power to rewrite these stories. You have the ability to create new, empowering beliefs that support your goals and dreams. Visualization is a powerful tool for creating change. Elite athletes use it to improve their performance. Successful entrepreneurs use it to build their businesses. And you can use it to create the life you want. Spend time each day visualizing your ideal future. See it in vivid detail. Feel the emotions of living that life. The more real you can make it in your mind, the more you're priming your brain to recognize and create opportunities to make it a reality. But visualization alone isn't enough. You need to combine it with action. Think of it this way: visualization is like plotting your course on a map. It's essential, but it won't get you anywhere unless you actually start moving. So set clear, specific goals based on your vision. Break them down into small, manageable steps and then take action every single day. No matter how small, your habits shape your life. They're the small actions you take day after day that add up to big results over time. So look at your current habits. Which ones are supporting your goals? Which ones are holding you back? Start replacing negative habits with positive ones. It might be hard at first, but remember, repetition is the mother of skill. The more you practice a new habit, the easier it becomes. Now let's talk about your environment. The people you spend time with, the information you consume, the places you go, they all influence your thoughts and actions. So surround yourself with positivity. Seek out people who inspire and support you. Read books and listen to podcasts that feed your mind with empowering ideas. Create a physical space that energizes and motivates you. Your words have power. Not just the words you speak to others, but the words you speak to yourself. Pay attention to your self-talk. Are you constantly criticizing yourself, or are you your own biggest cheerleader? Start speaking to yourself with kindness and encouragement. Treat yourself the way you would treat a dear friend. Meditation and mindfulness are powerful tools for reshaping your mind. They help you become more aware of your thoughts and emotions. They teach you to observe without judgment and give you the ability to choose your responses rather than reacting automatically. Even just a few minutes of meditation each day can make a big difference. Your body and mind are connected. When you take care of your physical health, you're also supporting your mental and emotional well-being. So make time for exercise, eat nourishing foods, and get enough sleep. These basic self-care practices create a strong foundation for personal growth and transformation. Remember, change doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. There will be ups and downs, setbacks, and breakthroughs. The key is to stay committed to your vision even when things get tough. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small, and be patient with yourself. You're unlearning old patterns and creating new ones. That takes time. Every challenge you face is an opportunity for growth. When you encounter obstacles, don't see them as roadblocks. See them as chances to become stronger, wiser, more resilient. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this make me better? When you approach life with this mindset, even the toughest situations become valuable experiences. Your past does not define your future. Whatever has happened up until now, whatever mistakes you've made, whatever setbacks you've experienced, they're all just lessons. They've brought you to this moment where you have the power to choose a new direction. Let go of regret. Release the need to dwell on what might have been. Focus on what you can do right now to create the future you want. Forgiveness is a powerful tool for personal transformation. Holding on to anger, resentment, or grudges only hurts you. It keeps you stuck in the past and drains your energy. When you forgive yourself and others, you free yourself to move forward. You reclaim your power to create positive change in your life. Your emotions are valuable messengers. They provide important information about your inner state and your relationship with the world around you. So don't ignore them or try to push them away. Instead, learn to listen to them. What are they telling you? What needs aren't being met? What changes do you need to make? Authenticity is key to living a fulfilling life. Don't try to be someone you're not. Don't chase other people's dreams or live by other people's standards. Discover who you truly are and have the courage to express that authentically. When you're true to yourself, you align with your purpose and tap into a deep well of energy and inspiration. Your intuition is a powerful guide. That quiet voice inside you, that gut feeling, it's your inner wisdom speaking. Learn to trust it. Cultivate it through practices like meditation and journaling. The more you listen to your intuition, the stronger and clearer it becomes. Gratitude is like a superpower. It has the ability to instantly shift your mood and perspective. When you're feeling down or stuck, pause and find something to be grateful for. It could be as simple as the air you're breathing or the ground beneath your feet. Gratitude opens your eyes to the abundance that's already present in your life. Your thoughts create your reality, but your actions bring that reality to life. So dream big, but also take consistent action. Even small steps taken regularly can lead to massive changes over time. Don't wait for everything to be perfect before you start. Begin where you are with what you have. Remember, you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. This simple realization can be incredibly liberating. It means you have the power to choose which thoughts to engage with and which to let go. You're not at the mercy of your mind, you're its master. Every person you meet is a teacher. They all have something to offer, some lesson to share. So approach your interactions with curiosity and openness. What can you learn from this person? How can you grow from this experience? The world is full of opportunities waiting for you to discover them. You just have to be open to them. When you're focused on your goals and aligned with your purpose, opportunities will start to appear where you least expect them. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. It's about progress, not perfection. Celebrate every step forward, no matter how small. And above all, trust yourself. You are capable of far more than you realize. You have everything you need within you to create the life you want. So go ahead, start today. The world is waiting for you. Your mental state creates your environment, so build one that supports your goals and nourishes your spirit. Declutter your home and surround yourself with things that inspire you. Make your space a reflection of the person you want to become. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks. It's not about avoiding difficulty, but about learning how to recover and grow stronger from them. Build your resilience by facing challenges head-on, learning from your experiences, and maintaining a positive outlook even in tough times. Your breath is a powerful tool for managing your mental and emotional state. When you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a few deep, slow breaths. Focus on your breath moving in and out. This simple practice can help you calm your mind, center yourself, and regain clarity. Perfectionism can be a trap. It can keep you from starting, finishing, or sharing your gifts with the world. Remember, done is better than perfect. Give yourself permission to be imperfect, to make mistakes, and to learn as you go. That's how growth happens. Your life is a reflection of your expectations. If you expect good things to happen, you're more likely to notice and create positive opportunities. If you expect the worst, you'll tend to focus on and attract negative experiences. So set positive expectations. Look for the good in every situation and expect the best from yourself and others. Forgiveness is not just about others, it's also about forgiving yourself. Let go of past mistakes. Release self-judgment and criticism. Treat yourself with the same compassion and understanding you would offer a good friend. Self-forgiveness is a powerful act of self-love and a crucial step in personal growth. Your mind is like a garden. The thoughts you nurture are the ones that will grow. So be intentional about what you feed your mind. Plant seeds of positivity, hope, and possibility. Weed out negative, limiting thoughts. Tend your mental garden daily and watch it flourish over time. Remember, you are not your circumstances, your past, or your limitations. You are a being of infinite potential, capable of creating extraordinary change in your life. You have the power to choose your thoughts, shape your reality, and become the person you want to be. So listen closely. Take these words to heart. Let them sink deep into your being. The more you listen and internalize these truths, the better your life becomes. It's not magic, it's not wishful thinking. It's the power of your own mind harnessed and directed towards creating the life you desire. Every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is a fresh start. Right now, in this very instant, you have the power to change your life. So what are you waiting for? The time is now. The person is you. The power is within you. Embrace this knowledge, use it, live it, and watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. Because the truth is, there are no limits to what you can achieve when you harness the power of your mind and align it with the desires of your heart. Go forth with courage. Face each day with determination. Approach every challenge with confidence. You have everything you need within you to create an extraordinary life. Trust in your abilities, believe in your potential, and never ever give up on your dreams. Your thoughts are like seeds. Plant them carefully. Nurture them consistently, and they will grow into the reality you desire. Every positive thought, every empowering belief, every moment of gratitude is shaping your future. Choose wisely. Think deliberately. Focus on what you want, not on what you fear. Remember, your brain doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's vividly imagined. So use this to your advantage. Spend time each day visualizing your ideal life in rich, vivid detail. Feel the emotions of living that life. Let your body experience the joy, the excitement, the satisfaction. The more real you make it in your mind, the more you're programming your subconscious to seek out and create those experiences in your life. Your habits are the building blocks of your destiny. Small actions repeated consistently over time lead to massive results. Examine your habits. Which ones are moving you toward your goals and which ones are holding you back? Start making small changes. Replace one negative habit with a positive one, then another and another. Over time, these small shifts will create a huge transformation in your life. Embrace discomfort. Growth happens outside your comfort zone. Do something every day that challenges you, that pushes you beyond your current limits. It doesn't have to be big. Maybe it's speaking up in a meeting when you usually stay quiet, trying a new food, or striking up a conversation with a stranger. Each time you do this, you're expanding your comfort zone and increasing your capacity for growth. Your words have power. They shape your reality and influence those around you. Speak with intention. Use words that uplift and inspire. Speak positively about yourself and your life, even when faced with challenges. Choose words that empower you to overcome them. Your language shapes your perception, and your perception creates your reality. Embrace failure as a teacher. Every setback is an opportunity to learn and grow. When things don't go as planned, don't beat yourself up. Instead, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to become better, stronger, and wiser? When you approach failure with this mindset, you turn every setback into a stepping stone toward your success. Your emotions are energy in motion. They're valuable messengers providing important information about your inner state. Don't ignore them or try to push them away. Instead, learn to listen to them. What are they telling you? What needs aren't being met? Use this information to make positive changes in your life. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend. When you make a mistake or face a setback, don't criticize or judge yourself harshly. Instead, offer yourself words of encouragement and support. Remember, you're human. You're learning and growing. Be patient and gentle with yourself. Your focus determines your reality. What you consistently give your attention to grows in your life. So be mindful of where you're placing your focus. Are you dwelling on problems or seeking solutions? Are you focusing on what's wrong or what's right? Are you looking at what you lack or what you have? Choose to focus on the positive, on the possible, on what you can control and change. Gratitude is a game changer. It has the power to instantly shift your mood and perspective. No matter what's happening in your life, there's always something to be grateful for. Make gratitude a daily practice. Each morning, think of 3 things you're thankful for. Each night, reflect on 3 good things that happened during the day. This simple habit can transform your entire outlook on life. Your body and mind are interconnected. Taking care of your physical health is crucial for your mental and emotional well-being. So prioritize self-care. Get enough sleep, eat nourishing foods, and move your body regularly. These basic practices create a strong foundation for personal growth and transformation. Embrace the power of now. The present moment is all you ever have. The past is gone. The future isn't here yet. So live fully in the now. Engage completely with whatever you're doing. Be present with the people around you. When you're fully present, you tap into a deep wellspring of peace, clarity, and power. Your life is a canvas and you are the artist. Every thought, every word, every action is a brushstroke. What kind of masterpiece are you creating? Are you painting with bold, vibrant colors of joy and possibility? Or are you using muted tones of fear and doubt? Remember, you have the power to choose your colors, to change your strokes, and to create a life that's truly extraordinary. Listen closely. Take these words to heart. Let them sink deep into your being. The more you listen, the more you internalize these truths, the better your life becomes. It's not magic, it's the power of your own mind harnessed and directed toward creating the life you desire. Every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is a fresh start. Right now, in this very instant, you have the power to change your life. So what are you waiting for? The time is now. The person is you. The power is within you. Embrace this knowledge, use it, live it, and watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. There are no limits to what you can achieve when you harness the power of your mind and align it with the desires of your heart. Go forth with courage. Face each day with determination. Approach every challenge with confidence. You have everything you need within you to create an extraordinary life. Trust in your abilities. Believe in your potential. And never ever give up on your dreams. The more you listen to these words and embody these principles, the better your life gets. This isn't just a speech, it's a roadmap to your best self, your best life. Use it, live it, and watch the magic unfold. With patience and compassion for yourself, do it even when it's hard, even when you don't feel like it, even when others don't understand. Watch as your life begins to transform. Watch as you begin to transform. Watch as you gradually, steadily become the person you've always known you could be. This is your moment. This is your opportunity. This is your life. Seize it, shape it, live it fully. Become the person you want to become. The world is waiting for you to step into your greatness. It's time. You're ready. Let's begin. Remember, every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is an opportunity to realign with your highest self. Every interaction is a chance to embody the qualities you aspire to. Stay aware, stay present, stay committed to your vision. As you move forward on this journey, be patient with yourself. True transformation takes time. It's not about overnight success or dramatic changes. It's about consistent, persistent effort over time. It's about making small, aligned choices day after day, week after week, month after month. Think of it like tending a garden. You don't plant a seed and expect a full-grown tree the next day. You nurture it, water it, provide it with sunlight. You protect it from harsh elements. You give it time to grow, and slowly but surely it becomes what it was always meant to be. You are that seed. Your ideal self is the magnificent tree you're growing into. Every aligned action you take, every empowering thought you choose, every moment you spend visualizing your future self, these are all ways of nurturing your growth. And just like a growing tree, you'll face challenges. There will be storms that threaten to uproot you. There will be droughts that test your resilience. There will be pests that try to undermine your growth. But if you stay rooted in your vision, if you continue to nurture yourself with positive thoughts and aligned actions, you will not just survive these challenges, you will thrive because of them. As you continue on this path, you'll start to notice changes. They might be subtle at first, a little more confidence here, a bit more patience there. You might find yourself naturally making healthier choices or responding to stress with more calm. You might notice that your relationships are improving or that new opportunities are coming your way. These changes are signs that you're aligning more and more with your ideal self. They're evidence that your consistent efforts are paying off. Celebrate these changes, no matter how small they might seem. Each one is a step closer to becoming the person you want to be. Remember, this journey is not about reaching a final destination. There's no point at which you'll suddenly say, okay, I've become my ideal self. I'm done. This is a lifelong process of growth and evolution. Your ideal self will continue to expand and evolve as you do. The goal is not to reach some perfect state, but to continually align yourself with your highest vision, to consistently choose growth over stagnation, to always be moving in the direction of your dreams. As you progress on this journey, you'll likely inspire others around you. People will notice the changes in you, the increased confidence, the greater sense of purpose, the positive energy you radiate. They might ask you what your secret is. Share your journey with them. Encourage them to embark on their own path of intentional growth and self-creation. By acting like the person you want to become, you're not just transforming your own life, you're contributing to the transformation of the world around you. You're showing others what's possible. You're raising the collective consciousness one choice at a time. So keep going. Keep choosing to act like your ideal self, even when it's difficult. Keep aligning your thoughts, words, and actions with your highest vision. Keep nurturing your growth. Keep challenging your limits. Keep expanding your vision of what's possible. Remember that this journey is not about perfection, it's about progress. It's about consistently choosing to align with your highest self, even when you fall short, especially when you fall short. Because those moments of falling short are not failures. They are opportunities for growth, for learning, for recommitting to your path. Every time you make a choice aligned with your ideal self, you're strengthening those neural pathways in your brain. You're making it easier for your brain to choose that path again in the future. You're literally rewiring your brain to support your growth and transformation. Think about how you want to feel as your ideal self. What emotions do you want to experience more often? Joy, peace, confidence, love. Start cultivating those emotions now. Find reasons to feel them in your daily life. Practice generating them through your thoughts and actions. Remember, your ideal self isn't waiting for circumstances to make them feel a certain way. They're choosing to feel that way regardless of circumstances. As you continue on this journey, you might find that your relationships start to shift. Some people might be inspired by your growth and want to join you on the path. Others might feel threatened by your changes and try to pull you back to your old ways. This is normal. Not everyone will understand or support your journey of transformation. Stay true to your path. Surround yourself with people who support your growth, who inspire you to be your best self. Seek out mentors and role models who embody the qualities you aspire to. Learn from them, but remember your journey is unique. You're not trying to become them, you're becoming the highest version of yourself. Pay attention to the language you use, both when talking to others and in your internal dialogue. Are your words aligned with your ideal self? Are you speaking with confidence, with kindness, with purpose? Your words have power. They shape your reality. Choose them wisely. Take care of your physical self as well. Your body is the vehicle through which you experience life and express your ideal self. Nourish it with healthy food. Move it in ways that feel good. Give it the rest it needs. When you take care of your body, you create a strong foundation for your mental and emotional growth. Your ideal self is likely someone who is always learning, always growing. Cultivate a sense of wonder about the world. Ask questions, explore new ideas, try new things. Every new experience is an opportunity to discover more about yourself and the world. Practice gratitude. Your ideal self likely appreciates the abundance in their life, no matter what their circumstances. Start cultivating that appreciation now. Each day, find things to be grateful for. This practice will shift your focus from what's lacking to what's present, from what's wrong to what's right. Remember that becoming your ideal self is not about achieving some external measure of success. It's not about making more money, having a perfect body, or achieving fame. It's about aligning with your authentic self. It's about living in harmony with your values. It's about expressing your unique gifts in the world. As you continue to act like the person you want to become, you'll likely find that your definition of success shifts. You'll start to measure your worth not by what you have, but by who you are. You'll find fulfillment not in external achievements, but in the quality of your being, in the depth of your relationships, in the positive impact you have on others. Stay connected to your why. Why do you want to become this ideal version of yourself? What drives you? What inspires you? What impact do you want to have in the world? Let this purpose pull you forward, especially when the journey gets challenging. Every great person you admire once stood where you stand now. They weren't born great. They became great through their choices, their actions, their commitment to growth. They acted like the person they wanted to become until they became that person. You have that same power within you. Act like the person you want to become, not tomorrow, not when conditions are perfect, but right now in this moment. Make your next choice as your ideal self would. Speak your next words as your ideal self would. Move through your next interaction as your ideal self would. Do it. Consistently, persistently, with patience and compassion for yourself. Do it even when it's hard, even when you don't feel like it, even when others don't understand. Do it because you know that this is how you become the person you're meant to be. This is your life. This is your journey. This is your opportunity to create yourself anew, to step into your full potential, to become the person you've always known you could be. The world needs your light, your gift, your unique expression. By becoming your highest self, you inspire others to do the same. You contribute to the elevation of human consciousness. So step into your power. Embrace your potential. Act like the person you want to become. In doing so, become that person. The world is waiting for you to shine your light. It's time. You're ready. Let's continue this incredible journey of becoming. Remember, every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is an opportunity to realign with your highest self. Stay present, stay aware, stay committed to your vision. You are the author of your life story. Write it beautifully. Live it fully. Become the hero of your own journey. And as you walk this path, know that you're not alone. Countless others are on similar journeys of self-discovery and growth. We're all in this together, supporting each other, inspiring each other, lifting each other up. Your growth contributes to the growth of all, so keep going, keep growing, keep becoming. The best is yet to come. You are capable of more than you know. You have greatness within you. Let it shine. Let it guide you. Let it transform you into the person you're meant to be. Act like the person you want to become. Be that person. The world is waiting for you. Your time is now. Embrace it. Live it. Become it. Right now, somewhere in the world, someone's heart is breaking. Someone is sitting in a dimly lit room, tears streaming down their face, wondering why their relationship failed again. And in this moment of pure rawness, they are actually closer to their greatest breakthrough than they've ever been. You see, I've spent decades studying human behavior, neuroscience, and the quantum field, and I've noticed something remarkable. The times when we feel most alone are often the moments that set us up for our most profound transformations. Let me share something powerful with you. A story that changed everything I understood about relationships and human potential. Years ago, I worked with a brilliant scientist. She had 3 PhDs, ran a prestigious lab, and by all external measures was hugely successful. But she kept sabotaging herself, jumping from relationship to relationship, always seeking someone to complete her. One day, she realized she'd spent 15 years of her career making decisions based on where her partners wanted to live or what they thought she should do. Her groundbreaking research, her true passion, had taken a back seat to these relationships. Think about that for a moment. How many times have you dimmed your light to make someone else comfortable? How often have you put your dreams on hold because they didn't fit into someone else's plan? This isn't about being anti-relationship. It's about understanding a fundamental truth that most people miss. Here's the thing, your brain is literally programmed to seek connection. It's wired that way through millions of years of evolution. But in our modern world, this biological drive for connection often transforms into dependency. And dependency is the enemy of greatness. When you're dependent on others for your emotional stability, your sense of worth, or your direction in life, you're operating from your old programming, your old self. But what if I told you that the most powerful force for transformation in your life isn't finding the right relationship, it's developing the right relationship with yourself? What if the very thing you're seeking in others is actually diminishing your ability to access your full potential? This is where science meets personal development in a fascinating way. Research shows that when we're alone, specific parts of our brain associated with self-awareness and personal growth become more active. In solitude, we access neural pathways that are often suppressed in social situations. Instead of processing others' emotions and expectations, our brain can focus on deeper levels of self-discovery and creativity. So here's the fundamental question we need to ask ourselves. Are we using relationships as stepping stones to our evolution? Or are we using them as crutches to avoid our own growth? The universe doesn't make mistakes. If you're feeling alone right now, if you're questioning your relationships, you're not off track. You might be exactly where you need to be to begin the most important relationship of your life, the one with yourself. This is where your true power lies. This is where transformation begins. And this is what we're going to explore together. How walking alone can take you places that no relationship ever could. Let's talk about what's actually happening in your brain when you choose to walk alone. The science here is absolutely fascinating, and once you understand it, you'll never look at solitude the same way again. When you're constantly in relationships or social situations, your brain operates in what we call a reactive state. Your neurons are firing in familiar patterns, responding to other people's energy, emotions, and expectations. It's like your brain is running an old, comfortable program. But comfort isn't where transformation happens. Now, here's something remarkable that neuroscience has shown us. When you spend time alone, your brain's default mode network, what I call your imagination network, becomes incredibly active. This is the same network that Einstein used when he discovered relativity, that Tesla accessed when he envisioned alternating current. But most people never activate it because they're too busy responding to others. Let me share some concrete research with you. Studies of brain chemistry show that during periods of purposeful solitude, your brain increases production of BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Think of BDNF as a fertilizer for your neurons. It helps you grow new neural connections, literally rewiring your brain for independence and original thought. But here's the key. This process is often interrupted when we're constantly in relationship dynamics. Your nervous system tells an incredible story too. When you're always in relationships, your system stays in what we call social engagement mode. You're constantly reading faces, adjusting your behavior, managing others' emotions. Your autonomic nervous system is so busy processing external signals that it rarely gets to focus on internal growth. But in solitude, that's when something magical happens. Your nervous system shifts into a state of what scientists call productive restoration. Your heart rate variability improves, your stress hormones decrease, and most importantly, your brain starts forming new neural pathways that aren't dependent on external validation. Let me put this in practical terms. When you're making decisions in a group or in a relationship, your brain actually suppresses certain neural circuits associated with independent thinking and innovation. It's not doing this to hurt you, it's doing it to help you fit in, to maintain harmony. This is why so many people in relationships find themselves saying, "I don't even know who I am anymore." But when you make decisions alone, your prefrontal cortex, the executive center of your brain, connects with deeper limbic regions in a unique way. You're not just thinking thoughts, you're feeling your truth. You're not just processing information, you're accessing your intuition. This is what I call whole brain thinking, and it's nearly impossible to achieve when your neural networks are busy processing relationship dynamics. Here's where it gets really interesting. Every time you choose to walk alone, to make decisions independently, you're not just making a choice, you're building new neural architecture. You're literally creating new pathways in your brain that make independence feel more natural, more comfortable. This is neuroplasticity in action. The research on decision-making is particularly compelling. Studies show that decisions made in solitude are often more aligned with our true values than decisions made under social influence. When you're alone, your brain activates regions associated with self-referential thinking. You're more likely to ask, "What do I really want?" instead of, "What will others think?" But there's a catch. Most people never experience these benefits because they're afraid of solitude. They interpret the initial discomfort of being alone as a sign that something's wrong. But that discomfort is actually your nervous system recalibrating your brain, creating new neural networks. It's not a sign to retreat, it's a sign of growth. Think about this. Every great innovator, every transformative figure in history had to step away from the crowd to access their greatest insights. They had to be willing to walk alone, not because they were antisocial, but because they understood that certain types of neural reorganization can only happen in solitude. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on your experiences. When you choose solitude, you're not just getting away from others. You're literally building the neural architecture of independence. You're creating new pathways that make it easier to access your authentic self, to make decisions aligned with your true purpose, to think thoughts that have never been thought before. This isn't just theory, this is hardcore neuroscience. And once you understand it, you begin to see that walking alone isn't just an option. It's a biological imperative for anyone who wants to transcend their current level of evolution. From the moment you're born, society starts programming you with a powerful message: you need someone else to be complete. It's in every fairy tale, every romantic movie, every love song on the radio. Find your other half, they say. Find your soulmate. But let me tell you something that might shake everything you believe about relationships. This programming runs so deep that it's become part of your survival mind. You've been conditioned to believe that being alone means something's wrong with you. The moment you're single, everyone starts asking, when are you going to find someone? As if your value as a human being is somehow tied to your relationship status. Here's what nobody tells you. This isn't social conditioning. It's actually a biological program running in your nervous system. Your brain is hardwired to seek connection because thousands of years ago, being part of a group meant survival. But we're not living in caves anymore, are we? We're not running from predators. We're trying to evolve, to transcend, to become supernatural beings. Let me share something profound with you. Every time you feel that anxiety about being alone, that's not your truth speaking. That's your ancestral programming. That's your old self running an outdated program that says safety equals survival. But what if the very thing your biology fears is exactly what your spirit needs to evolve? Think about it. How many times have you stayed in a relationship that wasn't serving you because the thought of being alone was scarier than the thought of being unfulfilled? How many times have you compromised your dreams because your partner's fears became your limitations? This is what happens when relationships become emotional crutches. I've seen it countless times in my workshops. People who are brilliant, capable, and gifted, using relationships as a way to avoid their own greatness. They're so busy managing their partner's emotions that they never learn to manage their own. They're so focused on maintaining connection that they forget about their own evolution. But here's where it gets interesting. The moment you start breaking these patterns, something remarkable happens in your energy field. When you stop reaching outside yourself for completion, when you stop using relationships as a buffer against your own growth, you start accessing parts of yourself that have been dormant for years. This isn't about becoming a hermit or rejecting human connection. It's about breaking the pattern of emotional dependency that's been programmed into your nervous system. It's about understanding that true spiritual growth often requires periods of conscious solitude. You see, when you're constantly in relationship dynamics, you're usually operating from your known self, your personality, your habits, your patterns. But spiritual evolution requires you to step into the unknown, to become comfortable with uncertainty. And this is incredibly difficult to do when you're emotionally tethered to someone else's reality. The power of breaking these familiar patterns lies in what happens next. When you stop using relationships as emotional crutches, you start developing spiritual muscles you didn't even know you had. You learn to sit with discomfort without needing someone else to make it better. You learn to validate yourself without requiring external approval. You learn to love yourself without needing someone else to show you how. This is true liberation. This is what it means to break free from the matrix of social conditioning. Because once you understand that completeness is your natural state, that you don't need anyone else to feel whole, you stop attracting relationships based on need and start creating connections based on choice. And that's when everything changes. That's when you start walking the path of your true spiritual evolution, unencumbered by the weight of cultural programming and biological fears. Here's where we venture into the extraordinary realms of quantum physics and consciousness. When you begin to understand the quantum field, you start to see why walking alone isn't just a personal choice. It's a powerful tool for creating reality itself. There's something remarkable called coherence. It's when particles align and move in perfect synchronization. Your thoughts work the same way. When you're alone, truly alone with your thoughts, you can achieve what I call single-pointed consciousness, a state where all your mental energy moves in one direction, undiluted by others' thoughts and expectations. Think about water for a moment. When water flows in one direction, it has incredible power. It can cut through rock-shaped landscapes. But when it's scattered in multiple directions, it loses its force. Your consciousness works exactly the same way. When you're constantly in relationships, your energy often becomes scattered. You're thinking about what they're thinking, feeling what they're feeling, worrying about their worries. Your consciousness becomes like scattered water, losing its power to create change. Let me share something profound about the quantum field. In quantum physics, we know that the observer affects the observed. The mere act of placing your attention on something changes its behavior at the subatomic level. Now think about what happens in relationships. How often is your observation of possibilities clouded by someone else's perception? How often do you miss opportunities because you're viewing reality through the lens of another person's limitations? When you walk alone, something extraordinary happens in the quantum field. You become what quantum physicists call a pure observer. Your consciousness isn't entangled with anyone else's expectations or fears. This is crucial because in the quantum field, expectations shape reality. When your expectations are purely your own, unclouded by others' doubts or limitations, you become a more powerful creator. Here's where it gets really interesting. In quantum physics, there's something called the zero-point field, a field of pure potential where anything is possible. It's like a cosmic canvas waiting for the observer to collapse waves of possibility into particles of reality. But here's the key. Accessing this field requires a level of coherence in your consciousness that's very difficult to achieve when your energy is entangled with others. Let me give you a practical example. Have you ever had a brilliant idea, felt absolutely certain about it, until you shared it with someone and their doubt made you question everything? That's not just a psychological process, it's actually a quantum phenomenon. Their observation literally interfered with the quantum field of possibilities you were creating. When you walk alone, you maintain what quantum physicists call quantum coherence in your thought patterns. Your intentions stay pure, your vision stays clear, and most importantly, your energy stays focused. You're not constantly having to adjust your frequency to match someone else's vibration. Think about the double-slit experiment in quantum physics. When we observe an electron, it behaves differently than when it's not being observed. Your dreams, your goals, your potential, they all exist in a state of quantum superposition containing all possibilities. But the moment you allow others to observe and judge these possibilities, you're forcing them to collapse into more limited forms. This is why so many great innovators and creators throughout history had to step away from the crowd. They intuitively understood that to access new possibilities in the quantum field, they needed to maintain their own quantum coherence. They needed to be free from the observational interference of others' doubts and fears. When you're alone, truly alone with your intentions, you're able to hold what quantum physicists call a coherent state for longer periods. This coherent state is like a laser beam of consciousness cutting through the static of collective consciousness and accessing pure potential in the quantum field. But here's the most powerful part. When you learn to create from this place of coherent solitude, you're not just manifesting from your personal power, you're tapping into the infinite potential of the quantum field itself. You're no longer creating from need, lack, or dependency. You're creating from wholeness, from completeness, from what quantum physicists call the unified field. So this is why walking alone isn't just about personal independence. It's about becoming a more powerful creator in the quantum field. Because when you can maintain your quantum coherence, when you can observe possibilities without the interference of others' limited perceptions, you become what I call a quantum creator, someone who can collapse waves of infinite possibility into tangible reality through the power of their own coherent consciousness. Let me share something powerful with you about rewiring your brain for independence. This isn't just about being alone, it's about fundamentally changing your nervous system's response to solitude. And I've got a specific process that can transform your relationship with yourself forever. First, let's talk about what's really happening in your brain when you're emotionally addicted to others. Every time you seek validation from someone else, your brain releases a cocktail of chemicals: dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. You become addicted to these chemicals. You've trained your brain to associate worth with external approval. But here's the revolutionary part. You can create these same chemicals internally through specific meditation techniques. Start with this practice. Sit alone for 20 minutes each morning. Place your attention on your heart center. Now, instead of thinking about someone else loving you, generate the feeling of love from within. Feel it expanding in your chest. Your brain can't tell the difference between love you're receiving and love you're generating. You're literally rewiring your neural circuits to produce these emotions independently. This is where most people get stuck. They try to meditate, but their mind keeps wandering to relationships, to what others think of them. And that's your old programming fighting to survive. Every time you bring your attention back to self-generated emotions, you're building new neural pathways. You're teaching your brain that you don't need external triggers to feel complete. Here's a crucial understanding about breaking emotional addiction. Your brain has been conditioned to associate certain emotions with external situations or people. But in reality, every chemical, every emotion you've ever felt was produced by your own body. You've always been the source. Other people were just the triggers. I've developed a specific technique for building internal validation systems. Start by writing down every complex, every piece of validation you're seeking from others. Now here's the powerful part. Spend time each day giving yourself exactly that validation. If you're seeking approval for your work, approve of yourself. If you're seeking acknowledgement of your growth, acknowledge yourself. You're not just saying words, you're literally rewiring your brain's reward circuits. Creating new thought patterns independently requires what I call mental rehearsal. When you face a challenge, instead of reaching for the phone to call someone, sit with it. Feel the discomfort. Watch your old patterns trying to pull you back to dependency. Every time you solve a problem alone, you're building new neural architecture for independence. Let me give you a specific practice. Every night before sleep, review your day. Find 3 moments when you wanted to seek external validation but chose to validate yourself instead. Feel the pride, the self-reliance in those moments. You're programming your brain to associate pleasure with independence rather than dependency. This rewiring process isn't just psychological, it's physiological. Every time you choose solitude over dependency, you're changing your brain's chemistry. You're creating new synaptic connections that make independence feel natural, comfortable, even pleasurable. Remember, your brain is perfectly designed to support you in solitude. It's just been programmed for dependency. Through consistent practice, through conscious choice, you can rewire it for solo success. You can build an internal validation system so powerful that external approval becomes unnecessary. This is what true freedom looks like, not the absence of relationships, but the presence of complete self-sufficiency. When you reach this state, relationships become choices rather than necessities. You're no longer seeking to fill a void. You're choosing to share your completeness. Your brain is changing right now just by considering these ideas. Every new thought is creating new neural pathways. The question is, will you continue walking this path of rewiring for independence, or will you let your old programming pull you back to dependency? Let's talk about something remarkable that happens when you truly understand the higher purpose of solitude. Throughout human evolution, it's been the independent thinkers, the ones who dare to step away from the tribe, who've driven our species forward. This isn't just about being alone. It's about accessing a level of consciousness that's only available in solitude. Think about Nikola Tesla for a moment. He would walk for hours alone in the park, visualizing his inventions in perfect detail before ever touching a tool. His greatest breakthroughs came not in the laboratory, but in the moments of complete solitude. Einstein developed the theory of relativity while working as a patent clerk, often spending hours alone with just his thoughts. These weren't just coincidences. They were tapping into something fundamental about human consciousness. When you're alone, your brain operates in a different frequency. The constant background noise of social interaction falls away, and you can access what I call the evolutionary edge of human consciousness. This is where true innovation happens. This is where you can hear the whispers of universal consciousness. Marie Curie worked alone in her laboratory for years, facing ridicule and rejection, but she discovered radioactivity because she was willing to walk a solitary path. Leonardo da Vinci spent countless hours in solitude observing nature, making connections that others missed because they were too busy conforming to group thinking. Here's what's fascinating about creativity and solitude. They're not just casually related, they're neurologically linked. When you're alone, your default mode network becomes highly active. This is the same network that's associated with imagination, with creativity, with connecting seemingly unrelated ideas. But this network often gets suppressed in social situations because your brain is too busy processing social cues. Consider the great mystics and spiritual teachers throughout history. Buddha didn't find enlightenment in a crowd. He found it sitting alone under the Bodhi tree. Jesus went into the desert alone for 40 days. Muhammad received his revelations in solitude. These weren't just spiritual practices. They were tapping into the profound relationship between solitude and expanded consciousness. When you're truly alone, something extraordinary happens to your consciousness. You stop being a local processor of information and become a receiver for universal consciousness. It's like tuning a radio. When there's too much static, too much social noise, you can't pick up the subtle frequencies of universal wisdom. The most powerful part of this understanding is that evolution itself seems to favor the independent thinker. Look at any major leap in human consciousness. It always started with someone willing to break away from conventional thinking, someone willing to be alone with their insights until they've fully developed. Your nervous system knows this at a deep level. That's why solitude can feel both frightening and exhilarating. It's frightening to your old brain, your tribal brain, but it's exhilarating to your evolving consciousness. Every time you choose solitude, you're not just choosing to be alone. You're choosing to participate in the evolution of human consciousness. Think about the great artists who changed how we see the world: Van Gogh, Frida Kahlo, Georgia O'Keeffe. They all had periods of profound solitude where they developed a unique vision. They understood that to create something truly new, you have to be willing to step outside the collective consciousness. This is the higher purpose of solitude. It's not about isolation, it's about elevation. When you're alone, you can rise above the collective field of consciousness that keeps most people stuck in old patterns. You can access what quantum physics calls non-local consciousness awareness that transcends space and time. Remember this, every great leap in human understanding, every profound innovation, every spiritual breakthrough came through someone who was willing to walk alone, not because they were antisocial, but because they understood that certain frequencies of consciousness are only accessible in solitude. This is your evolutionary advantage. This is your path to accessing universal consciousness. This is why walking alone will take you further than any relationship. Because in true solitude, you're not really alone at all. You're connected to everything. Your bank account is lying to you. Your relationships are lying to you. Your entire reality is lying to you because what you're seeing right now isn't the truth. It's just the residue of who you used to be. And right now, as we enter 2025, something unprecedented is happening in the quantum field. While millions of people are setting the same old resolutions, making the same old plans, living by the same old emotions, there's a select group of individuals who are tapping into frequencies of transformation that most people can't even perceive. They're not just changing their lives, they're literally altering the fabric of reality itself. And today, I'm going to show you exactly how they're doing it. Right now, at this precise moment, 95% of humanity is missing something extraordinary. They're walking into 2025 operating from the same programs, the same emotional patterns, the same neural networks they've been running their entire lives. But you're different. You're here because something inside you knows there's more. Your brain, this incredible quantum computer you carry in your skull, is literally designed for transformation. Let me share something fascinating from our latest research. When we studied people in our advanced workshops using brain mapping technology, we discovered that in just 4 days of applying these principles, their brains created new neural connections equivalent to what typically takes years of experience, years compressed into days. This is measurable, demonstrable change at the cellular level. 2025 isn't just another year. The energy, the field, the quantum possibilities available right now are unprecedented. Think about this. Every morning, most people wake up, check their phones, worry about their problems, and rehearse the same emotions of their past. They're literally programming their cells, their genes, their future to be identical to their past. But you can make a different choice right here, right now. Your brain is changing every single second. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel is restructuring your neural architecture. So most people wait for something in their outer world to change before they'll change their inner world. But that's the old model. That's living by cause and effect. The new science, the new understanding shows us we can cause and effect. We can change our inner world first and then watch our outer world reorganize itself to match that new internal state. Are you ready to understand how to do this? Because what I'm about to share will fundamentally alter how you create your reality in 2025. Look around you. The average person is living their life on autopilot. They're running the same programs day after day, thinking the same thoughts, approximately 600 to 700 thoughts a day. And here's the kicker. Research shows that 90% of those thoughts are identical to the thoughts they had the day before. They're literally installing the same software every single day. But it gets more interesting. When you think the same thoughts, you're going to feel the same emotions. When you feel the same emotions, you're going to make the same choices. Same choices, same behaviors, same experiences, same emotions. It's a biological feedback loop. Your body can't tell the difference between the experience that's creating the emotion and the emotion that you're creating by thought alone. To your body, they're exactly the same. Let me explain what's happening in your biology. Every time you have a thought, you make a chemical. Those thoughts activate circuits in your brain, and your brain releases specific chemicals called neuropeptides. These chemicals signal genes to make proteins that create your current emotional state. So when you think anxious thoughts, when you think worried thoughts, when you think thoughts of lack, separation, or competition, your body is being bathed in the same chemicals over and over. And here's where it gets crucial. Your body, this magnificent creation, starts to become addicted to those chemicals, just like a drug addict needs their next fix. Your body begins to crave those familiar emotions, even if they're emotions of stress, anxiety, or fear. This is why change is so hard for most people. They're literally fighting against their own biochemistry. Those survival emotions, fear, anger, anxiety, stress, are shutting down your frontal lobe. They're activating your emergency response systems. When you're living in survival mode, you're using up all your vital energy just trying to survive your emotions. There's no energy left for creation, for growth, for transformation. You're too busy trying to predict every worst-case scenario to protect yourself from possible danger or pain. This is exactly why most people stay stuck. They're waiting to feel different before they make a change. They're waiting until they have enough time, enough money, enough knowledge, enough whatever. But here's the truth, those conditions will never come as long as you're running the same neural programs, because your brain is literally wired to create more of what you've already experienced. The quantum field responds to who you're being, not who you've been. But as long as you're being the same person, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, making the same choices, you're signaling the quantum field to give you more of what you already have. Your external world will always be a reflection of your internal world. It has to be. That's the law of physics. That's how reality works. But here's the good news, and this is where everything starts to change. Once you understand this process, you can begin to reverse it. You can start to break free from those emotional addictions, rewire those neural patterns, and create an entirely new reality. Your brain processes 400 billion bits of information every second, but you're only consciously aware of about 2,000 of those bits. Think about that. The most sophisticated supercomputer we've ever built can't match what your brain does automatically every single second of every single day. But here's what's even more fascinating. Your brain is not just processing information, it's creating your reality. Let me share some extraordinary findings from our latest research. When we studied people in coherent brain states during our advanced workshops, we found something remarkable. Their brains were literally reorganizing themselves in real time. We saw new neural networks forming within hours, not years. The old scientific model told us the brain was fixed, hardwired, unchangeable. But that model is obsolete. The truth is your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on your thoughts, your feelings, and most importantly, your level of awareness. Every time you learn something new, you're making new synaptic connections. Every time you have a new experience, you're creating new neural networks. But here's the key, and this is where most people miss it: you don't need a physical experience to create these changes. Your brain cannot tell the difference between what's happening in your outer world and what you're vividly imagining in your inner world. When you close your eyes and mentally rehearse an experience with emotional intensity, your brain and body don't know if it's real or imagined. They respond as if it's actually happening. We've measured this. We've seen participants in our workshops create the same neural firing patterns while mentally rehearsing an experience as when they're physically doing it. Now let's talk about the quantum field. In quantum physics, there's something called the observer effect. It means that the mere act of observing a particle changes its behavior. Your consciousness, your attention, literally affects the behavior of atoms and subatomic particles. You are not separate from the field, you are the field. Your thoughts, your emotions, your consciousness are all energy that interacts with this infinite field of possibilities. When you combine this understanding with the latest neuroscience, something extraordinary happens. We now know that your brain is transmitting and receiving information from this quantum field all the time. Those 400 billion bits of information your brain processes every second. They're not just coming from your physical senses, they're coming from the field itself. This is why two people can look at the exact same situation and see completely different things. Their brains are literally filtering reality through different neural networks, different emotional states, different levels of consciousness. Your brain is creating your reality based on what you've programmed it to look for, what you've trained it to expect. But here's where it gets really exciting. Just as your brain filters reality, it can also create reality. When you change your brainwaves from beta to alpha to theta, you're literally changing your relationship with the quantum field. In beta, you're in survival mode, processing through your senses. But in alpha and theta, you're in creation mode. You're accessing information directly from the field. This is not mystical thinking, this is hardcore science. We've measured it. We've documented it. We've seen people heal themselves of chronic conditions, transform long-standing emotional patterns, and create extraordinary new possibilities in their lives by understanding and applying these principles. Your brain and body are not separate systems. They're part of an incredible quantum network that extends far beyond your physical form. When you understand this connection, when you learn to work with it consciously, you literally become supernatural. You move beyond the limitations of your personal past and plug directly into the infinite potential of the quantum field. Your personality creates your personal reality. Let me say that again because this is crucial. Your personality, your thoughts, your feelings, your behaviors is literally creating your personal reality. Most people try to change their lives without changing themselves. They want different results, but they keep running the same programs. That's like trying to download new software while running the old operating system. It simply won't work. And let's talk about pattern interruption. Here's what happens in your brain when you do the same things every day. You strengthen the neural networks associated with those behaviors. It's like walking the same path through a field of grass. Eventually, you create a clear trail. To change, you need to step off that familiar path. You need to become aware of your automatic programs and consciously choose different responses. When you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you do? Most people immediately check their phones, immediately plug back into their familiar reality. They're literally programming their brains to stay in the same patterns. But what if, instead of reaching for your phone, you sat up and asked yourself, What is the greatest ideal of myself I can be today? That simple pattern interruption begins to create new neural networks. The biology of change is fascinating. Every time you interrupt an old pattern and choose a new response, you're not just making a mental decision, you're creating biological change. Your brain releases different neurotransmitters. Your genes express themselves differently. Your immune system functions differently. Change isn't just psychological, it's biological. We've seen this in our research. When people interrupt their old patterns and maintain new emotional states, their bodies literally begin to change at a cellular level. Their immune system gets stronger, their heart coherence improves, and their brainwaves organize into more coherent patterns. This isn't theory, this is measurable biological transformation. Let's talk about rewiring neural pathways. Your brain has a feature called neuroplasticity. It can form new neural connections at any age. But here's the key, you have to give it the right conditions. You can't create new neural pathways while running your old emotional programs. You need to create a new emotional state and sustain it. This is why meditation is so powerful. When you sit still and become aware of your automatic thoughts and feelings, you're no longer being controlled by them. You're stepping out of the program. You're creating space for new neural networks to form. And this is crucial, you can't just sit there and try not to think about your problems. You have to replace those old thoughts with new ones. Think about this. Every time you have a thought, you're either reinforcing an existing neural pathway or creating a new one. Every time you feel an emotion, you're either strengthening an old pattern or establishing a new one. You're always rewiring your brain. The question is, are you doing it consciously or unconsciously? Most people try to create change through willpower, but willpower is a conscious function of your brain and it gets tired. Real change happens when you create new unconscious programs, when you rewire your brain at such a fundamental level that the new patterns become automatic. This is why we combine knowledge with experience in our work. Knowledge without experience is philosophy. Experience without knowledge is ignorance. But when you combine the two, when you understand the science and apply it practically in your life, that's when true transformation occurs. That's when you literally break the habit of being yourself and step into a new possibility of being. The moment you open your eyes each morning is your first opportunity to create change. Instead of jumping into your routine, take 45 minutes to install new neurological hardware. This is when your brainwaves are naturally shifting from theta to alpha to beta. It's the perfect time to program new patterns. Start by sitting up straight with your eyes closed. Focus your attention on your energy centers beginning at the base of your spine. This first center is about survival, about security. Did you know that every morning you wake up is a new opportunity to create your day? It's a fresh start to design the experience you want to have. Yet so often we find ourselves letting external circumstances dictate our state of being. We allow the traffic, the weather, other people's moods, or any number of seemingly small things to bother us and throw us off balance. But what if I told you that you have the power to take back control? What if you could learn to act as if nothing bothers you, no matter what life throws your way? Sounds impossible, right? Well, let me break it down for you. We're all familiar with the age-old phrase, don't sweat the small stuff, but you see, from the mind's perspective, there is no small stuff or big stuff. It's all just stuff. It's all input, and you can choose how you're going to perceive and respond to that input. Think about it like this. Let's say you're driving to work and someone cuts you off in traffic. You instantly feel that surge of anger and frustration. Your heart rate increases, you might yell some choice words, and you're thrown into a foul mood for the rest of your commute and even after arriving at the office. But here's the thing. In that moment when the person cut you off, nothing actually happened to you. No physical harm came to you, you didn't get into an accident or suffer any tangible consequences. It was a mere event that your mind perceived as a threat or an offense. Now, I'm not saying it's okay for people to drive recklessly or cut others off, but I am saying that you have a choice in how you're going to respond to that event. You can let it ruin your entire day, or you can learn to act as if it doesn't bother you at all. You see, when something happens that we perceive as unpleasant or bothersome, there's a chemical release that takes place in the body. We go into a fight or flight response, our emotions take over, and all logical reasoning goes out the window. But what if you could interrupt that process? What if at the moment you start to feel that emotional charge, you could consciously choose to short-circuit that response? It's not always easy, but with practice you can train your mind and body to remain calm and centered, no matter what comes your way. Acting as if nothing bothers you means developing what I call ultimate life force traits. It means stepping into your personal power and reminding yourself that you are the creator of your reality, not the victim of circumstances. One of those ultimate life force traits is imperturbability, the ability to remain calm, poised, and unflustered in the face of any situation. It's the opposite of being easily disturbed or upset. It means knowing that you have the inner strength to weather any storm without losing your center. Another key trait is unflappability, not easily ruffled or thrown off balance. When you're unflappable, you move through life with grace and ease, not allowing external events to ruffle your feathers or shake your composure. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Yeah, that all sounds great in theory, but how do I actually put this into practice? Well, my friends, it starts with awareness. You have to become hyper-aware of your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations in any given moment. When you feel that initial twinge of annoyance or anger brewing, recognize it for what it is, just an impulse signal from your brain. At that point, you have a choice. You can latch onto that feeling and let it consume you, or you can consciously interrupt the pattern. Take a deep breath, feel your feet grounding into the earth, and remind yourself, I am not going to let this bother me. I am in control of my state of being. It's like hitting the reset button in your mind and body. You're choosing to stay centered, poised, and unflustered, no matter what's happening around you. And let me tell you, when you start acting as if nothing can bother you, it's incredibly empowering. You'll find that you move through life with a newfound sense of ease and lightness. Things that used to set you off will barely even register. You'll stop sweating the small stuff because you'll realize that it's all small stuff in the grand scheme of things. And here's the real kicker. When you start embodying these ultimate life force traits of imperturbability and unflappability, you'll notice that your external reality starts to shift. The situations and people that used to bother you will have less and less of an effect. It's like you're operating on a whole different frequency, one of inner peace and centeredness. So how do you get to that place? Well, my friends, it takes practice. Lots and lots of practice. But stick with me because the payoff is so worth it. So start by catching yourself throughout the day. Whenever you feel that emotional charge rising, maybe someone says something that rubs you the wrong way, or you spill your coffee, or you hit every red light on your commute, whatever it is, pause for a moment and simply observe the feeling without judging it or latching onto it. Breathe deeply and remind yourself, I am not going to let this bother me. I am in control of my state of being. Say it out loud if you need to. Let those words become your mantra, your anchor back to a state of calm and ease. At first, it might feel a bit forced or unnatural. That's okay. Anything worth having takes time and practice. But as you continue to make this a habit, you'll find that it gets easier and easier to act as if nothing bothers you. Eventually, it will become second nature. And as you start to embody these traits of imperturbability and unflappability, you'll notice that your entire life starts to transform. Situations that used to cause you immense stress and anxiety will barely even register. You'll move through your days with a sense of lightness and ease that you never thought possible. Of course, there will still be challenges and difficult moments, that's just part of life, but you'll find that you're able to navigate them with far more grace and resilience than ever before. You'll be able to maintain your center no matter what storms come your way. So my friends, I invite you to make a commitment to yourself today. Commit to learning how to act as if nothing bothers you. Commit to developing those ultimate life force traits of imperturbability and unflappability. It won't happen overnight, but with consistent practice and commitment, you'll find that you're able to move through life with a newfound sense of freedom, ease, and inner peace. And let me leave you with this. When you learn to act as if nothing bothers you, you'll not only transform your own experience of life, but you'll become a beacon of inspiration for those around you. Your calm, centered presence will be a light that others are drawn to, a reminder that true peace and empowerment come from within. So, are you ready to take back control of your state of being? Are you ready to step into your ultimate life force and learn to act as if nothing bothers you? If so, then let's get started. The journey begins today in this very moment, and I promise you, the rewards will be greater than you can even imagine. One of the biggest obstacles we face on this journey is our tendency to get caught up in the narrative of the situation. Our minds start spinning stories about why something is unfair, unjust, or just plain bothersome. But those stories only serve to amplify the emotional charge and make it even harder to stay centered. The key is to recognize that the stories are not real. They're just interpretations created by the mind. When you can separate yourself from the narrative and simply observe what is happening without all the extra mental commentary, it becomes much easier to respond from a place of calm clarity, rather than reactivity. For example, let's go back to that scenario of someone cutting you off in traffic. Your mind might immediately start telling you stories like, that person is so rude and inconsiderate. Don't they know how to drive properly? This is going to make me late now. And with each thought, you get more and more amped up emotionally. But if you can catch yourself and simply state the facts without embellishment, someone merged into my lane, it neutralizes the situation. You don't have to make it into a big drama about you or assign negative intentions. It's just something that happened, plain and simple. From that place of objectivity, it's much easier to act as if it doesn't bother you. The other powerful practice is to reframe negative situations as opportunities for growth. When something happens that would normally push your buttons, you can choose to view it as a chance to exercise your imperturbability and unflappability muscles. It's like spiritual weightlifting for your equanimity. So instead of saying, "Oh, not this again," when faced with a trying circumstance, you can think to yourself, "Excellent, here's my opportunity to practice acting as if this doesn't bother me at all." Approach it with genuine curiosity and excitement about putting your skills to the test. With this mindset shift, you'll find that challenging situations no longer trigger the same knee-jerk emotional responses. You'll be able to respond from a place of consciousness rather than just unconscious reaction. And each time you're able to stay unflappable, it strengthens those neural pathways and makes it easier the next time. Speaking of neural pathways, understand that when you're actively working to change deep-seated patterns and habits, you're quite literally rewiring your brain. Those old neural connections that used to fire up anger, resentment, or irritation don't have to remain fixed. You can forge new pathways of equanimity through repetition of new thought and behavior patterns. It takes consistent practice, but just think about how freeing it would be to no longer be hostage to your knee-jerk emotional responses, to be able to navigate through life's inevitable ups and downs with grace, poise, and an inner calm that is truly unshakable. That is the gift of acting as if nothing bothers you. And as you embody this way of being more and more, it will extend into all areas of your life, not just in response to external circumstances, but also in how you relate to your own internal storms of thoughts and emotions. You'll find it easier to let things go, to forgive, to release resentments and grudges. Everything just becomes lighter and more fluid. Ultimately, learning to act as if nothing bothers you is about taking radical responsibility for your state of being. It's realizing that you are not a victim of circumstances, but the creator of your reality through the energy and vibration you emit. When you interact with the world from a place of centeredness and inner calm, you naturally attract more of that reflected back. The situations and people that used to push your buttons will seem to miraculously fade away because you've risen to a higher level of consciousness that doesn't feed into that old cyclical energy anymore. So I invite you to embrace this practice wholeheartedly. Approach it with patience, commitment, and even a spirit of playfulness. See everything that life puts in front of you as an opportunity to stretch and strengthen those imperturbability muscles. And keep reminding yourself that you are the one with the power to choose your state in any given moment. The journey isn't always easy, but let me assure you it is worthwhile, because on the other side is a life of freedom, empowerment, and deep inner peace that is truly priceless. So let's get started, shall we? The path to becoming unflappable in the face of anything begins right here, right now. One of the core principles we need to embrace is the understanding that nothing that happens to us is inherently good or bad. Those are just labels and judgments we assign based on our conditioning. The core events are neutral. It's our perception and inner response that charges them with meaning and emotional weight. Think about a child-proof safety lid on a bottle of medication. To a child, that lid is just a frustrating obstacle preventing them from getting what they want. But to a parent, that same lid is a vital protection keeping their child safe from potential harm. Same lid, completely different perception based on context and programming. When we can step back and recognize that events in themselves are neutral, it becomes easier to act as if they don't bother us. Because the truth is, from a higher vantage point, they actually don't. It's only when we get wrapped up in our personal narratives and emotional triggers that things start to bother us. Now, I'm not suggesting we become emotionally numb or disconnect from our humanity. Emotions are a natural part of the human experience, but we can learn to relate to them in a different way, as temporary guests rather than sticky, long-term residents taking up space in our psyche. The next time a situation arises that would normally push your buttons, try this. Instead of rejecting the emotion or struggling against it, simply open your awareness to receive it. Almost like you're observing a cloud passing through the sky. Don't latch onto the story behind it. Just feel the pure energetic sensation in your body as it arises, peaks, and ultimately dissipates. You might notice tightness in your chest or belly as anger moves through, or perhaps a flushed, heated sensation with annoyance. Rather than avoiding or suppressing these feelings, just open yourself up and consciously experience them. But don't fuel them with mental proliferation, like watching a wave rise up and then pull back into the ocean. See, with this curiosity and open acceptance, you'll find that emotions have far less charge and gravitational pull. They lose their stickiness. You create space for them to move through you rather than becoming enveloped and overwhelmed by them. This is key for being able to act as if nothing bothers you. External circumstances don't bother you because here's the core truth. Nothing outside of you can actually bother you unless you give it permission to do so. From the inside, those triggers only have power because we've given them power over decades of patterning. But in this moment, you can make the conscious choice to withdraw that power, to no longer engage with those old conditioned reactions. It all comes back to realizing that the locus of control is within you, not in external people or circumstances. As you get more practiced at this inner work of separating your sense of self from external conditions, you'll likely notice two things. First, you'll find yourself getting bothered by fewer and fewer things in your daily life. Those situations that used to set you off like a rocket will feel more like gentle nudges that you can easily release. And second, on those occasions when you do get momentarily ruffled or knocked off center, you'll bounce back to your default mode of imperturbability much more quickly. The charge won't linger and start to bleed into other areas. You'll be able to re-enter yourself rapidly and stay in a state of steady, conscious calm. This all points to one of the greatest benefits of cultivating this way of being. You'll conserve massive amounts of vital energy that used to get frittered away on negativity, stress, and reactivity. Just imagine what you could do, create an experience in life when you're no longer leaking life force needlessly. You'll have so much more presence, clarity, and personal power available to focus on what really matters to you. Your relationships will transform as you show up as a grounded, non-reactive anchor. You'll make decisions from a place of discernment rather than being swayed by every passing emotional impulse. In many ancient wisdom traditions, the highest achievement a human being could attain was considered to be the state of utter imperturbability. To remain poised, unwavering, and soul-steady in the face of any circumstance, whether poverty or wealth, loss or gain, pleasure or pain. The sages knew that in such a state of imperturbable realization, we become architects of our reality rather than victims of happenstance. We live as conscious creators, unflustered by the ups and downs that ruffle the feathers of those still bound to reaction and lack of self-mastery. Of course, such heights of self-actualization are a journey of committed practice over many lifetimes. But the beautiful thing is we can start walking that path today in this very moment, simply by setting the intention to act as if nothing bothers us. With that intention firmly rooted, every issue or challenge that arises becomes an opportunity to stretch and strengthen our imperturbability muscles a little more. We get to practice the art of staying unwavering amidst any storm, and each time we do, we fortify those neural pathways of calm and reinforce new patterns for the mind and body. Eventually, being imperturbable and acting as if nothing bothers you will become your natural embodied state of being, not something you have to work at, but how you simply experience yourself moving through life, poised, grounded, and soul-centered. From that bedrock of realized equanimity, your actions, choices, and creations will flow with harmony, wisdom, and grace. So keep training, keep practicing, keep recommitting to the intention every day. Celebrate your successes, have compassion for yourself on the days that are more challenging, but never give up on your ability to master acting as if nothing bothers you. Because in doing so, you'll be doing more than just learning to ride the waves of life's ups and downs with skill. You'll be undertaking the supreme spiritual work of reclaiming your divine birthright as an empowered, sovereign creator being, and that is the grandest journey any of us can undertake in this human experience. So let's walk that path together, shall we? A life of profound freedom and unwavering inner peace awaits. At the heart of it is the understanding that we are not our thoughts, emotions, or external circumstances. We are the conscious awareness beholding all of those transient phenomena. The thoughts will arise and pass away, the emotions will ebb and flow, situations will constantly be changing around us, but our true nature remains unchanged, a field of pure potentiality, unbothered by the dance of impermanence. But when we're able to firmly anchor ourselves in that realization of our deepest, most fundamental self, the world around us takes on a different hue. The challenges, frustrations, disappointments, and grievances that used to trigger us and bother us no longer have the same weight or gravitational pull, because we recognize that all of those experiences are just temporary guests in the infinite expanse of our being. They come, we witness them with open curiosity and acceptance, and eventually they go like clouds passing through a wide open sky. Our unshakable essence remains untroubled and serene. This isn't a bypass or spiritual bypassing of authentic human feeling and experience. It's not about becoming numb or checked out from the richness of life. Quite the opposite, in fact. By no longer unconsciously resisting or attaching to the changing phenomena around us, we open ourselves to experiencing everything with a freshness, vividness, and depth that's simply not possible when we're chained to our reactive patterns. Think of a time when you laughed until you cried, or felt waves of soul-stirring gratitude, or gazed at a newborn baby with joyful awe. In those moments, were you concerned about what someone said that upset you earlier? Or distracted by that rude driver who cut you off? Of course not. You were fully immersed and absorbed in the beautiful energy and truth of that present moment experience. That is the essence of acting as if nothing bothers you, not a hardening or shutting off. but an opening, a radical availability to the richness of whatever this moment has to offer, unsullied by the mental baggage we so often drag around with us out of old habits. When we taste that freedom of being fully present and unbothered, something within us remembers. We remind ourselves of the truth of who and what we are at our core, that infinitely present, awake field of consciousness that can never be truly disturbed, no matter how intense the winds of change around us. And we realize with a gentle sigh of recognition, of course, this is my true home. From that space of centeredness and realization, our entire perception shifts. The events, situations, and triggers that once held so much charge over us now have a sense of fluidity, a lack of solidity. We can work with them, engaging from a place of creative flow and conscious choice, rather than being hijacked by their familiar grooves in our psyche. And as we continue fortifying this new posture of being, the interpenetrating dimensions of energy, emotion, and physical reality all reign in kind. Just as the mind shapes matter, the imperturbable state of our consciousness begins to effortlessly reshape our inner and outer experience of life itself. Situations that would have bothered us deeply before no longer even arise because we're no longer participating in the resonant fields and patterns that used to catalyze them into manifestation. We've shifted our home frequency to a plane of harmony, synchronicity, and creative mastery. The people who used to trigger us and push our buttons may still come across our path from time to time, but it's as if they're no longer speaking our language. Their energy ricochets off our centered, imperturbable force field without leaving so much as a scratch or dent. You don't have to fight them, avoid them, or even engage. We just allow them to pass through our sphere unconcerned and unbothered. This is the profound alchemy and grace of staking our identity in the deepest ground of being. We realize our ultimate sovereignty. External circumstances can swirl around us in their cyclical dances, but they hold no dominion over the unalterable peace and truth at our core. And from that invincible space of imperturbability, we become true forces of nature ourselves, not battered and shaped by the winds and waves of life, but powerful vortices that harmonize those elemental forces into higher degrees of order, creativity, and blessing for all. This path is not transcendence from the human experience, but full integration and embodiment of the totality of who we are. Vulnerable, feeling beings of flesh and emotion, yes, but also eternal, limitless consciousness, cradling it all in the perfumed embrace of our imperturbable true nature. So let us walk this path with humility and patience, tasting the profound stillness available in each moment, no matter the surrounding turbulence. For it is only through this radical ease of being that we ultimately flower into our greatest human potential and become the unwavering lights the world needs at this pivotal time. When nothing bothers us, we become the unwavering peaceful presence and clarity that helps dream a new dream for our world and all beings. That is the power and great privilege of this journey. I'll meet you there on the unbothered shores of the possible. One of the core inversions we must make on this journey is to shift our locus of identity from the personal egoic self to the vast, transpersonal expanse of consciousness itself. As long as we remain firmly rooted in the mirage of the separate self, we'll continue to experience the world through that filtered lens of me against other, which gives rise to so much of our suffering and disturbance. But when we can disidentify from that small sense of self and recognize the deeper unified field of pure awareness that we are, everything shifts. The triggers and upheavals that used to bother us so intensely start to lose their sticky charge, like riptides losing their fierce pull in a vast, endless ocean. This isn't a rational, mind-based process of making ourselves okay with undesirable circumstances. It's more of a direct reorienting of our very beingness, like tuning into a different radio channel where the ego mind tries to control and micromanage reality according to its preferences. This transcendent eye of spirit simply witnesses, allowing whatever arises to unfold in perfect naturalness. There's a profound letting go that happens, letting go of grasping at pleasure and averting pain, letting go of our ingrained reflexes to accept or reject, hold on to or push away. Like a leaf carried on the seamless currents of the wind, we surrender our habitual controlling tendencies and become an open vessel for the ceaseless flowering of life itself. Of course, this is all much easier said than done. Our ego patterning runs millennia deep, reinforced by lifetimes of forgetting our true nature and mistaking the personal self for the entirety of who we are. So it takes tremendous commitment, dedication, and gentleness with ourselves to undo those ancestral knots. One particularly potent practice is to continuously take pause throughout your days and feel into the open, spacious awareness that is present in this moment, right here, right now, before your thoughts define it, before your emotions colorize it. There is a simple, pristine presence that is the pure subjectivity beholding this present experience unbounded by its contents. Can you feel that unconditioned awareness surrounding and substantiating every perception, every thought, every sensory experience? That is the very essence of your being, older than the universe itself and younger than this present moment. When you temporarily disidentify from all the learned beliefs, memories, preferences, and labels, what remains is the simple, loosened ground of your awakened nature. From that spacious expanse brought into living presence, the experiences that would normally bother you have much less of a gravitational pull. You start to experience them almost as if observing a live theater performance, engaging, immersive, possessing a certain dramatic weight and momentum, yet always happening within the open, unbothered awareness that you are. Thoughts, emotions, and external circumstances become more like temporary guests in the abiding awakeness, rather than burdens you have to carry or prisons you're confined within. There's a natural buoyancy that arises, allowing them to come, go, and be as they are, without weight or fixity. And it's from this buoyant space that you begin to act as if nothing bothers you. Not by forcing yourself into this idealized state of calm, but by learning to return over and over again to the unshakable stillness of who you truly are. Eventually, this becomes your new default mode of operation, and that grounded, graceful clarity starts to permeate every aspect of your life. Right now, in this very moment, you have the power to change your life. You are the creator of your reality, and today we're going to talk about how to tap into that incredible power within you. It all starts with two simple words: relax and trust. Think about it. How often do we spend our days rushing around, stressed out, worried about what might happen? We're constantly on edge, trying to control everything around us. But what if I told you that the key to getting everything you want is actually to let go? That's right, the secret to manifesting your desires, to creating the life of your dreams, is to relax and trust. It sounds so simple, doesn't it? But it's a profound truth that can transform your entire existence. When you relax, you open yourself up to the infinite possibilities of the universe. Your mind becomes clear, your body becomes calm, and you create space for miracles to happen. And when you trust, you align yourself with the natural flow of life. You stop fighting against the current and start moving with it. When you combine relaxation and trust with expectation, that's when the magic happens. That's when you start to see results, not in some distant future, but right here, right now, today. So many of us have been conditioned to believe that change takes time, that we need to work hard, struggle, and suffer before we can achieve our goals. But what if I told you that's not true? What if I told you that you can expect miracles to happen the same day you set your intention? It might sound too good to be true, but I've seen it happen time and time again. I've witnessed people heal from chronic illnesses, manifest their dream jobs, find their soulmates all in a matter of days or even hours. And it all started with them deciding to relax, trust, and expect great things to happen. Now, I know what you might be thinking, but Joe, I've tried positive thinking before. I've tried visualizing and it didn't work for me. And I hear you, I really do. But here's the thing, it's not just about thinking positive thoughts or visualizing, it's about feeling it. It's about embodying the reality you desire right now in this very moment. When you truly relax and trust, you enter a state of being where anything is possible. Your body releases tension, your mind becomes clear, and you tap into a field of infinite potential. In this state, you're no longer separate from your desires, you become one with them. And here's where expectation comes in. When you expect something to happen, you're not hoping for it or wishing for it. You're knowing it. You're living as if it's already happened. And that's when the universe starts to respond. You see, the universe doesn't understand the difference between what's happening in your outer world and what's happening in your inner world. When you can create the feeling of having what you want before it actually manifests in your physical reality, that's when you become a true creator. So how do we do this? How do we relax, trust, and expect miracles to happen today? It all starts with your thoughts and your energy. Every thought you think sends out a signal to the universe. It's like dropping a pebble in a pond, the ripples spread out, affecting everything around you. When you think thoughts of lack, of fear, of worry, you're sending out a signal that creates more of those experiences in your life. But when you choose to think thoughts of abundance, of love, of possibility, you're creating a whole different reality. You're tuning into a different frequency, one where miracles are not only possible, but expected. And it's not just about your thoughts. It's about your energy, your vibration. Every emotion you feel is sending out a signal to the universe. When you feel stressed, anxious, or frustrated, you're vibrating at a low frequency. But when you can relax, when you can trust, when you can feel joy and gratitude even before your desires manifest, that's when you're vibrating at a frequency that attracts miracles. So how do we shift our thoughts and our energy? It starts with awareness. Pay attention to what you're thinking and feeling throughout the day. Notice when you're caught up in stress or worry, and then make a conscious choice to shift. Take a deep breath, feel your body relax, and then ask yourself, what would I be thinking right now if I truly believed that everything was working out perfectly for me? How would I feel if I knew that my desires were already on their way to me? This is where meditation comes in. When you meditate, you create space between your thoughts. You step out of the constant chatter of your mind and into a place of peace and possibility. In this space, you can start to reprogram your subconscious mind. You see, most of our thoughts and behaviors are controlled by our subconscious mind. It's like an autopilot that's been programmed by our past experiences, our beliefs, our environment. But when we meditate, we can access this subconscious mind and start to change the program. In meditation, you can visualize your desired reality. But remember, it's not just about seeing it in your mind's eye. It's about feeling it with every cell of your body. What would it feel like to have perfect health? What would it feel like to be financially abundant? What would it feel like to be in a loving, supportive relationship? As you sit in meditation, allow yourself to fully embody these feelings. Let them wash over you. Let them fill you up. And as you do this, you're literally changing your brain chemistry. You're creating new neural pathways that support your new reality. But here's the thing, you can't just do this once and expect miracles to happen. This needs to become a daily practice. Every day, take time to relax, to trust, to expect great things. Make it as much a part of your routine as brushing your teeth or eating breakfast. And as you do this, pay attention to the signs around you. The universe is always communicating with us, always guiding us toward our highest good. But so often we're too busy, too stressed, too caught up in our own thoughts to notice. When you relax and trust, you become more attuned to these signs. You start to notice synchronicities, those little coincidences that seem too perfect to be random. Maybe you think of someone and they call you moments later, or you keep seeing the same number everywhere you look. Or you overhear a conversation that gives you exactly the information you need. These are all signs that you're on the right track. They're confirmations from the universe that it's heard your desires and is working to bring them to you. But you have to be open to receiving them. You have to trust that they're there. This brings us to another important point, gratitude. When you're grateful for what you already have, you open yourself up to receiving more. It's like telling the universe, hey, I really appreciate everything you've given me. I'm ready for more. So make gratitude a part of your daily practice. Every morning when you wake up, before you even get out of bed, think of 3 things you're grateful for. Feel the gratitude in your body, let it fill you up, and then carry that feeling with you throughout your day. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. But Joe, what about action? Don't we need to do something to make our dreams come true? And you're absolutely right, action is important. But it's not about forcing things to happen or struggling against the current. When you're relaxed, when you're trusting, when you're expecting great things to happen, the right actions will become clear to you. You'll feel inspired to take certain steps. You'll be in the right place at the right time to meet the right people. Opportunities will present themselves to you. This is what I call inspired action. It's not about pushing and striving. It's about flowing with the natural current of life. It's about following your intuition, trusting your gut, and taking steps that feel right to you. And when you're taking inspired action, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like play. It feels like you're doing exactly what you're meant to be doing. And that's when miracles start to happen. Practice is a regular part of your life. It's about choosing again and again to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. Now I want to address something that often comes up when people start this work. They'll say, "But Joe, I've tried to think positively before and nothing changed." I hear you, I really do, but here's what I want you to understand. This work isn't just about thinking positive thoughts. It's about aligning your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You see, your thoughts create your feelings drive your actions, and your actions create your results. So if you're thinking positive thoughts but still feeling fearful or doubtful, your actions will reflect that fear and doubt, and your results will match. That's why it's so important to not just think about what you want, but to feel it, to embody it, to live as if it's already your reality. Because when your thoughts, feelings, and actions are all aligned, that's when you become unstoppable. This work isn't about forcing yourself to feel happy all the time. It's not about denying your negative emotions or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about acknowledging where you are, accepting it, and then consciously choosing where you want to go from there. If you're feeling sad, angry, or frustrated, allow yourself to feel those emotions. Don't try to push them away, but also don't get stuck in them. Feel them, acknowledge them, and ask yourself, what would I rather feel instead, and how can I move towards that feeling? This is where the power of choice comes in. In every moment, you have the power to choose your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You have the power to choose what you focus on, and what you focus on expands. So focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. Focus on where you're going, not on where you've been. Focus on what's possible, not on what's limiting you. And remember, this isn't about ignoring reality or living in denial. It's about understanding that your perception creates your reality. Two people can look at the exact same situation and see completely different things based on their mindset and beliefs. So choose to see the good, choose to see the opportunities, choose to see the lessons in every experience. Because when you do that, you open yourself up to a whole new world of possibilities. Now let's talk about energy for a moment. Everything in the universe is energy vibrating at different frequencies and like attracts like. This means that the energy you put out into the world is what you'll attract back to you. If you're vibrating at a frequency of stress, worry, and lack, you'll attract more experiences that match that frequency. But if you're vibrating at a frequency of peace, joy, and abundance, you'll attract experiences that match that instead. So how do you raise your vibration? It starts with your thoughts and feelings, as we've discussed, but it also involves taking care of your physical body, eating nourishing foods, getting enough sleep, exercising regularly. All of these things affect your energy and your ability to maintain a high vibration. Meditation is another powerful tool for raising your vibration. When you meditate, you quiet the chatter of your mind and tap into a field of pure potential. You align yourself with the energy of the universe, and in doing so, you raise your own vibration. When you raise your vibration, you don't just affect yourself, you affect everyone and everything around you. You become like a lighthouse, radiating positive energy and inspiring others to raise their vibration too. Now I want to talk about something that often trips people up on this journey: the need for certainty. We humans love certainty. We want to know exactly how things are going to turn out. We want guarantees. But here's the truth: life is inherently uncertain, and that uncertainty is actually a gift. It's what makes life exciting, full of possibilities. When you can embrace uncertainty, when you can see it as an adventure rather than a threat, that's when you open yourself up to true miracles. Think about it: if you knew exactly how everything was going to turn out, where would be the excitement? Where would be the growth? Where would be the opportunity for the universe to surprise you with something even better than what you could have imagined? So instead of seeking certainty, seek trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in the universe. Trust that everything is always working out for your highest good, even if you can't see how in the moment. The concept of surrender. Now, surrender doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It means letting go of the need to control everything. It means trusting in a higher power, whether you call that God, the universe, source energy, or something else. When you surrender, you release the tension of trying to make things happen. You allow yourself to be guided. You open yourself up to receive, and often what comes to you when you surrender is far greater than what you could have achieved through force or control. Now I know some of you might be thinking, but Joe, I have goals. I have things I want to achieve. How can I surrender and still work towards my goals? And that's a great question. The key is to set your intentions, to be clear about what you want, and then to release attachment to how it comes about. Do your part. Take inspired action. But then let go and trust that the universe will take care of the rest. It's like planting a seed. You prepare the soil, you plant the seed, you water it, you make sure it gets sunlight, but you don't dig up the seed every day to see if it's growing. You trust in the natural process. You know that in time, if you've done your part, the plant will grow. Your dreams and goals are like that seed. Plant them with clear intention. Nourish them with your thoughts and actions, but then trust in the process. Trust that they're growing, even if you can't see the results yet. And this brings us to another crucial aspect of manifesting your desires: patience. In our fast-paced world, we often want everything to happen instantly. We set an intention, and then we want to see results right away. But remember, just because you can't see something happening doesn't mean nothing is happening. Often the biggest changes are happening beneath the surface, like that seed germinating underground before it breaks through the soil. So be patient with yourself and with the process. Trust that everything is unfolding in perfect timing, and in the meantime, enjoy the journey. Find joy in the present moment rather than always looking to the future for your happiness. Now let's talk about something that can really accelerate your manifestations: gratitude. Gratitude is like a magnet for miracles. When you're grateful for what you have, you open yourself up to receive even more. Start and end each day with gratitude. Before you get out of bed in the morning, think of 3 things you're grateful for. As you're falling asleep at night, review your day and find things to appreciate. And throughout your day, look for things to be grateful for. At first, you might have to really search for things to appreciate, especially if you're going through a challenging time. But the more you practice gratitude, the more automatic it becomes. You'll start to notice beauty and blessings everywhere you look. That's the thing: start being grateful for things before they happen. Be grateful for the job you want as if you already have it. Be grateful for the perfect health you desire as if it's already your reality. Be grateful for the loving relationship you're calling in as if your partner is already by your side. This is what it means to live in the end result. It's about feeling the feelings of having what you want before it manifests in your physical reality. And when you can do this, you become an unstoppable force of creation. Now I want to address something that often comes up when people start seeing results with this work: They'll manifest something they've been wanting, and then they'll start to doubt. They'll think, was that just a coincidence? Did I really create that? There are no coincidences. Everything that happens in your life is a result of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. Everything is a reflection of your inner world. So when you start to see positive changes in your life, celebrate them. Acknowledge your role in creating them. Because when you do this, you reinforce your belief in your own power. You strengthen your faith in the process, and you open yourself up to create even more amazing things. Remember, what you appreciate appreciates. So the more you acknowledge and appreciate the good things in your life, the more good things you'll attract. Now let's talk about something that can really supercharge your manifestations, the power of your words. The words you speak are like spells that you cast on your life. They have the power to create or destroy, to heal or harm. Pay attention to the words you use, both when you're talking to others and when you're talking to yourself. Are you constantly complaining? Are you speaking about lack and limitation? Or are you using words of abundance, possibility, and gratitude? Make a conscious effort to speak in a way that aligns with what you want to create. Instead of saying, I can't afford that, try, that's not a priority for me right now. Instead of saying, I'm so stressed, try, I'm learning to handle challenges with grace. And most importantly, be mindful of how you talk to yourself. Your self-talk shapes your reality more than anything else. Speak to yourself with kindness, encouragement, and love. Be your own biggest cheerleader. Now I want to address something that often comes up when people start this work. They'll say, but Joe, what about my past? I've made mistakes. I've had setbacks. How can I move past that? And here's what I want you to understand. Your past does not define your future. Your past experiences have shaped who you are, yes, but they don't determine who you can become. Every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is an opportunity to start fresh. You are not your past mistakes or failures. You are not your limiting beliefs or old patterns. You are a powerful creator capable of reinventing yourself at any moment. So instead of dwelling on the past, use it as a springboard for growth. What lessons have you learned? How have your challenges made you stronger? How can you use your experiences to fuel your growth and help others? When you can reframe your past in this way, it no longer holds you back. Instead, it becomes a powerful tool for transformation. Now let's talk about something that's crucial for maintaining this practice over the long term: self-care. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's necessary. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't radiate positive energy if you're depleted. So make self-care a priority. This means different things for different people. It might mean taking time for meditation or exercise. It might mean saying no to commitments that drain you. It might mean spending time in nature or pursuing a hobby you love. Whatever self-care looks like for you, make it non-negotiable. Schedule it into your day, just like you would any other important appointment. Because when you take care of yourself, you have so much more to give to others and to your dreams. And remember, self-care isn't just about your physical health. It's about your mental and emotional health too. Pay attention to the thoughts you're feeding your mind. Are you constantly consuming negative news or engaging in gossip? Or are you feeding your mind with inspiring books, uplifting conversations, and positive affirmations? Your mind is like a garden. What you plant and nourish is what will grow. So be intentional about what you're planting in your mental garden. Now, as we start to wrap up, I want to remind you of something important. This work is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs. There will be days when you feel on top of the world and days when you struggle to stay positive. And that's okay. That's part of the human experience. The key is not to judge yourself for having these fluctuations, but to observe them with compassion and curiosity. On the days when you're feeling great, really lean into that feeling. Amplify it. Let it fill every cell of your body. And on the days when you're struggling, be gentle with yourself. Remember that this too shall pass, and use the tools we've discussed: meditation, gratitude, positive self-talk to help shift your energy. Remember, you're not trying to be perfect. You're not trying to feel amazing all the time. You're simply committing to a practice of conscious creation. You're choosing again and again to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. And as you do this consistently, you'll start to notice changes. Maybe at first it's just small things. You feel a little more peaceful. You handle stress a little better. You notice more moments of joy throughout your day. But as you continue this practice, as you make it a regular part of your life, you'll start to see bigger changes. Opportunities will start to present themselves. People will be drawn to your energy. Things that used to bother you won't affect you as much. And before you know it, you'll look around and realize that your life has transformed, not because you struggled and pushed and forced things to happen, but because you relaxed, trusted, and expected great things to come to you. So I invite you, starting today, to make this your practice. Relax into the flow of life. Trust that everything is always working out for your highest good, and expect miracles to happen not someday in the future. Your words shape your reality. Every thought you think, every belief you hold, every emotion you feel, they're all creating your future right now, this very moment. As you listen to these words, you have the power to transform your life. It's not some far-off dream or wishful thinking. It's science. It's the way your brain and body work together to manifest your desires. Think about it. How often do you catch yourself saying things like, "I can't do this," or "That's impossible for me"? Those aren't just harmless thoughts. They're programming your subconscious mind, telling your body exactly what to expect. And guess what? Your body listens. It responds to those negative thoughts by releasing chemicals that make you feel stuck, helpless, and afraid. But here's the amazing thing, you can flip that script. You can use the exact same process to create the life you've always wanted. It all starts with how you talk to yourself. When you begin to speak to yourself with kindness, with confidence, with unwavering belief in your own potential, that's when the magic happens. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's happening in your outer world and what you're vividly imagining. So when you consistently tell yourself, "I am capable of achieving great things," or "opportunities are coming to me easily," your brain starts to believe it. And it's not just your brain. Your entire body gets in on the act. Those empowering thoughts trigger the release of feel-good chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. You start to feel more energized, more optimistic. You carry yourself differently. You notice opportunities you might have missed before. This isn't just positive thinking, it's rewiring your neural pathways. Every time you choose a positive thought over a negative one, you're strengthening those neural connections. You're literally changing the structure of your brain. But it goes even deeper than that. Your thoughts and emotions are sending out electromagnetic signals. They're interacting with a quantum field around you. When you align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with what you want to attract, you're creating a vibrational match. You're becoming a magnet for the very things you desire. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. That sounds great, but my life is full of problems right now. How can I just ignore that? Here's the truth. You don't ignore your current reality. You acknowledge it, but you don't let it define you. You use it as a starting point for change. Start small. Pick one area of your life where you want to see improvement. Maybe it's your health, your relationships, or your career. Now, instead of focusing on what's wrong, start speaking to yourself about how you want it to be. Use the present tense as if it's already happening. For example, instead of saying, "I hope I can lose weight someday," say, "I am becoming healthier and stronger every day." Instead of, "I wish I could find a better job," say, "I am attracting exciting new career opportunities." At first, it might feel strange. Your old patterns of thinking will try to take over. That's okay, it's normal. Just keep at it. Repetition is key. The more you practice speaking to yourself in this new way, the more natural it becomes. Here's a powerful exercise you can try right now. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. Now think about something you really want in your life. Got it. Okay, now imagine that you already have it. Feel the joy, the excitement, the gratitude. Let those positive emotions fill your entire body. Now open your eyes. How did that feel? Pretty good, right? That's the power of aligning your thoughts and emotions with your desires. You just gave your brain and body a taste of what it feels like to have what you want, and guess what? Your subconscious mind is now more primed to help you achieve it. But here's the thing, it's not enough to do this once in a while when you remember. It needs to become a habit. You need to make it part of your daily routine. Just like you brush your teeth or take a shower, you need to cleanse your mind of negative self-talk and replace it with empowering thoughts. Start your day by speaking to yourself in a positive way. Before you even get out of bed, say something like, "Today is full of amazing opportunities. I am ready to receive all the good that's coming my way throughout the day." Catch yourself when you start to slip into negative self-talk. Pause, take a breath, and replace that thought with a more empowering one. Remember, your subconscious mind is always listening. It doesn't judge whether your thoughts are good or bad. It simply takes them as instructions. So when you consistently feed it positive, empowering thoughts, it starts to work on making those thoughts a reality. Now let's talk about the importance of emotion in this process. It's not enough to just say the words. You need to feel them. Emotion is the fuel that powers your thoughts. When you combine a clear intention with a strong positive emotion, that's when you really start to move the needle. Think about a time when you were really excited about something. Maybe it was a vacation you were planning or a project you were passionate about. Remember how that excitement seemed to give you extra energy, how it made obstacles seem smaller. That's the power of emotion. So when you're speaking to yourself in this new way, really lean into the feelings. If you're saying, "I am confident and capable," feel that confidence in your body. Stand tall, smile, let that feeling of capability flow through you. The more real you can make it feel, the more powerful the effect. Now, I want to address something important. This isn't about denying reality or pretending that everything is perfect when it's not. It's about shifting your focus. It's about choosing where to put your mental and emotional energy. Think of it like this. Imagine you're driving a car at night. You can only see as far as your headlights show you, but you can make the entire journey that way. You don't need to see the whole road to know you'll reach your destination. In the same way, you don't need to have everything figured out right now. You just need to focus on the next positive step. When you start speaking to yourself in this empowering way, you're shining a light on the path ahead. You're telling your brain, this is where we're going. This is what we're moving towards, and your brain responds by helping you notice opportunities, come up with creative solutions, and take actions that align with your goals. Now let's talk about consistency. This isn't a quick fix or a one-time thing. It's a new way of living. It's about rewiring years, maybe even decades of habitual thinking. That takes time and practice. But here's the good news. Every time you choose a positive thought over a negative one, you're making progress. Every time you speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement instead of criticism, you're changing your brain. Think of it like working out. You wouldn't expect to get in shape by going to the gym once, right? It's the consistent effort over time that brings results. The same is true for your mental and emotional fitness. Every day that you practice speaking to yourself in this new way, you're building stronger neural pathways. You're creating new patterns of thinking and feeling. And here's something really exciting. As you start to see small changes in your life, it becomes easier to believe in bigger changes. Success breeds success. When you notice that you're feeling more confident or that opportunities are starting to come your way, it reinforces your new way of thinking. It creates a positive feedback loop. Now, I want to address something that might come up for some of you. You might be thinking, but what about when things go wrong? What about when I face setbacks or disappointments? This is where the real power of this practice shines through. When you've been consistently speaking to yourself in a positive, empowering way, you build resilience. You develop a core of inner strength that helps you bounce back from setbacks more quickly. Instead of getting stuck in negative self-talk when things don't go as planned, you're able to step back and say, okay, this didn't work out. What can I learn from this? How can I use this to grow? You see, the way you speak to yourself doesn't just affect your mood in the moment. It shapes your entire outlook on life. When you habitually speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement, you develop a more optimistic, growth-oriented mindset. You start to see challenges as opportunities for learning and growth rather than as threats or failures. This shift in perspective is incredibly powerful. It changes how you approach everything in your life. Instead of shrinking back from challenges, you start to welcome them. You know that every experience, whether it feels good or bad in the moment, is an opportunity for growth and learning. Let's talk about another important aspect of this practice: gratitude. When you're working on attracting what you desire, it's easy to focus solely on what you want and forget to appreciate what you already have. But gratitude is a powerful attractor. When you speak to yourself with gratitude, you're aligning yourself with abundance. Try this every day. Speak to yourself about 3 things you're grateful for. Really feel the gratitude as you say it. I am so thankful for my health. I am grateful for the love in my life. I appreciate the opportunities I have to learn and grow. This practice does 2 things. First, it puts you in a positive emotional state, which makes you more receptive to good things. Second, it trains your brain to notice the good things in your life, which in turn attracts more good things. Now let's address another common question. What if I don't believe what I'm saying to myself? Isn't that just lying? This is a great question, and it brings up an important point. The goal isn't to lie to yourself. It's to expand your beliefs about what's possible for you. If you're not used to speaking to yourself in a positive way, it might feel strange or even uncomfortable at first. That's okay. Start with statements that feel true even if they're small. Instead of "I am wealthy," which might feel like a stretch if you're struggling financially, try "I am open to new opportunities to increase my income." Instead of "I have the perfect relationship," try "I am worthy of love and respect." As you practice, you'll find that your comfort zone starts to expand. Thoughts that once felt impossible start to feel more achievable. This is because you're literally rewiring your brain. You're creating new neural pathways that support these more positive beliefs. Remember, your brain is incredibly adaptable. It's always learning, always changing based on your experiences and your focus. When you consistently speak to yourself in a positive, empowering way, you're teaching your brain to support you in achieving your desires. Now let's talk about the power of visualization. When you're speaking to yourself about what you want to attract, try to engage all your senses. Don't just say the words, see them, feel them, hear them, taste them, smell them. Make it as vivid and real as possible in your mind. For example, if you're wanting to attract a new job, don't just say, "I have a great job." Really imagine it. See yourself walking into your new office. Feel the excitement and satisfaction of doing work you love. Hear the conversations with your colleagues. Smell the coffee in the break room. The more real you can make it in your mind, the more powerful the effect. It's a kind of vivid visualization combined with positive self-talk. It's like giving your subconscious mind a detailed blueprint. It knows exactly what to look for, what to move towards, and remember, your subconscious mind is incredibly powerful. It's working 24/7, processing millions of bits of information, making connections you're not even aware of. When you give it clear, positive instructions through your self-talk and visualization, you're harnessing that power to help you achieve your desire. Now let's address something that might be coming up for some of you. You might be thinking, this all sounds great, but I've tried positive thinking before and it didn't work. If that's you, I want you to consider something. Were you consistent? Did you stick with it even when you didn't see immediate results? Did you combine your positive thoughts with aligned actions? You see, speaking to yourself in this new way isn't a magic spell. It's not about saying some words and then sitting back and waiting for your desires to magically appear. It's about creating a new mindset, a new way of being in the world, and that takes time and consistent effort. Think of it like planting a garden. You don't plant a seed one day and expect to see a fully grown plant the next day, right? You need to water it, make sure it gets sunlight, protect it from weeds. You need to be patient and consistent in your care. The same is true for this practice. Every time you choose a positive thought, every time you speak to yourself with kindness and encouragement, you're planting a seed. You're creating the conditions for growth and positive change in your life. But you need to keep at it. You need to be patient and trust the process. And here's something really important. You need to combine your positive self-talk with aligned action. If you're saying to yourself, I'm attracting financial abundance, but you're not taking any steps to improve your financial situation, you're sending mixed signals to your subconscious mind. Your actions need to match your words. If you're speaking to yourself about attracting a healthier body, make choices that support that. If you're talking about attracting a loving relationship, put yourself in situations where you can meet new people. If you're focusing on career success, take steps to improve your skills or network. Remember, the universe responds. This moment right now is your chance to break free from the endless cycle of recounting your story. You've been telling it for years, maybe decades, the same old problems, the same old complaints, the same old excuses. But where has it gotten you? I'm here to tell you it's time for a change, a radical change, not just in what you do, but in who you are at your very core. Because every time you retell your life story, you're reinforcing those old patterns, those old neural pathways in your brain. You're keeping yourself stuck in the past. Think about it. How much of your day do you spend thinking about what happened yesterday, last week, last year, reliving old hurts, old disappointments, old failures? And how much time do you spend worrying about the future, imagining all the things that could go wrong? If you're like most people, the answer is a lot too much, way too much. All that time spent dwelling on the past or fretting about the future is robbing you of the only moment that truly matters right now, this moment, the present. Your past does not equal your future. Let me say that again. Your past does not equal your future unless you let it. Unless you keep dragging it into your present moment by constantly retelling your story. So I'm challenging you right here, right now to stop. Just stop. Stop telling the story of your life as it has been. Stop defining yourself by your past experiences, your past failures, your past limitations. Because every time you do, you're creating your future to be just like your past. Instead, I want you to start telling a new story, a story of who you want to be, of what you want to achieve, of how you want to feel. And I want you to tell it with such conviction, such belief that your body starts to believe it's already true. Here's the amazing thing about your brain and your body. They can't tell the difference between a real experience and one that you vividly imagine. When you fantasize about biting into a juicy lemon, your mouth starts to water. When you picture yourself in a stressful situation, your heart rate increases and your palms get sweaty. Your body reacts as if it's really happening. So when you start telling a new story about yourself, not as you have been, but as you want to be, and you tell it with emotion, with feeling, your body starts to change. New neural pathways form in your brain. New genes get switched on. New proteins get created in your cells. You literally start to become a new person biologically, physically. You change who you are at the level of your cells, your atoms, your quantum field. This isn't new age mumbo-jumbo. This is cutting-edge science. We now know that our genes are not our destiny. Our brains are not fixed, but plastic, constantly changing, constantly rewiring themselves based on our thoughts and experiences. We know that our bodies are not separate from our minds, but intimately connected. Our emotions affect our physical health and vice versa. So when you keep telling the same old story about your life, you're not just boring the people around you. You're literally keeping yourself stuck in the same old patterns, the same old behaviors, the same old you. But when you start telling a new story, when you start envisioning a new future, a new you set in motion a cascade of changes that ripple through your entire being. Your brain starts to rewire itself. Your body starts to heal itself. Your energy field starts to shift. And here's the really exciting part. As you change, the world around you starts to change too. You're no longer the same person sending out the same old signals, attracting the same old experiences. You're a new person vibrating at a new frequency, drawing new opportunities and experiences to you. This is how people make seemingly miraculous transformations in their lives. It's not luck. It's not magic. It's the power of changing their inner state, their thoughts, their emotions, their beliefs, and holding that new state long enough for their outer reality to catch up. But it takes work. It takes dedication. It takes practice. Because let's face it, you've been telling your old story for a long time. Those neural pathways are well worn. Those habits are deeply ingrained. It's going to take effort to break out of those old patterns and create new ones. That's why I want you to start practicing right now in this moment. Close your eyes if you can, take a deep breath and start to imagine the person you want to be, not who you think you should be or who others expect you to be, but who you truly, deeply want to be. See yourself in vivid detail. How do you look? How do you move? How do you speak? How do you feel? What kind of energy do you radiate? What kind of impact do you have on the people around you? Now, as you're holding this image of your future self in your mind, start to feel the emotions associated with being that person. Feel the confidence, the joy, the sense of purpose and fulfillment. Feel it in every cell of your body. And as you're feeling these emotions, start to ask yourself, what thoughts would this future version of me be thinking? What beliefs would they hold? What story would they be telling about their life? Now open your eyes, take another deep breath, and make a commitment to yourself right here, right now, that from this moment forward, you're going to start telling that new story. You're going to start thinking those new thoughts. You're going to start feeling those new emotions, not just when you're meditating or visualizing, but throughout your day. When you wake up in the morning, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're driving to work, when you're interacting with others, instead of falling back into your old patterns, your old story, I want you to consciously choose to embody your future self. To think their thoughts, feel their emotions, tell their story. Yes, it's going to feel strange at first. Yes, there will be times when you forget and slip back into your old patterns. That's okay. Just gently remind yourself and shift back into your new state of being. Because here's the thing. Every time you do this, every time you choose your future self over your past self, you're strengthening those new neural pathways. You're reinforcing those new patterns. You're making it easier and easier to be that new version of yourself. And as you do this consistently day after day, week after week, something amazing starts to happen. Your outer reality begins to shift to match your inner state. Opportunities start to appear that align with your new self. People start to treat you differently, responding to your new energy. Situations that used to trigger your old patterns no longer have the same effect. You start to notice synchronicities, those meaningful coincidences that seem to guide you towards your goals. You find yourself in the right place at the right time. You meet just the right person who can help you on your journey. This isn't magic or mysticism. It's simply the result of you changing your focus, changing your energy, changing who you are being in each moment. When you change your perception, changes happen. And when your perception changes, your reality changes. But remember, this isn't about forcing change through sheer willpower. It's not about struggling, striving, and beating yourself up when you fall short. That's the old way, and it doesn't work. It just creates more stress, more internal conflict, more of the very things you're trying to move away from. Instead, this is about aligning yourself with who you truly want to be. It's about tapping into the infinite potential that exists within you. It's about allowing yourself to evolve, to grow, to become more of who you really are. Because here's a profound truth that many people never realize. You are not your past. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not your body. You are the awareness that experiences all of these things. You are consciousness itself, expressing itself through this unique form that is you. And as consciousness, you have the power to shape your reality through your attention, your intention, and your state of being. You have the power to transcend your past, your limitations, your old patterns. You have the power to create a new future, a new you, a new life. But you can't do it by staying stuck in your old story. You can't do it by constantly reliving your past or worrying about your future. You can only do it by being fully present in this moment and consciously choosing who you want to be. So I challenge you from this moment forward to stop telling the story of your life as it has been. Stop defining yourself by your past. Stop limiting yourself based on what you think is possible. Instead, start telling the story of your life as you want it to be. Start defining yourself by your highest vision of who you can become. Start expanding your sense of what's possible. And most importantly, start being that person now. Not someday in the future when everything is perfect, but right now in this moment. Because this moment is all you ever have. This moment is where your power lies. This moment is where transformation happens. So who are you going to be in this moment? What story are you going to tell? What reality are you going to create? The choice is yours. It always has been. But now you know. Now you understand the power you have. Now you have the tools to create real, lasting change in your life. So use them. Use them every day, every hour, every moment. Use them until your new story becomes your reality. Use them until you become the person you've always known deep down that you could be. Because that person is already within you. That potential is already there. All you have to do is align with it, embody it, become it. And as you do, you'll find that life becomes an incredible adventure. An opportunity to explore the depths of who you are and what you're capable of. A chance to push beyond your perceived limits and discover the vastness of your true potential. You'll find that challenges become opportunities for growth. That obstacles become stepping stones. That setbacks become setups for comebacks. You'll discover a wellspring of creativity, inspiration, and energy that you never knew you had. Because when you're aligned with your true self, when you're living your purpose, when you're being who you really are, life flows, energy flows, ideas flow. You'll find yourself doing things you never thought possible, achieving goals you once thought were out of reach, impacting people in ways you never imagined. And the beautiful thing is, as you transform yourself, you inspire others to do the same. Your energy, your example, your very being becomes a catalyst for change in the world around you. This is how we create real, lasting change in the world, not by trying to force others to change, but by changing ourselves. By being the change we wish to see in the world, as Gandhi so wisely said. So I invite you to join me on this journey of transformation, to step into your power, to claim your birthright as a creator of your reality, to become the hero of your own story. It won't always be easy. There will be times when you doubt yourself, when you want to give up, when you're tempted to fall back into your old patterns. That's okay. That's part of the process. Just remember why you started. Remember who you're becoming. Remember the vision of your future self that inspired you to begin this journey. And when you face those moments of doubt or difficulty, remember this. You are more powerful than you know. You are more capable than you believe. You have within you everything you need to create the life you desire. You just need to tap into it. You need to trust it. You need to allow it to express itself through you. So take a deep breath. Center yourself in this moment and make a decision. A decision to stop living in your past. A decision to stop limiting yourself based on what you think is possible. A decision to stop telling the same old story about your life. Instead, make a decision to live in the present. To expand your sense of what's possible. To tell a new story about who you are and what you're capable of. Make a decision to be the hero of your own life, to write your own script, to create your own reality. Because you can. You have that power. You always have had that power. And now that you know it, now that you understand it, there's no going back. There's only forward into a future of your own making, into a life of your own design. So go forth. Be bold. Be brave. Be the person you've always known you could be. The world is waiting for you. Your future is calling. Answer it. Embrace it. Become it. And remember, your life is not something that happens to you. It's something that happens through you. You are the creator, the director, the star of your own show. So make it a great one. Make it a story worth telling. Make it a life worth living. Because you can. Because you must. Because you will. This is your moment. This is your time. This is your life. Claim it. Own it. Live it. Starting now. You're the best. No one is better than you. These aren't just empty words, they're a powerful truth that can transform your life right now. In this very moment, you have the ability to reshape your reality simply by changing your thoughts and beliefs about yourself. Think about it. How often do you tell yourself that you're not good enough, that others are more talented, more successful, more worthy? It's time to flip that script. It's time to act as if you truly are the best because you are. Now I know what you might be thinking. But that's not true. I'm not the best at anything. Here's the secret, it doesn't matter if you're objectively the best by some external measure. What matters is your internal belief and how you carry yourself in the world. When you act as if you're the best, something remarkable happens. Your body language changes. Your voice becomes more confident. You take on challenges with enthusiasm rather than fear, and the world responds to that energy. You see, your brain can't tell the difference between what's vividly imagined and what's real. So when you consistently act as if you're the best, your brain starts to believe it. And when your brain believes it, it starts looking for evidence to support that belief. Suddenly, you notice opportunities you might have missed before. You take risks you would have shied away from. You speak up in meetings, share your ideas, and stand tall in the face of criticism. Bit by bit, your external reality begins to match your internal belief. This isn't about arrogance or putting others down. It's about recognizing your inherent worth and potential. It's about understanding that you have unique gifts and perspectives that no one else can offer. When you truly believe this, you stop comparing yourself to others and start focusing on being the best version of yourself. Think about the most successful people you know or admire. Do they shuffle through life with their heads down, constantly doubting themselves? Of course not. They carry themselves with confidence and purpose. They believe in their abilities and their vision. They act as if they're the best, and in doing so, they often become the best in their fields. Now I want you to take a moment and imagine yourself as that person. Imagine waking up each morning with an unshakable belief in yourself. Imagine tackling your day with enthusiasm and confidence, knowing that you have something valuable to offer the world. Imagine going to bed each night satisfied with your efforts, excited for the opportunities tomorrow will bring. That person isn't some far-off ideal. That person is you if you choose to adopt this mindset. Of course, acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you stop learning or growing. In fact, it's quite the opposite. When you believe in your potential, you're more likely to seek out new knowledge and skills. You're more open to feedback because you know it will help you improve. You're not afraid of failure because you see it as a stepping stone to even greater success. This mindset shift isn't something that happens overnight. It's a practice, one that requires consistent effort and repetition. Every time you catch yourself thinking, I can't do this, or I'm not good enough, pause, take a deep breath, and replace that thought with, I am the best, I can handle this, I have what it takes. At first, it might feel uncomfortable or even silly. That's okay. Remember, you're rewiring years of habitual thinking. But if you stick with it, something amazing will happen. Those new thoughts will start to feel more natural. Your confidence will grow and your actions will begin to align with your new self-image. Think about an area of your life where you've been holding back. Maybe it's a promotion you've been too afraid to ask for, a business idea you've been too scared to pursue, or a relationship you've been too insecure to fully invest in. Now imagine approaching that situation as if you were the absolute best. How would you act? What would you say? What decisions would you make? This isn't about faking it until you make it. It's about recognizing the greatness that already exists within you and allowing it to shine through. It's about aligning your thoughts, feelings, and actions with the version of yourself you want to become. When you consistently act as if you're the best, you send a powerful message to your subconscious mind. You're telling it, this is who I am. This is what I'm capable of. And your subconscious mind listens. It starts to create new neural pathways that support this belief. It begins to filter your experiences in a way that reinforces your new self-image. The shift doesn't just affect you internally, it ripples out into every aspect of your life. People start to respond to you differently. They sense your confidence and competence. They're drawn to your energy. Opportunities seem to appear out of nowhere, but in reality they were always there. You just couldn't see them before because you weren't looking through the lens of someone who believes they're the best. Now let's be clear. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you ignore your weaknesses or areas for improvement. It doesn't mean you become complacent or stop striving for growth. Instead, it means you approach your challenges from a place of strength and possibility rather than fear and doubt. When you encounter a setback, and you will because that's part of life, you don't let it define you. You don't spiral into self-doubt and negative self-talk. Instead, you see it as valuable feedback. You think, okay, that didn't work out as planned. What can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to become even better? This mindset allows you to bounce back from adversity faster. It helps you maintain your motivation and enthusiasm even when things get tough. Because when you truly believe you're the best, you know that temporary setbacks are just that, temporary. They're not a reflection of your worth or your potential. Think about the goals you've set for yourself, the dreams you've been afraid to fully pursue. Now imagine approaching those goals with the unwavering belief that you are the best person to achieve them. How would that change your approach? How would it affect your daily actions? When you act as if you're the best, you stop waiting for permission to go after what you want. You stop needing external validation to feel worthy. You become the author of your own story, the creator of your own success. This doesn't mean you become isolated or stop valuing others. In fact, when you truly believe in your own worth, you're more able to appreciate and celebrate the successes of those around you. You're more likely to collaborate effectively because you're not coming from a place of insecurity or competition. Acting as if you're the best also means taking full responsibility for your life. It means letting go of excuses and a victim mentality. Because if you're the best, you have the power to shape your circumstances. You're not at the mercy of external forces. You're the driving force in your own life. This mindset shift can be particularly powerful when it comes to your health and well-being. When you act as if you're the best, you naturally want to take better care of yourself. You make choices that align with your high self-image. You fuel your body with nutritious foods, prioritize sleep and exercise, and engage in practices that reduce stress and enhance your mental clarity. And here's something truly remarkable. The shift in how you treat yourself can actually change your biology. Studies have shown that positive beliefs and expectations can influence everything from your immune system to your cardiovascular health. By acting as if you're the best, you're not just changing your mind, you're changing your body at a cellular level. Now think about the people in your life who depend on you or look up to you, your family, your friends, your colleagues, maybe even your community. When you act as if you're the best, you're not just doing it for yourself. You're setting an example for others. You're showing them what's possible when you believe in yourself fully. Imagine the ripple effect this could have. As you step into your greatness, you inspire others to do the same. You create an environment of positivity and possibility around you. Your confidence becomes contagious. Of course, there will be people who don't understand this mindset. They might mistake your confidence for arrogance. They might try to bring you down or tell you to be realistic. But here's the thing, their reactions say more about their own limitations than about your potential. When you truly believe you're the best, you don't need everyone to agree with you. You're secure enough in yourself to handle criticism or skepticism. You can listen to feedback without letting it shake your core belief in yourself. This mindset also allows you to be more present in your daily life. When you're constantly doubting yourself or comparing yourself to others, you're not fully engaged in the moment. But when you act as if you're the best, you're able to give your full attention to whatever you're doing. You're more focused, more productive, and more creative. Think about a time when you were fully in the zone, completely absorbed in what you were doing. Chances are, in that moment, you weren't questioning your abilities or worrying about what others thought. You were simply being your best self. That state of flow is more accessible when you consistently act as if you're the best. Now I want to address something important. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you never feel fear or doubt. Those emotions are part of the human experience. The difference is in how you respond to them. Instead of letting fear paralyze you, you use it as fuel. You see it as a sign that you're pushing your boundaries, stepping out of your comfort zone, and growing. When doubt creeps in, and it will, you don't let it take root. You acknowledge it, then gently but firmly remind yourself of your worth and capability. You refocus on your strengths, your past successes, and your unwavering belief in yourself. This mindset also allows you to be more resilient in the face of failure. Because when you truly believe you're the best, failure isn't a reflection of your worth. It's simply information, valuable feedback that helps you refine your approach and get back on track. Think about the most successful people in any field. They've all faced setbacks and failures. But what sets them apart is their ability to bounce back, to learn from their mistakes, and to keep pushing forward with unwavering belief in themselves. That's the power of acting as if you're the best. Now let's talk about how this mindset affects your relationships. When you truly believe in your own worth, you naturally attract healthier, more positive relationships. You set better boundaries. You're less likely to tolerate disrespect or settle for less than you deserve. You're more open to genuine connection because you're not constantly seeking validation from others. In your professional life, acting as if you're the best can lead to incredible opportunities. You're more likely to speak up in meetings, volunteer for challenging projects, ask for that promotion. And even if you don't get exactly what you want right away, your confidence and competence will be noticed. You'll be seen as a leader, someone who takes initiative and believes in their abilities. This mindset also allows you to be more creative and innovative. When you're not held back by self-doubt, you're more willing to think outside the box, take calculated risks, and pursue bold ideas. You trust your instincts and your unique perspective. Acting as if you're the best also means you're more likely to invest in yourself. You see the value in continuous learning and growth. You're willing to put in the time and effort to develop new skills, to stay at the forefront of your field, to push your boundaries. Because you know that being the best is not a static state, it's an ongoing journey of improvement and self-discovery. Now I want you to take a moment and really feel what it would be like to fully embody this mindset. Close your eyes if you're comfortable doing so. Take a deep breath and imagine yourself walking through your day with complete confidence in your abilities. Imagine tackling challenges with enthusiasm, knowing that you have what it takes to succeed. Imagine interacting with others from a place of self-assurance and genuine connection. Feel the energy coursing through your body. Notice how your posture changes, how you hold your head a little higher. Pay attention to the sense of calm and certainty that settles over you. This is what it feels like to truly believe you're the best. Open your eyes. That feeling? It's always available to you. It's not something external that you need to acquire. It's a choice you can make in every moment. Of course, choosing to act as if you're the best doesn't mean you'll never have moments of doubt or insecurity. Those are part of being human. The difference is in how you respond to those moments. Instead of letting them derail you, you can acknowledge them and consciously choose to realign with your belief in yourself. This mindset also allows you to be more authentic. When you truly believe in your worth, you don't need to pretend to be someone you're not. You can be honest about your strengths and your weaknesses. You can admit when you don't know something because you're confident in your ability to learn and grow. Acting as if you're the best also means you're more likely to take care of yourself holistically. You recognize that being your best isn't just about achievement, it's about overall well-being. You prioritize self-care, whether that's through meditation, exercise, spending time in nature, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. This mindset shift can have a profound impact on your stress levels. When you believe in your ability to handle whatever comes your way, challenges become opportunities rather than threats. You're less likely to get overwhelmed because you trust in your capacity to find solutions and navigate difficult situations. Think about how this could change your approach to goal setting and achievement. When you act as if you're the best, you're more likely to set ambitious goals. You're not held back by limiting beliefs about what you can achieve. And even if you don't reach your goal exactly as planned, you trust that you'll learn valuable lessons along the way. This mindset also allows you to be more present and engaged in your relationships. When you're not constantly seeking validation or comparing yourself to others, you can truly listen and connect with the people in your life. You can offer genuine support and encouragement because you're coming from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you stop respecting or appreciating others. In fact, it often leads to greater empathy and compassion. Because when you truly believe in your own worth, you can more easily recognize and celebrate the worth in others. You're not threatened by their success, you're inspired by it. This mindset can also lead to greater financial abundance. When you believe in your worth, you're more likely to ask for what you deserve. You're more confident in negotiations. You're more likely to pursue entrepreneurial ventures or investment opportunities. And even if you face financial setbacks, you trust in your ability to recover and thrive. Now, I want to address something important. Acting as if you're the best doesn't mean you become complacent or stop striving for growth. It's not about reaching some final destination of bestness and then coasting. It's about consistently showing up as your best self and continually expanding what that means. Think about the areas of your life where you've been holding back. Maybe you've had a creative project you've been afraid to start, a relationship you've been hesitant to pursue, or a career change you've been considering but haven't had the courage to make. How would approaching these situations as if you were the best change your actions and outcomes? Think about this for a moment. What if everything in your life always worked out? How would you feel? How would you act? What kind of person would you be? This isn't just a fun thought experiment, it's a powerful way to change your life. When you act as if everything always works out for you, you start to create that reality. You become the kind of person who attracts success, happiness, and fulfillment. Let's talk about why this works. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's real and what you vividly imagine. When you act as if everything works out, your brain starts to believe it. And when your brain believes something, it starts looking for evidence to support that belief. Have you ever bought a new car and suddenly noticed the same model everywhere? That's your brain's reticular activating system at work. It filters information based on what you focus on. When you focus on things working out, your brain starts to notice all the ways things are working out for you. But it goes even deeper than that. When you truly believe and act as if everything works out, you change your energy. You start to vibrate at a higher frequency, and that energy attracts similar energy. It's like tuning a radio to a specific station. When you're tuned to the frequency of success and positivity, that's what you receive. Now, I know what you might be thinking. But what about when things go wrong? What about when I face challenges or setbacks? Here's the key. Even those challenges and setbacks are working out for you. They are opportunities for growth, learning, and becoming an even better version of yourself. When you act as if everything works out, you approach challenges differently. Instead of feeling defeated or discouraged, you ask yourself, how is this working out for me? What can I learn from this? How can I use this to become even better? This mindset turns every experience into a stepping stone toward your goals. Let's talk about the power of your thoughts. Every thought you have creates a biochemical reaction in your body. Negative thoughts create stress hormones that make you feel bad. Positive thoughts create feel-good chemicals that boost your mood and energy. When you act as if everything works out, you're consistently creating positive thoughts. You're literally changing your body's chemistry. But it's not just about feeling good. These positive thoughts and emotions change your body at a cellular level. They influence your genes, turning on genes that promote health and turning off genes that cause disease. You're not just thinking your way to success, You're thinking your way to better health and longevity. Now let's get practical. How do you start acting as if everything always works out for you? It starts with your morning. When you wake up, before you even open your eyes, take a moment to feel grateful. Feel as if your day is already perfect. Imagine everything going smoothly, people responding positively to you, opportunities coming your way. As you go through your day, catch yourself whenever you start to worry or doubt. Stop and ask yourself, if I knew this was all working out perfectly, how would I feel? How would I act? Then do that. Act as if you know it's all working out. When you face a challenge, instead of getting stressed, get excited. Say to yourself, this is going to be great. I can't wait to see how this works out for me. This simple shift in perspective can change everything. Remember, your future is created by what you do today, not tomorrow. Each moment is a chance to act as if everything is working out. Each decision, each action, each thought is creating your future. So make those thoughts, decisions, and actions align with the belief that everything always works out for you. Let's talk about the concept of the quantum field. This is the field of all possibilities. In every moment, there are infinite potential outcomes. When you act as if everything always works out, you're tapping into that field. You're aligning yourself with the best possible outcomes. Think about it like this. Imagine you're in a dark room full of furniture. If you believe the room is dangerous, you'll move cautiously, bumping into things, maybe even hurting yourself. But if you believe the room is safe and everything will work out, you'll move confidently. You might still bump into things, but you'll see those bumps as guidance, helping you navigate towards your goal. That's what life is like. When you believe everything works out, you move through life with confidence. You see setbacks as guidance, redirecting you toward even better outcomes. You become unstoppable because you know that no matter what happens, it's all working out for you. Now, this doesn't mean you become passive. Quite the opposite. When you truly believe everything works out, you become more active. You take more risks because you know they'll work out. You pursue bigger goals because you know you'll achieve them. You become bolder, more creative, more innovative. Think about the most successful people you know. Chances are, they act as if everything always works out for them. They have an unwavering belief in their ability to succeed. They see opportunities where others see obstacles. They expect good things to happen, and guess what? Good things do happen to them, but they're not special. They don't have some magical power that you don't have. The only difference is their belief and their actions based on that belief, and that's something you can cultivate too. Start small. Pick one area of your life and act as if everything always works out in that area. Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your relationships, maybe it's your health. Whatever area you choose, commit to acting as if everything always works out in that area for the next 30 days. Watch what happens. Notice how your feelings change. Notice how your actions change. Notice how the world around you starts to change. It might be subtle at first, but if you pay attention, you'll start to see shifts. As you see these shifts, your belief will grow stronger. And as your belief grows stronger, you'll see even bigger shifts. It's a positive feedback loop that can completely transform your life. Let's talk about the power of your imagination. Your imagination is one of the most powerful tools you have. When you vividly imagine things working out, you're programming your subconscious mind. You're creating neural pathways that support your new belief. Try this, close your eyes and vividly imagine your perfect day. See yourself waking up full of energy. Imagine everything going smoothly. Picture people responding positively to you. Feel the joy and satisfaction of everything working out perfectly. Make it as real as possible in your mind. Do this every day and you'll start to notice changes in your real life. You'll find yourself naturally acting in ways that bring about that perfect day. You'll make decisions that lead to things working out. You'll attract people and opportunities that align with your vision. This isn't magic, it's neuroscience. You're literally rewiring your brain to support your new belief that everything always works out for you. But here's where many people get stuck. They try this for a day or two, don't see immediate results, and give up. Remember, you're undoing years, maybe decades of programming. It takes time and consistency to create lasting change. Commit to acting as if everything always works out for at least 30 days. Stick with it, even when it feels uncomfortable or unnatural. Even when your old habits and beliefs try to creep back in. Especially then, because that's when the real transformation happens. Think about learning a new skill like playing an instrument. At first, it feels awkward and unnatural. Your fingers don't cooperate. The sounds you make are far from music. But if you stick with it, eventually it becomes natural. You can play without thinking about it. Your fingers know where to go. The music flows through you. That's what happens when you consistently act as if everything always works out. At first, it might feel forced or fake. You might feel like you're just pretending. But if you stick with it, it becomes your natural state. It becomes who you are, and when it becomes who you are, that's when miracles start to happen. that's when you start to create the life of your dreams. That's when you become unstoppable. Let's address a common misconception. Acting as if everything always works out doesn't mean ignoring problems or living in denial. It doesn't mean pretending bad things don't happen. It means approaching every situation, good or bad, with the belief that it's ultimately working out for your highest good. That's when you face a problem. Instead of getting stressed or discouraged, you get curious. You ask, how is this working out for me? What can I learn from this? How can I use this to become even better? This approach turns every problem into an opportunity for growth. Think about some of the biggest successes in your life. Chances are, many of them came after setbacks or failures. Maybe you didn't get the job you wanted, but that led you to start your own business. Maybe a relationship ended, but that freed you to meet your true love. Maybe you faced a health challenge that inspired you to completely transform your lifestyle. When you act as if everything always works out, you start to see these connections. You start to trust the process of life. You develop a deep knowing that everything is happening for you, not to you. This trust allows you to take bigger risks. It allows you to pursue your dreams without fear of failure. Because even if things don't go as planned, you know it's all working out for you. You know that every experience is leading you to something even better. Let's talk about the power of your words. The words you speak are like instructions to the universe. When you say things like, nothing ever works out for me, or I always have bad luck, you're programming yourself for failure. You're telling your brain to look for evidence that things don't work out. But when you say, everything always works out for me, or I'm so lucky, good things always happen to me, you're programming yourself for success. You're instructing your brain to look for evidence that things are working out. Start paying attention to your words. Catch yourself when you speak negatively and consciously choose to rephrase things positively. Instead of saying, I hope this works out, say, I know this is working out perfectly. Instead of saying, I'm worried about this, say, I'm excited to see how this works out for me. This isn't about denying your feelings. If you feel worried or anxious, acknowledge those feelings, but then choose to shift your perspective. Choose to believe that even though you feel worried, everything is still working out for you. Now let's talk about action. Acting as if everything always works out isn't about sitting back and waiting for good things to happen. It's about taking inspired action from a place of trust and positivity. When you truly believe everything is working out for you, you become more proactive. You see opportunities everywhere. You're more willing to step out of your comfort zone because you trust that it will all work out. Think about a time when you were absolutely certain about something. Maybe you knew without a doubt that you would ace a test or get a particular job. How did you act? Chances are you were confident, focused, and took bold action. That's how you want to approach every aspect of your life. Act as if your success is inevitable. Act as if the universe is conspiring in your favor. Act as if everything you touch turns to gold. This mindset will inspire you to take massive action toward your goals. But here's the key. From the outcome, trust that whatever happens is for your highest good. This detachment frees you from stress and anxiety. It allows you to enjoy the journey, knowing that it's all working out perfectly. Now let's address another important point. Acting as if everything always works out doesn't mean you'll never face challenges or setbacks. It doesn't mean everything will always go smoothly. What it means is that you approach every situation, good or bad, with the belief that it's ultimately for your benefit. When you face a challenge, instead of thinking, why is this happening to me, think, how is this happening for me? This simple shift in perspective can change everything. It turns problems into opportunities. It turns obstacles into stepping stones. Remember, the quality of your life is determined by the quality of the questions you ask yourself. When you ask empowering questions, you get empowering answers. When you ask, how is this working out for me? Your brain starts looking for answers. It starts finding ways that the situation is benefiting you. This doesn't mean you ignore problems or pretend everything is perfect. It means you approach problems with a solution-focused mindset. You believe that there's a solution and that you have the resources to find it. You trust that even if you can't see how it's working out right now, it will become clear in time. Think about some of the biggest challenges you've faced in your life. Looking back, can you see how they worked out for you? Maybe they made you stronger. Maybe they taught you valuable lessons. Maybe they led you to where you are now. When you act as if everything always works out, you're able to see these benefits in real time. You don't have to wait years to understand how a challenge benefited you. You can see it and appreciate it as it's happening. This perspective also allows you to stay calm and centered in the face of adversity. Instead of getting stressed or panicked, you can remain grounded in the knowledge that it's all working out. This calm allows you to think clearly and make better decisions. Let's talk about the ripple effect of this mindset. When you act as if everything always works out for you, you become a beacon of positivity. You inspire others around you. Your energy is contagious. Think about someone you know who always seems to have things work out for them. How do you feel when you're around them? Chances are, their positivity and confidence rub off on you. You feel more optimistic and empowered when you're in their presence. That's the kind of person you become when you adopt this mindset. You become someone who lifts others up, someone who inspires confidence and hope in others. You become a force for good in the world. And as you inspire others, you create a positive feedback loop. The more you uplift others, the more others uplift you. The more you put out positive energy, the more positive energy you receive. It's like you're creating a field of positivity. You have the power to create your reality right now in this moment. You possess an incredible ability to shape your life exactly as you want it. This isn't just positive thinking or wishful dreaming. It's a scientifically backed process that anyone can learn to harness. Today, we're going to explore the 5 essential steps to manifesting anything you desire. Think about what you truly want in life. Maybe it's a fulfilling career, vibrant health, a loving relationship, or financial abundance. Whatever it is, know that it's possible for you. Your thoughts and beliefs have a direct impact on your experiences and the world around you. By understanding how to align your mind, emotions, and actions, you can begin to attract amazing opportunities and create tangible changes in your life. Let's start with step 1, getting crystal clear on your desires. This might sound simple, but many people struggle to pinpoint exactly what they want. They have vague notions of success or happiness, but haven't taken the time to define their vision in detail. To manifest effectively, you need a clear target. Take a moment right now to reflect. What does your ideal life look like? How do you want to feel each day? What experiences do you want to have? Don't censor yourself or worry about being realistic. Allow yourself to dream big. The more specific you can be, the better. Instead of just wanting more money, envision the exact amount in your bank account. Rather than a general wish for better health, picture yourself full of energy, easily maintaining your ideal weight and free from any nagging health issues. As you clarify your desires, engage all your senses. What would you see, feel, taste, and smell in this ideal scenario? The more vivid and multisensory your vision, the more real it becomes to your subconscious mind. This is crucial because your subconscious doesn't distinguish between what's real and what's vividly imagined. By creating a rich mental picture, you're laying the groundwork for your manifestation. Now that you have a clear vision, it's time for step 2, raising your vibration to match your desires. Everything in the universe is energy vibrating at different frequencies. Your thoughts and emotions emit their own vibrational frequencies. To attract what you want, you need to align your personal frequency with the frequency of your desires. How do you do this? It starts with managing your mental and emotional state. Pay attention to your thoughts throughout the day. Are they predominantly positive and aligned with your goals, or do you often find yourself dwelling on worries, doubts, and limitations? Every thought is like a signal you're sending out to the universe. Make a conscious effort to shift negative thoughts to more empowering ones. Your emotions play an even bigger role in determining your vibrational frequency. When you feel good, when you experience joy, gratitude, excitement, and love, you're operating at a high frequency that's magnetic to positive experiences. On the flip side, emotions like fear, anger, and disappointment lower your vibration and can block your manifestations. Here's a powerful exercise to elevate your emotional state. Start each day by focusing on things you're grateful for. Spend at least 5 minutes really feeling appreciation for the good in your life, no matter how small. This simple practice can dramatically shift your energy and set a positive tone for the entire day. Another effective technique is visualization. Close your eyes and imagine yourself already living the life you desire. Really feel the emotions associated with having achieved your goals. Let that sense of accomplishment, joy, and fulfillment wash over you. The more you can embody these positive emotions in the present moment, the more you align yourself with the frequency of your desires. Remember, manifesting isn't about forcing things to happen through sheer willpower. It's about becoming a vibrational match for what you want to attract. When you consistently maintain a high vibration, you naturally draw positive experiences and opportunities to you. Next, let's move on to step 3. Letting go of limiting beliefs. This is often the most challenging part of the manifestation process, but it's absolutely crucial. Your beliefs shape your reality. If you hold deep-seated doubts or negative expectations, they can sabotage your efforts to create positive change. Take some time for honest self-reflection. What beliefs do you hold about yourself and your abilities? Do you truly believe you're worthy of success, love, and abundance? Or do you have underlying fears that you're not good enough or that you don't deserve what you want? Many of these limiting beliefs were formed in childhood or through past experiences. They become so ingrained that you might not even be consciously aware of them, but they're constantly influencing your thoughts, actions, and the results you get in life. Identify your limiting beliefs. Pay attention to your self-talk. Notice the excuses you make or the reasons you give for why you can't have what you want. These often point to deeper beliefs that need to be addressed. Once you've identified a limiting belief, challenge it. Is it really true? Where did this belief come from? How has it served you in the past, and is it still serving you now? Often simply bringing these beliefs into conscious awareness can start to loosen their hold on you. Next, work on replacing limiting beliefs with more empowering ones. For every negative belief you uncover, create a positive affirmation to counteract it. If you've always believed, "I'm not smart enough to succeed," replace it with, "I am capable of learning and growing to achieve my goals." Consistency is key here. Your old beliefs have been reinforced over years or even decades. It takes consistent effort to rewire your thinking. Repeat your new empowering beliefs daily. Write them down, say them out loud, and most importantly, look for evidence in your life that supports these new beliefs. This process of belief change isn't always easy. You might encounter resistance or discomfort as you challenge old ideas about yourself and the world. That's normal. Stay committed to the process, knowing that as you release limiting beliefs, you're creating space for new possibilities to enter your life. Step 4 is taking inspired action. Manifesting isn't just about thinking positive thoughts. It requires you to actively participate in creating your desired reality. But this isn't about forcing things to happen through sheer effort. Instead, it's about taking action that feels aligned and inspired. When you're clear on your desires and have raised your vibration, you'll start to notice opportunities and ideas presenting themselves. These are what we call inspired actions. They often come as sudden insights or a strong inner urge to do something. Trust these impulses and act on them, even if they don't always make logical sense. Inspired action feels different from regular action. It's energizing rather than draining. It creates a sense of flow and excitement. When you're taking inspired action, things often seem to fall into place effortlessly. You might meet just the right person, stumble upon the perfect resource, or have a breakthrough idea that moves you closer to your goal. This doesn't mean you won't face challenges or need to put in effort, but when you're aligned with your desires and taking inspired action, you'll find you have more energy and resilience to overcome obstacles. It's important to maintain a balance between action and allowing. While you need to do your part, you also need to trust in the process and have faith that the universe is working behind the scenes to bring your desires to fruition. This leads us to our final step, surrendering to the process. This might seem counterintuitive. After all, you've put in all this work to clarify your desires, raise your vibration, change your beliefs, and take action. Shouldn't you be pushing hard to make things happen? Actually, one of the biggest blocks to manifesting is trying to control exactly how and when your desires will manifest. This often stems from a lack of trust in the process or a fear that if you don't make it happen, it won't happen at all. But here's the truth. Often the universe has plans that are bigger and better than what we can imagine for ourselves. When you try to micromanage every detail of how your desires will come to you, you can actually limit the possibilities and slow down the manifestation process. Surrendering doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means trusting that if you've done the work of the previous steps, what you desire is on its way to you. It means letting go of the need to control every aspect of the how and when. This can be challenging, especially if you're used to trying to force outcomes through sheer willpower. But there's incredible power in letting go and allowing the universe to work its magic. When you surrender, you open yourself up to possibilities you might never have considered. Surrendering also involves patience. Manifestation doesn't always happen overnight. Sometimes things need to shift and align in ways you can't see before your desire can come into physical form. Trust that everything is unfolding in perfect timing, even if it doesn't match your preferred schedule. A powerful practice for surrendering is to regularly affirm, "This or something better is coming to me at the perfect time." This keeps you open to receiving your desire while acknowledging that the universe might have an even better plan in store for you. Remember, manifesting is not about making things happen through force or manipulation. It's about co-creating with the universe. You do your part by getting clear, raising your vibration, releasing blocks, and taking inspired action. Then you allow the universe to do its part by bringing together all the elements needed to make your desire a reality. As you work through these 5 steps, clarifying your desires, raising your vibration, releasing limiting beliefs, taking inspired action, and surrendering to the process, you'll likely notice changes starting to occur in your life. These might be subtle at first. Maybe you feel more optimistic or you start noticing more opportunities around you. Pay attention to these signs. They're indications that you're aligning with the frequency of your desires. Celebrate these small shifts as they often precede bigger manifestations. The more you acknowledge and appreciate the evidence of change in your life, the more you reinforce the belief that manifestation is possible for you. It's also important to stay flexible and open-minded throughout this process. Sometimes what we think we want isn't actually what's best for our highest good. As you practice these steps, you might find your desires evolving or changing altogether. That's perfectly okay. Trust that your inner wisdom is guiding you toward what truly aligns with your highest self. Another key aspect of successful manifestation is consistency. These aren't steps you take once and then forget about. They need to become part of your daily life. Make time each day to visualize your desires, manage your vibration, challenge limiting beliefs, and look for inspired actions to take. One effective way to maintain consistency is to create a manifestation routine. This could involve starting your day with meditation and visualization, using affirmations throughout the day to keep your vibration high, and ending your evening by reflecting on what you're grateful for and the progress you've made. As you continue this practice, you'll likely encounter challenges and setbacks. These are normal and even necessary parts of the manifestation process. Often these challenges are opportunities for growth and learning. They might be highlighting areas where you still have limiting beliefs to work on or redirecting you toward a path that's even better than what you originally envisioned. When you face obstacles, resist the urge to slip back into old patterns of negative thinking or doubt. Instead, see these challenges as chances to reinforce your new empowering beliefs. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to grow stronger and move closer to my desires? Remember, manifesting isn't just about getting things or achieving external goals. It's about becoming the person who is a vibrational match for those desires. As you work through these steps, you're not just changing your external reality, you're transforming yourself from the inside out. You're becoming more aware of your thoughts and emotions and learning to consciously direct them. You're developing a deeper trust in yourself and the universe. You're cultivating patience, persistence, and resilience. These are invaluable skills that will serve you well in all areas of your life, regardless of what specific goals you're working toward. It's also worth noting that as you become more adept at manifesting, you may find yourself naturally drawn toward desires that serve a higher purpose. Many people start out wanting to manifest material things or personal achievements, which is perfectly valid. But as they progress on this journey, they often feel called to use their manifesting abilities to create positive change in the world around them. This could mean manifesting opportunities to help others, contributing to causes you care about, or bringing more love and light into the world. When your desires align not just with your personal wants, but with a greater good, the power of your manifestations can increase exponentially. As you continue to practice these 5 steps, you'll likely notice that manifesting becomes easier and more natural over time. What once felt like a conscious effort becomes second nature. You'll find yourself automatically monitoring your thoughts and vibration, quickly identifying and releasing limiting beliefs, and trusting your intuition to guide you toward inspired action. This doesn't mean you'll never face challenges or doubts again, but you'll have developed the tools and mindset to navigate these obstacles more easily. You'll have a deep, unshakable confidence in your ability to create the life you desire. As we stand at the beginning of a new year, a blank slate, I want to ask you a question. What would your life look like if you stopped chasing applause and started chasing excellence instead? We live in a world that's loud. Everyone seems to be broadcasting their achievements, sharing every small success, and chasing recognition. It's tempting to join the noise, to announce our goals before we've even taken the first step, or to seek validation at every turn. But this year, 2025, let's try something different. Let's work hard in silence. Silence isn't the absence of noise, it's the presence of focus. When you choose to work quietly, you eliminate distractions. You don't waste energy explaining yourself to the world. Instead, you channel every ounce of your effort into what matters: your work, your growth, your dreams. We're often told to dream big, but few talk about the grind, the persistence, and the moments of doubt that come with chasing those dreams. This year, let's stop worrying about what people think of our journey. Let's fall in love with the process, the sweat, the late nights, the quiet mornings, because the process is where the magic happens. Here's a truth many forget. Success doesn't come from one big win. It comes from the small, consistent actions we take every single day. When you plant a seed, you don't see the fruit immediately. You water it, nurture it, and trust that one day it will bear fruit. Your effort works the same way. Why do you do what you do? If your answers are to impress others, you'll find the road long and empty. But if your motivation comes from within, to learn, to grow, to contribute, you'll find joy even in the hardest moments. This year, let your why come from within. There's a lot of noise in the world: opinions, distractions, fleeting trends. But noise doesn't move you forward. The signal does. The signal is your purpose, your vision, your calling. Tune out the noise and focus on the signal. That's where your energy belongs. Let your work do the talking. You don't need to announce your plans or shout about your progress. Trust the process. Trust yourself. When the results come, and they will speak louder than any words ever could. This year, 2025, let's commit to working hard in silence, not for applause, not for recognition, but because we believe in the power of quiet, consistent effort. Let's show the world what's possible when we focus, when we persevere, and when we let our results speak for themselves. Here's to a year of quiet, meaningful work. Let's get to it. Thank you. Silence has often been misunderstood as weakness or passivity in a world that values noise and attention. Yet, the most profound and enduring achievements often begin and thrive in silence. Think about a seed planted deep in the soil. It doesn't shout as it grows. It doesn't announce its presence to the world. It works quietly, leveraging the nutrients around it, stretching toward the light, and eventually breaking through the surface, strong and vibrant. The same principle applies to success. The foundation of great achievements isn't laid in the spotlight, but in the quiet hours of dedication, effort, and focus. Silence creates space to think, to plan, and most importantly, to act without the distractions of external noise. When you choose to work in silence, you're not avoiding the world. You're choosing to prioritize what truly matters. We live in a culture of instant gratification, where visibility often seems more important than substance. Social media and constant connectivity encourage us to showcase every step, every milestone, every win. But the truth is, the most valuable work happens behind the scenes. The artist perfects their craft in solitude before unveiling a masterpiece. The athlete trains relentlessly away from the crowds before the world sees their performance. Silence is not about hiding, it's about preparing. Silence eliminates distractions. When you aren't preoccupied with explaining your goals to others or seeking validation, you have more energy to devote to what truly matters: your craft, your growth, your mission. This is where true focus is born. Without the constant pull of external opinions, you can fully immerse yourself in the process, unearthing creativity and resilience you might not have known you possessed. Consider the stories of those who revolutionized industries or achieved greatness. They didn't start by announcing their dreams to the world. They started by quietly working on their ideas, refining them, and building a strong foundation before stepping into the spotlight. Their silence wasn't secrecy, it was intentional focus. Silence frees you from the need to prove yourself prematurely. It allows you to take risks, make mistakes, and learn without the added pressure of an audience. When your efforts aren't on display, you can fail forward without fear of judgment. Every setback becomes a stepping stone, not a public spectacle. Furthermore, silence protects your energy. Instead of investing time in justifying your decisions or defending your progress, you can channel that energy into action. You can focus on what truly drives results: your commitment, consistency, and creativity. In a world that often rewards the loudest voices, choosing silence is a revolutionary act. It's a statement that says, I trust the process, I trust myself. It's a commitment to substance over spectacle, to long-term success over short-term applause. So this year, embrace the power of silence. Let your actions speak louder than words. Let your results tell your story. Build something so remarkable that when the world finally sees it, they'll understand the strength and wisdom of working hard in silence. We live in a world where the spotlight can seem more important than the substance. Praise feels good. It's affirming, it's validating, and it's addictive. But when the pursuit of external recognition takes precedence over the value of effort and learning, we risk losing sight of what truly matters. Success isn't born from applause. It's born from dedication to the process. There's no denying the thrill of praise. It gives a fleeting sense of accomplishment, a momentary boost to our confidence. But the danger lies in relying on it as a measure of worth or progress. External validation is fickle. It comes and goes, often dependent on factors outside our control. When we anchor our sense of success to how others perceive us, we become prisoners of their opinions. Praise, in many ways, is a byproduct, not a purpose. When we focus too much on seeking applause, we shift our energy from creating meaningful work to curating an image. We begin to prioritize what looks impressive over what's truly impactful. The process is where growth happens. It's in the late nights, the early mornings, the quiet persistence when no one is watching. It's in the mistakes that teach us, the challenges that shape us, and the moments of doubt that strengthen our resolve. The process is often messy, frustrating, and unglamorous, but it's also where transformation occurs. When we focus on the process, we embrace effort as its own reward. We understand that the journey is not just a means to an end, but a meaningful experience in itself. Every step we take, every skill we develop, every lesson we learn adds to our character and capabilities. True fulfillment comes from within. When we shift our motivation from impressing others to improving ourselves, we unlock a deeper, more sustainable source of drive. Intrinsic motivation, working because we find value, joy, or purpose in the task itself, outlasts and outshines any fleeting praise. Think about an artist who spends hours perfecting their craft, not for an audience, but for the sheer love of creating. or an entrepreneur who experiments, fails, and tries again, fueled not by accolades but by a vision. Their work isn't dependent on recognition. It's powered by passion, curiosity, and commitment. When we focus on the process, we allow ourselves the freedom to be imperfect. Mistakes are no longer failures or opportunities to learn. Every setback becomes a step forward. This mindset shift not only reduces stress, but also encourages innovation and resilience. The process is where the magic happens. Praise may feel good in the moment, but it is fleeting. The lessons learned, the skills developed, and the growth experienced during the process stay with you forever. So this year, let's commit to valuing effort over validation. Let's find joy in the work itself and pride in the progress we make. When you focus on the process, success becomes inevitable, not because of the praise it brings, but because of the person it shapes you to be. Let's focus on the journey, not the applause. Because in the end, it's not the cheers that define us, but the quiet determination to keep moving forward, one step at a time. When we think of success, we often imagine it as a singular transformative event, a big win, a groundbreaking achievement, or an overnight leap forward. But the truth is, success rarely comes from dramatic moments. Instead, it emerges from small, deliberate actions repeated consistently over time. This is the compounding effect of effort, and it's one of the most powerful forces in personal and professional growth. Every great achievement starts with a single step. It's easy to overlook the value of these small actions because their impact isn't immediately visible. Going to the gym today won't instantly transform your body. Saving a small amount of money this week won't make you wealthy overnight. Writing a single paragraph won't finish your novel. But when these small actions are repeated day after day, week after week, they begin to compound. Each rep builds strength and endurance. Each dollar saved grows into financial security. Each paragraph contributes to a completed book. It's not the size of the action that matters, it's the consistency with which it's performed. It's tempting to believe that big, intense efforts are the key to success. But intensity without consistency is unsustainable. A single intense workout might leave you sore for days, but it won't make you fit. Writing for 8 hours straight might feel productive, but it won't establish the habit needed to complete a long-term project. Consistency, on the other hand, builds momentum. It creates habits that become second nature, reducing the effort required to keep going. Over time, these small, consistent efforts create a snowball effect where progress accelerates and results compound in ways you never imagined. The principle of compounding isn't just a motivational idea. It's a proven concept in many areas of life. In finance, compound interest turns small investments into significant wealth over time. In fitness, regular exercise strengthens muscles and improves endurance incrementally. In learning, studying a little each day solidifies knowledge more effectively than cramming. The same principle applies to personal growth and professional success. When you commit to small, deliberate actions, you build a foundation that supports greater achievements in the future. Each step forward builds on the ones before it, creating exponential growth over time. One of the biggest challenges of consistent effort is the lack of immediate results. It's easy to feel discouraged when your hard work doesn't pay off right away. But patience is the secret ingredient of the compounding effect. Progress often starts slow, almost imperceptible, before it suddenly accelerates. The key is to trust the process and keep going, even when results aren't yet visible. The compounding effect of consistent effort reminds us that big results are the product of small actions done repeatedly. Success doesn't come from grand gestures or fleeting moments of intensity. It comes from the quiet, steady commitment to showing up every day. This year, focus on the small, deliberate actions that align with your goals. Trust that each step, no matter how small, is moving you forward. With time, effort, and patience, you'll look back and realize that what once seemed impossible was built one small action at a time. It's not about the size of the steps you take, but the consistency with which you take them. Keep going and let the power of compounding transform your life. In a world that thrives on likes, shares, and applause, it's easy to fall into the trap of seeking external recognition as a measure of success. But external validation is fleeting. It satisfies momentarily, only to leave us yearning for more. True fulfillment comes not from the applause of others, but from the deep personal satisfaction of knowing you've given your best. It's the difference between chasing applause and finding joy in the journey. Clarify your why. Reflect on why you're doing what you're doing. What drives you? What excites you? Let that purpose guide you. Set personal goals. Focus on goals that are meaningful to you, not ones designed to impress others. Celebrate effort, not just results. Recognize and appreciate the hard work you put in, even if the results aren't immediate. Detach from outcomes. Focus on what you can control: your effort, attitude, and perseverance, rather than external rewards. This year, let's commit to finding joy in the journey rather than seeking approval from the crowd. Let's focus on the work that matters to us, the growth that excites us, and the purpose that fuels us. When you're motivated from within, the journey becomes its own reward and success becomes a byproduct of living. There's a mistake we all make at some point in life. We think that in order to be heard, we must speak more, that to get what we want, we must chase, force, and constantly assert ourselves. But the truth is the opposite. The most powerful people in the world understand something that many overlook. Silence is a force multiplier. When you stay silent, you give yourself space to observe, to understand, and to move with purpose. Imagine walking into a room full of people. The loudest person demands attention. The quiet one, however, listens, learns, and waits. Who do you think walks away with the most valuable knowledge? The one who observes. Think about the most respected individuals in history. They were not the ones who shouted the loudest. They were the ones who moved with intention, who let their results, their character, and their wisdom speak for them. When you stop explaining yourself, stop proving yourself, and simply be, you gain an unshakable presence. There is a kind of magnetism in stillness. People are drawn to those who don't seek validation but operate with quiet confidence. This is how you become unstoppable, not by forcing but by aligning. So the next time you feel the need to prove, defend, or chase, stay silent. Watch how everything starts coming to you naturally. Real power is not in how much noise you make, it's in the silence that speaks for itself. We live in a world that rewards loudness. Social media pushes us to constantly express, react, and share every thought. The workplace encourages speaking up, making our voices heard, and taking immediate action. Even in our personal lives, we are often told that if we don't speak up, we'll be left behind. But what if the opposite were true? What if strength wasn't found in how much we say, but in what we choose not to say? What if real power came from resisting the urge to react, from choosing silence when emotions run high, and from allowing patience, discipline, and emotional control to shape our decisions? It takes no strength to react impulsively. Anyone can do that when something upsets us, when we feel disrespected, or when we face uncertainty. The natural instinct is to respond immediately, to defend ourselves, to argue, to assert our position. But in that moment of emotional reaction, we give away our power. Consider a great leader in a crisis. Do they panic? Do they lash out? No. They pause, they assess, they take a breath before speaking. That silence isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of mastery. They know that reacting without thought leads to poor decisions, while silence gives them time to choose their response wisely. This isn't just about leadership. In every area of life, business, relationships, personal growth, the ability to control our reactions determines our success. If you can resist the urge to react emotionally, you automatically place yourself ahead of most people, because most people don't have that discipline. Strength is not about winning every argument or proving a point in the moment. Strength is about seeing the bigger picture. Think about the most successful people in any field. They didn't get there by reacting to every challenge or chasing instant gratification. They built their success through patience. They knew that real, lasting achievements don't happen overnight. They require time, consistency, and endurance. Think about someone who always reacts, always explains themselves, always justifies their actions. Over time, they lose credibility. Their words become predictable, even meaningless. But someone who chooses their words carefully, someone who only speaks when necessary, when they do speak, people listen. That's because silence creates authority. The less you speak, the more weight your words carry. The more you control your impulses, the more respect you command. The strongest people are not those who never feel emotions. They are those who don't let emotions dictate their actions. They feel anger but don't act on it. They feel fear but move forward anyway. They feel doubt but don't let it stop them. In a world where everyone is rushing to speak, to react, to make themselves heard, there is an untapped advantage in staying silent. That advantage is observation. Most people go through life seeing but not truly noticing. They hear but they don't listen. They move through conversations, meetings, and decisions without paying attention to the details that shape the bigger picture. But those who remain silent, those who choose to watch instead of talk, gain access to insights that others overlook. Silence is not passivity, it's a strategy. When you stay silent, you begin to see the world differently. You notice people's true intentions. You recognize patterns, and you start understanding situations with clarity. Observation gives you an edge, and those who master it always stay one step ahead. The difference between success and failure is often found in the details, and details are only visible to those who take the time to look closely. Think about a chess master. They don't just play their move, they study the board. They observe their opponent's breathing, their hesitation, the way their eyes scan the pieces. Every tiny detail holds meaning. A single overlooked move can mean the difference between victory and defeat. These are things that loud, reactive people never notice because they're too busy talking. But for those who stay silent, the world becomes a book where every detail tells a story. People reveal who they are not always through their words, but through their actions, their expressions, their energy. When you remain silent and simply observe, you start to understand people in ways they don't even understand themselves. You see past their words into their intentions. You recognize when someone is genuine and when they are pretending. Think about the most charismatic and influential individuals, leaders, negotiators, great communicators. They are not the ones who talk the most. They are the ones who listen the best. They know that when you let people speak, they tell you everything you need to know. A person who talks too much reveals their weaknesses, but a person who listens learns their strengths. Opportunity is not something that shouts. It whispers. It appears in subtle ways, in small moments, in places most people never think to look. The reason some people are always ahead is because they have trained themselves to see what others overlook. Most people only see what's in front of them, but those who master observation see beyond the surface, and that is why they win. When you speak too much, people know your every thought. They understand your plans, your weaknesses, your emotions. But when you stay silent, when you simply watch, you become a mystery. People respect those they cannot easily read. They are drawn to those who don't reveal everything at once. When you are silent, people wonder what you're thinking. They become curious. They start paying attention to you instead of the other way around. We are taught to believe that speaking up is the key to success, that if we don't talk, we'll be ignored. But the truth is, the greatest power often belongs to those who say the least. We live in a world where noise dominates. People are constantly talking about their goals, their ambitions, their plans. Social media is filled with individuals announcing their dreams, their hustle, their success before they've even achieved it. But here's the truth. The loudest people often achieve the least. Those who make the biggest impact don't waste time trying to prove themselves with words. They don't seek validation. They don't feel the need to announce every step of their journey. Instead, they let the results create the noise. There is an illusion that comes with talking about our goals. The moment we tell people what we're going to do, we feel a small sense of accomplishment. We receive encouragement, validation, even admiration. It feels good. But that feeling is dangerous because it replaces the need to take real action. Many people mistake talking for doing. They believe that sharing their plans is the same as working on them, that telling people they will succeed somehow makes success inevitable. But in reality, success doesn't come from talking. It comes from working in silence. The entrepreneur who spends more time pitching ideas than building them never succeeds. The athlete who boasts about their training but doesn't put in the real work never wins. The student who claims they will excel but doesn't study never achieves their potential. On the other hand, those who focus on their craft, who work relentlessly without seeking attention, are the ones who truly rise to the top. Think about the greatest achievers in history. Did they spend their time bragging about what they were going to do, or did they simply put in the work day after day until the world had no choice but to notice? When you dedicate yourself to your work, when you pour your energy into doing instead of talking, results become your voice, and results are undeniable. The world respects those who prove their worth, not those who claim it. When you achieve something real, whether it's building a business, mastering a skill, or overcoming a challenge, you don't need to convince people of your success. Your results speak for themselves. Let your growth, your progress, and your impact be undeniable. Let people see your success instead of just hearing about it. Working in silence requires discipline. It requires the ability to resist the urge to seek validation and the strength to trust in your work. Authentically forget the applause, listen to your inner voice. It's not about who's watching, it's about who you're becoming along the way. In today's fast-paced, hyper-connected world, it's harder than ever to separate the noise from the signal. Noise is everywhere: opinions on social media, breaking news alerts, fleeting trends, and unsolicited advice. It's loud, constant, and demanding. The signal, on the other hand, is quiet, steady, and far more important. It's what truly matters: your purpose, your goals, and the values that guide you. The challenge is learning to tune out the noise so you can focus on the signal. Noise is anything that distracts you from your priorities. It might come in the form of criticism from others, comparisons to peers, or even the endless scroll of social media. Noise doesn't just compete for your attention, it drains your energy. It pulls you in 100 different directions, making it harder to concentrate on what's truly meaningful. One of the biggest dangers of noise is that it's often disguised as urgency. Emails marked important, notifications pinging your phone, or a trending topic can all seem like they require immediate attention. But in reality, most noise adds little to no value to your life. It's fleeting, superficial, and often irrelevant to your long-term goals. The signal is what remains when you strip away the distractions. It's the core of what truly matters: your vision, purpose, and priorities. Unlike noise, the signal is timeless. It doesn't demand your attention, it earns it by being aligned with your deeper values and aspirations. The signal is where you should focus your energy. It's the meaningful work you're passionate about, the relationships that enrich your life, and the goals that drive your growth. The signal is steady and clear, but it's also easy to overlook in the chaos of daily life. To focus on the signal, you must first learn to recognize the noise. Start by asking yourself, is this contributing to my long-term goals? Is this aligned with my values? Is this worth my time and energy? If the answer is no, it's noise. Set clear priorities. When you're clear about your goals and values, it's easier to identify distractions. Limit exposure to noise. Reduce time spent on social media, turn off unnecessary notifications, and avoid environments that create more chaos than clarity. Practice mindfulness. Regularly reflect on what truly matters to you. Journaling or meditation can help you stay grounded in your signal. Embrace saying no. Not every opportunity or request deserves your attention. Protect your focus by learning to say no to what doesn't align with your priorities. The world will always be noisy, but you don't have to listen to every sound. This year, let's commit to tuning out the distractions and tuning in to what truly matters. Focus on the signal, the work that fulfills you, the goals that inspire you, and the relationships that bring meaning to your life. The noise may be loud, but the signal is far more powerful. When you learn to differentiate between the two, you'll find clarity, purpose, and progress. So quiet the noise, amplify the signal, and let 2025 be the year you align your energy with what truly matters. In a world that often prioritizes appearances over substance, it's easy to get caught up in talking about what we're going to do rather than focusing on actually doing it. Announcing intentions can feel rewarding, giving us a sense of progress before we've even started. But real success isn't about what we say, it's about what we achieve. Actions and outcomes are the ultimate proof of effort, and when we let results speak for themselves, they tell a story far more powerful than words ever could. When we share our goals publicly, it can feel like we've already accomplished something. We receive encouragement, praise, or admiration, which provides an instant sense of satisfaction. But this can be a trap. Psychologists call this phenomenon social reality, where talking about our goals gives us a premature sense of accomplishment, reducing the motivation to actually work on them. Talking about your plans is easy. Following through on them is where the real challenge and growth lie. Results, not words, are what ultimately define success. Results are undeniable. They cut through noise, skepticism, and doubt, while words can be questioned or forgotten. Outcomes stand as tangible evidence of effort, persistence, and capability. When you focus on achieving results rather than seeking recognition along the way, you shift your energy toward what truly matters, taking action. Results also build trust and credibility. In professional settings, people trust those who deliver, not those who merely promise. In personal endeavors, results reinforce self-confidence and prove to yourself that you're capable of achieving what you set out to do. History remembers people for what they accomplished, not what they intended to do. Innovators like Thomas Edison, leaders like Nelson Mandela, or athletes like Serena Williams didn't just talk about their dreams, they worked tirelessly, often quietly, until the results spoke for them. Their actions, not their announcements, are what left a lasting impact. This principle applies to all of us. Whether you're building a career, pursuing a passion, or striving for personal growth, your legacy is shaped by what you do, not by what you say you'll do. When you let results speak for themselves, you allow your actions to be your voice, and that voice carries more weight than any words ever could. Focus on the work. Dedicate your energy to the task at hand rather than seeking validation. Be patient. Results take time. Trust the process and resist the urge to seek immediate recognition. Embrace quiet effort. Work hard in the background, knowing that the outcomes will eventually tell your story. Measure progress regularly. Assess your efforts not to boast, but to ensure you're moving in the right direction. This year, let's shift our focus from announcing our plans to executing them. Let's trade promises for progress and recognition for results. When you let your work do the talking, you don't need to prove yourself with words. The outcomes speak louder than anything you could say, so let 2025 be the year of quiet effort and undeniable results. Let your achievements tell the story of your dedication, perseverance, and capability. Work hard, stay consistent, and trust that when the time comes, your results will speak volumes. As we step into 2025, let us embrace a mindset of quiet determination, purposeful action, and unwavering focus. Let's commit to working hard in silence, allowing our results to speak louder than words. Let's value the journey over the applause, the signal over the noise, and the process over fleeting praise. Validation demands that you stay focused on your mission instead of wasting energy on proving yourself to others. This is hard because we all want recognition. We all want to be acknowledged. But those who stay committed to their craft without distractions are the ones who truly achieve greatness. People might doubt you, they might question your ability, but when your actions deliver undeniable results, they can't ignore you anymore. Silence is confidence. It shows that you don't need external validation. It means you trust yourself enough to let time reveal the truth. Have you ever noticed how the most successful people don't waste time explaining themselves? They don't argue with critics. They don't feel the need to justify their dreams. They simply do the work and let success speak for them. Success doesn't come from making promises, it comes from keeping them. It doesn't come from talking, it comes from doing. So instead of announcing your goals, work on them. Instead of arguing for your worth, prove it. Instead of seeking attention, let your actions demand it. We live in a world of instant gratification. We want results now. We want success now. We want answers now. And when things don't happen on our timeline, we panic. We start forcing outcomes, chasing opportunities, and trying to control what is beyond us. There is an invisible rhythm to life, a process that unfolds at the right pace in the right way when you are ready for it. But most people don't trust that. They rush. They doubt. They force things before their time, and in doing so, they sabotage the very success they are trying to achieve. Patience and trust in the journey bring what is meant for you. If you can master the art of trusting the process, life will unfold in ways beyond what you ever imagined. Most people believe they are in complete control of their lives. They think that if they just push harder, work longer, and force situations, they can bend reality to their will. But life doesn't work that way. Some things take time. Some lessons must be learned before the reward arrives. Some opportunities won't come until you are truly ready. Have you ever noticed that when you chase something too desperately, whether it's a relationship, a job, or a goal, it often moves further away? It's not because you don't deserve it, it's because you're not aligned with it yet. You're trying to control the outcome instead of mastering the process. The greatest successes in life come to those who understand this. You don't have to chase what is meant for you. It will come to you when you are prepared for it. Most people can wait, but they wait with doubt, frustration, and anxiety. That energy pushes away what they desire. But those who truly trust the process wait with confidence. They know that just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't happen. They focus on their growth, their mindset, and their preparation. Because here's the truth. The universe, life, God, whatever you believe in will not give you what you are not ready to handle. Most people want the rewards before they are ready for the responsibility, but the process ensures that when success arrives, you can handle it. We've all had moments where we thought we missed an opportunity. Maybe a business deal didn't work out. Maybe a relationship ended. Maybe we didn't get the job we wanted. But what if you didn't lose anything? What if that opportunity wasn't the right one for you? Or what if it simply wasn't the right time? The truth is, what is meant for you will always find its way to you, but only when you are in the right place to receive it. Life has a way of redirecting us. What seems like a failure today often turns out to be a blessing tomorrow. What feels like a rejection is sometimes protection from something that wasn't meant for us. If you trust the process, you stop worrying about missed chances. You understand that what is truly meant for you will never pass you by. Instead of focusing on forcing outcomes, focus on becoming the person who naturally attracts those outcomes. Instead of chasing success, focus on developing the habits and mindset of successful people. Instead of chasing love, focus on becoming the kind of person who naturally attracts deep connections. Instead of chasing opportunities, focus on sharpening your skills so opportunities come to you. When you become the right person, the right things start coming effortlessly. You don't have to fight for them. You don't have to force them. They align with who you are. Trusting the process doesn't mean you do nothing. It doesn't mean you sit back and hope for a miracle. It means you take consistent action without desperation. It means you work hard, stay committed, and allow things to unfold naturally. It means you trust that even when things seem uncertain, everything is happening exactly as it should. And that's when everything you've been working for, the success, the opportunities, the breakthroughs, starts coming to you effortlessly. In a world where everyone is trying to be the loudest voice in the room, silence has become a rare and powerful weapon. We often assume that the most vocal individuals, the ones who dominate conversations, demand attention, and constantly assert themselves, are the ones who command the most respect. But the truth is, the people who speak less are often the ones who are heard the most, because silence signals confidence. It creates mystery. It forces people to listen. When you finally do speak, those who choose their words carefully, who speak with purpose rather than just to fill the silence, are taken far more seriously than those who talk endlessly without direction. A silent, strategic individual holds more power than someone who constantly seeks validation through noise. When you master the ability to speak only when necessary, you will find that people begin to respect, admire, and even fear your presence. There is a common misconception that being loud equals being influential, that the more you talk, the more people will listen, and the more you demand attention, the more important you must be. But in reality, the opposite is true. When someone speaks too much, when they constantly interrupt, over-explain, or try to dominate every conversation, they lose credibility. Their words become background noise. People start tuning them out, dismissing their opinions as nothing more than empty chatter. But when someone speaks less, when they choose their words intentionally, when they stay silent and observe, people lean in. When they finally do speak, their words carry weight because they are not wasted. Think about the most respected individuals in history. The greatest leaders, thinkers, and strategists were not the ones who constantly talked. They were the ones who knew when to remain silent and when to speak with power and precision. When you are silent, people don't know what you're thinking. They don't know whether you approve or disapprove, whether you are impressed or unimpressed. This forces them to respect you because they cannot easily predict or manipulate you. Contrast that with someone who talks too much. When a person reveals everything they think, feel, or plan, they become predictable and easy to dismiss. They give away their power. In negotiations, the silent individual holds the advantage because the other party doesn't know what they are thinking. In leadership, the quiet leader is often the most respected because when they do speak, their words carry significance. In social settings, the person who listens more than they speak is often the most admired because their silence makes others curious about them. People respect what they don't fully understand, and silence creates that aura of authority. Now, silence doesn't mean doing nothing. It doesn't mean avoiding confrontation or never expressing your thoughts. There's a difference between strategic silence and passive silence. Passive silence comes from fear. It's when someone stays quiet because they lack confidence or are afraid of speaking up. But strategic silence is different. It's a deliberate choice. It's about knowing when to hold back and when to make an impact with your words. A truly powerful person doesn't always remain silent. They simply understand that not everything needs to be said. They choose their battles, their words, and their moments wisely. One of the greatest signs of self-mastery is the ability to control your tongue. Most people feel an overwhelming need to respond, to argue, to prove themselves in every situation. But those who can remain composed in silence gain a level of respect that reactive people never will. This is how respect is earned, not by demanding it, but by commanding it through self-discipline. Pause before responding. Instead of reacting immediately, take a moment to think before you speak. This shows that your words are intentional, not impulsive. Listen more than you speak. The person who listens the most always has the most knowledge. The more you observe, the more powerful your words become. When you do choose to speak, don't reveal everything. Keep some things to yourself. Not everyone needs to know your thoughts, emotions, or plans. Let people wonder about you. Be comfortable with silence. Many people feel uncomfortable when there is silence in a conversation. Use this to your advantage. Let others fill the space while you stay composed. Use words with impact. When you do speak, make sure your words add value. Say something meaningful and people will remember it. The people who truly command respect are not the ones who are the loudest. They are the ones who know when to be silent and when to speak with purpose. In a world full of noise, silence becomes a superpower. It makes people take you seriously. It forces them to pay attention. It gives you the upper hand in any situation. So the next time you feel the need to prove yourself with words, stop. Pause. Observe. Let your silence make people curious. Because the person who speaks less, who speaks only when necessary, is the person people listen to the most. We often think of energy in physical terms: how much we can lift, how long we can run, how little we can sleep and still function. But energy is far more than that. It is mental, it is emotional, it is spiritual, and it is limited. Every time you speak unnecessarily, you drain your energy, and once that energy is gone, you cannot get it back. This is why protecting your energy and being intentional about where you invest your words, your focus, and your emotions is one of the most powerful things you can do. Because the truth is this: when you remain silent, you can serve that energy for the things that truly matter. Words are not free. Every conversation, every argument, every unnecessary explanation costs you something. It takes mental effort to process your thoughts, form sentences, and engage in discussions. It takes emotional effort to react, respond, and defend yourself. And when done excessively, it depletes you. Think about the people who always feel exhausted. It's not just because of physical work. It's because they spend too much energy on things that don't move them forward. All of this takes power away from the areas of life that actually matter: your growth, your goals, your inner peace. When you learn to speak less, you realize how much energy you were wasting on things that were never worth your time. Energy is like money. If you spend it recklessly, you will always feel like you don't have enough. But if you manage it wisely, you will always have something left to invest in what truly matters. Most people never ask these questions. They assume their exhaustion comes from external factors, when in reality, most of it comes from self-inflicted energy leaks. If you feel drained, overwhelmed, or constantly tired, it's time to audit your energy. Stop spending it on things that give you nothing in return. When you remain silent, something incredible happens. Your energy regenerates. Instead of spending mental and emotional effort on pointless interactions, you gain clarity. You start to think deeper, listen better, and observe more. You recognize which people value your words and which just want to waste your time. You gain control over your emotions, no longer reacting to every little thing that challenges you. This is why the most powerful individuals in the world are often the most reserved. They don't waste their energy proving themselves. They protect it. If you want to conserve your energy and use it wisely, start implementing these habits. Pause before speaking. Before you say anything, ask yourself, does this need to be said? If not, stay silent. Choose your battles wisely. Not every argument is worth your energy. Let people be wrong. Let them misunderstand you. Your energy is more valuable than their opinion. Stop explaining yourself. The right people don't need endless explanations. The wrong people will never be satisfied with them. Say what needs to be said, then let it go. Limit conversations that drain you. Some people will never stop complaining, gossiping, or arguing. Minimize your exposure to them. Protect your peace. Embrace silence. You don't always need to respond, react, or fill the air with words. Silence is powerful. Let it work in your favor. Your energy is one of your greatest assets. Every unnecessary conversation, every argument, and every moment spent proving yourself costs you something. But when you learn to speak only when necessary, to remain silent when it serves you, and to protect your energy at all costs, you will find yourself more powerful, more focused, and more in control than ever before. Because once you start protecting your energy, you'll realize just how much of it you were wasting all along. When you speak less, you gain more wisdom, more strength, and influence. You protect your peace, maintain your composure, and ensure that your words carry weight when you choose to use them. Your brain is running on autopilot right now. Every morning you wake up and play the same old movie in your head. The same worries, the same limitations, the same old story about who you are and what's possible in your life. You might think this is just who you are, but it's not. It's simply a pattern you've practiced so many times that it's become automatic, like a computer program running in the background. These patterns keep creating the same reality over and over again. But here's the amazing thing we've discovered in our research. You can break these patterns in just 60 seconds. One single minute of focused practice can begin to rewire your brain's old programming. We've seen it happen thousands of times in our workshops. People who've struggled with the same problems for decades suddenly break free. People who fought change for years find themselves transforming in moments. This isn't magic, it's science. We can actually measure these changes happening in the brain and body. Today, I'm going to show you exactly how to use this 1-minute method to change your life. No complicated techniques, no years of practice, just a simple, powerful method that anyone can use. And the best part is, it works whether you believe in it or not, because this isn't about belief, it's about biology. It's about understanding how your brain really works and using that knowledge to create rapid, lasting change. Right now, in this exact moment, your brain is firing millions of neurons in a unique pattern that's creating your current reality. But what if I told you that in just 60 seconds, one single minute, you could completely transform that pattern and literally rewire your brain to manifest what seems impossible? I've seen it countless times in our workshops. A person walks in carrying decades of limiting beliefs, years of programmed behaviors, thinking they're stuck with their current reality. Then, in one profound minute of focused consciousness, something extraordinary happens. Their brainwave patterns shift dramatically. The frontal lobe lights up like a Christmas tree, the analytical mind steps aside, and suddenly they're accessing a state of pure possibility. Let me share something fascinating from our research. When you maintain a single focused thought for just 60 seconds, your brain starts producing new proteins that literally create new neural connections. 60 seconds of sustained consciousness can begin breaking neural patterns you've reinforced for decades. That's not theory, that's biology in action. Think about this. In 1 minute, your heart beats about 70 times, you take roughly 15 breaths, and your brain processes an amazing 11 million bits of information. But most of that processing happens on autopilot, running old programs, old beliefs, old limitations. What if you consciously directed that incredible processing power towards something new, something greater than your past? In the quantum field, time doesn't exist the way we experience it in our three-dimensional reality. A minute of truly elevated emotion combined with clear intention can collapse time and space to bring future possibilities into your present moment. This isn't mystical thinking, it's supported by the principles of quantum physics, where observation affects reality at the subatomic level. The connection between your thoughts and physical reality isn't just philosophical, it's measurable. When you change your mental state, you literally change the electromagnetic field around your body. We've documented this repeatedly. That field interacts with a quantum field of infinite possibility, and that's where magic starts happening. That's where the impossible becomes possible. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's happening in your outer world and what's happening in your inner world. When you understand this fundamental principle, you begin to grasp the incredible power you hold to reshape your reality. Every time you have a thought, your brain releases chemicals called neurotransmitters. These aren't just abstract concepts floating in your head. When you think a thought, you're literally creating electromagnetic fields that extend beyond your body. We've measured these fields. They're real, tangible, and they interact with the world around you. In our research, we've used advanced EEG technology to monitor people's brainwave patterns during meditation. What we found is absolutely remarkable. When someone moves from their thinking brain, that analytical beta brainwave state, into an alpha state, and then into the magical theta state, something extraordinary happens. The frontal lobe, which is usually busy with the constant chatter of your personality, begins to quiet down. But that's just the beginning. As you enter these deeper states, your brainwaves begin to synchronize. This is called coherence. When your brain achieves coherence, it's like a symphony where every instrument is playing in perfect harmony. This coherence creates an electromagnetic field that's up to 100 times more powerful than when your thoughts are scattered. Here's where it gets really interesting. Traditional science told us that neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to create new neural connections, was a slow process that took months or years. But our research has shown something revolutionary. When you combine focused intention with elevated emotion in a coherent brain state, you can create new neural networks in minutes, not months. Think about what this means. Every time you sit down to do this work, you're not just daydreaming or doing some abstract meditation. You're literally reshaping your brain's physical structure. You're reorganizing the electromagnetic field of your body. You're sending out new signals into the quantum field, signals that begin attracting new possibilities, new opportunities, new realities. The latest research in quantum field theory supports this. At the quantum level, everything is energy and information. Your thoughts and emotions are patterns of energy and information. When you change these patterns coherently and consistently, you're literally changing the building blocks of your reality. You wake up every morning, and within the first few minutes, your brain shifts into autopilot. You're not doing this consciously. It's happening because 95% of who you are by the time you're 35 years old is a set of memorized behaviors, emotional reactions, unconscious habits, hardwired attitudes, and unexamined beliefs. This is your past programming running the show. Your brain is organized to reflect everything you know in your life. It's a complete record of the past. Every experience you've ever had, every emotion you've ever felt, every reaction you've memorized. They're all wired into your neural architecture, and your body has become addicted to these emotional states. It's become addicted to anxiety, to worry, to frustration, to anger, whatever emotions you've repeatedly experienced. These aren't just feelings, they're chemical signatures in your body. When you feel anxious, your body releases stress hormones. When this happens repeatedly, your cells literally become addicted to these chemicals. Then your body starts craving these emotional states and drives you to think the thoughts that will create these chemicals again. It's a feedback loop that keeps most people stuck in the past. Here's what's fascinating about survival emotions. Your brain is designed to remember negative experiences more strongly than positive ones. It's a survival mechanism from our ancient past. When your ancestors encountered a predator, remembering that experience was crucial for survival. But in today's world, this same mechanism causes us to hold on to every stressful meeting, every criticism, every financial worry, every relationship problem. Most people keep recreating their past because they're trying to think positively while feeling negatively. Your thoughts might be saying, "I want to change," but your body is still vibrating at the frequency of stress, anxiety, or fear. And since your body doesn't know the difference between an experience and a memory of an experience, you keep broadcasting the same electromagnetic signature into the quantum field, attracting more of the same circumstances. This is why most people's prayers go unanswered. They're asking for something new while unconsciously signaling to the universe that they want more of the past. They're trying to create a new future from a familiar past. It's like driving a car with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. You're going nowhere fast. But here's the good news. The moment you understand this mechanism, you can begin to break free from it. When you realize that your thoughts and feelings are creating your reality, you can start making different choices. You can begin to consciously break these emotional addictions and create new patterns. Now I want to teach you something powerful, a protocol that can reset your entire state of being in just 1 minute. This isn't just another breathing exercise or meditation technique. This is a scientifically designed method to shift your brainwaves, alter your body chemistry, and change your energy in 60 seconds flat. Start by sitting up straight, feet flat on the floor. Your posture matters because your mind and body are connected. When you change your physical state, you send a signal to your brain that something different is about to happen. Now close your eyes. This simple act reduces the sensory information going to your brain by about 80%, which automatically begins to shift your brain waves. Take a slow, deep breath through your nose. But here's the key, you're not just breathing into your chest. You're breathing all the way down into your belly, creating what we call coherent breathing. As you inhale, feel your belly expand like a balloon. Hold it for just a moment. Now exhale slowly through your mouth, pulling your navel back toward your spine. This type of breathing instantly starts to shift your autonomic nervous system from sympathetic fight or flight to parasympathetic rest and repair dominance. You're literally changing your biology with each breath. Do this 3 times, synchronizing your breath with the intention to move from thinking to feeling. Now here's where the magic happens. On your next inhale, move your attention from your brain to your heart. Your heart has its own nervous system, its own brain. When you place your attention there, something remarkable occurs. Your heart rhythm patterns begin to change. We can measure this. It's called heart rate variability coherence. As you maintain your attention on your heart, begin to generate an elevated emotion. Choose one: gratitude, appreciation, joy, or love. Don't just think about the emotion, feel it. Remember a time when you felt this emotion strongly. Let it fill your entire body. Your heart is now sending signals to your brain that begin to change your brainwave patterns. This is crucial. Most people try to create from thought alone, but thought without emotion is just a program running in your brain. It's the elevated emotion that sends the signal out into the quantum field. It's the feeling that creates coherence in your heart and brain, amplifying your electromagnetic field up to 100 times its normal strength. For the remaining 30 seconds, maintain this combination of coherent breathing, heart focus, and elevated emotion. You're no longer thinking about your future, you're feeling it. You're no longer trying to make something happen, you're becoming it. This is the state from which the impossible becomes possible. Some people might say 1 minute isn't long enough to create real change, but remember, at the quantum level, time doesn't exist. What matters is the intensity and coherence of your state. 1 minute of truly coherent, elevated emotion is more powerful than hours of scattered thinking. When you perform the 1-minute reset protocol consistently, you're not just having a momentary experience, you're literally rewiring your brain. Let me show you exactly what's happening in your nervous system during this transformation. Each time you combine focused attention with elevated emotion, your brain releases something called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, or BDNF. This is like Miracle-Gro for your neurons. It stimulates the growth of new neural connections. But here's what's extraordinary. This process starts happening immediately, not over weeks or months like we used to believe. In our advanced workshops, we've documented hundreds of cases that prove this rapid rewiring is possible. There was Sarah, a business executive who had suffered from chronic anxiety for 20 years. After learning to maintain elevated emotions for just 1 minute at a time, her brain scans showed dramatic changes in just 3 days. The areas of her brain associated with fear and worry showed decreased activity. Calm and clarity lit up like never before. Take Michael, an athlete who had hit a performance plateau. His neural patterns were locked into old programming about his limitations. But after practicing this work, something remarkable happened. His brain began creating new neural networks associated with his future vision rather than his past limitations. Within weeks, he broke through records he'd been stuck at for years. This is the biology of change in action. Every time you practice this 1-minute reset, you're not just having a nice meditation experience, you're physically changing the structure of your brain. You're pruning away neural connections that no longer serve you and building new ones that support your future vision. Here's what the research shows. When you maintain an elevated emotional state while holding a clear intention, your neurons begin firing in new sequences. These neurons that fire together wire together. It's called heavy and learning. But the key is consistency. 1 minute of coherent focus repeated daily creates stronger neural networks than hours of scattered practice. In our brain mapping studies, we've seen participants literally change their brain wave patterns in real time when they shift from analytical thinking to heart-centered feeling. Their brain waves move from high beta of stress patterns to coherent alpha and theta patterns. This isn't just temporary. With practice, these new patterns become the new normal. Your brain literally rewires itself to make elevated states your default setting rather than your occasional visitor. The quantum field is not some mystical, unreachable dimension. It's the invisible field of energy and information that connects everything in the universe. When your brain waves become coherent through the 1-minute reset protocol, you're literally tuning into this field like a radio tuning into a specific frequency. Think about it this way: every thought you have creates a wave in the quantum field. But most people's thoughts are scattered, contradictory, laden with doubt and past programming. It's like trying to tune into 100 radio stations at once. You get nothing but static. But when you achieve coherence in your brain and heart, something remarkable happens. Your signal becomes clear, focused, and incredibly powerful. The relationship between emotion and manifestation is direct and measurable. When you generate elevated emotions like gratitude, joy, or love, your heart's electromagnetic field becomes up to 100 times stronger than when you're in a neutral state. This isn't metaphysical, we measure this in our labs. This amplified field begins to interact with the quantum field in a way that literally draws new possibilities toward you. Here's what most people don't understand: the quantum field responds to who you're being, not what you're wanting. When you're in a coherent state, feeling the emotions of your future as if it's happening now, you're not asking the universe for something. You're becoming it. You're moving from particle to wave, from matter to energy, from separation to connection. I've seen thousands of participants learn to access this field consistently. They report experiences of time distortion, heightened intuition, synchronized events that defy probability. These aren't coincidences, they're evidence of successful interaction with the quantum field. When you're truly tuned in, the impossible becomes probable, and the probable becomes inevitable. The key is maintaining coherence while in this field. Most people lose their connection the moment something unexpected happens in their environment. But with practice using the 1-minute reset, you can learn to maintain your coherent state regardless of external circumstances. You become the eye of the hurricane, calm, centered, and powerfully connected to infinite possibility. Now I'm going to give you the exact formula that turns the possible into reality. This isn't about wishful thinking or positive affirmations. This is about combining 3 specific elements in a precise way that creates accelerated change in the quantum field. First, you need crystal clear intention. But here's where most people go wrong. They set intentions from a place of lack, from what's missing in their lives. That immediately creates a frequency of absence. Instead, your intention must come from a place of wholeness. When you sit down to do this work, start by asking yourself, what would I create if I knew I was already whole and complete? Your intention needs to be specific enough to create a clear signal, but open enough to allow the quantum field to deliver something even better than you can imagine. This is crucial. The analytical mind wants to control every detail, but the quantum field operates in possibilities. Write your intention down with absolute clarity, but leave the how to the field. Next comes the power of elevated emotion. This isn't about forcing yourself to feel positive. It's about genuinely connecting with the emotions of your future as if they're happening right now. Close your eyes, feel the gratitude, the joy, the excitement of your intention already being real. Your heart has to believe it's real before your eyes can see it. We've measured what happens in the body when someone masters this. Their heart rate variability becomes perfectly coherent. Their brain waves synchronize, their immune system strengthens, stress hormones decrease, while feel-good chemicals increase. You're literally becoming the energy of your future. Now comes the part that trips up most people: surrender. True surrender isn't giving up. It's releasing your addiction to control. It's trusting that the same intelligence that keeps your heart beating and the planets orbiting knows exactly how to bring your intention into reality. This surrender actually amplifies your signal in the quantum field. The formula works like this. Spend 20 seconds getting absolutely clear on your intention. Take the next 20 seconds to generate and amplify the elevated emotion of that future reality. Use the final 20 seconds to completely surrender, letting go of how and when it will happen. This creates a perfect tension between focused intention and complete release. This formula works because it combines the 3 elements that the quantum field responds to most powerfully: a clear signal, coherent energy, and an open reception. When you do this consistently, you're not hoping for change, you're creating the exact conditions that make change inevitable. When you master this 1-minute reset protocol, something extraordinary starts happening. You begin to transcend the limitations of time and space. This isn't science fiction, it's quantum physics in action. Let me show you exactly how this works. In the quantum world, there's a principle called non-locality. It means that particles that have been connected can instantly affect each other regardless of distance. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. But here's what's fascinating: your consciousness operates under the same principle. When you reach that coherent state we talked about, your thoughts and intentions aren't bound by physical location. We've documented this repeatedly in our research. When participants achieve high levels of coherence, they can affect random number generators, influence crystallization patterns in water, even change the emission of photons in a double-slit experiment. This is the observer effect in action. Consciousness literally affects matter at the subatomic level. Think about what this means for your life. When you're operating from your typical conscious state, you're bound by Newtonian physics, cause and effect, linear time, physical limitations. But when you shift into coherent consciousness through the 1-minute reset, you step into quantum laws. Here, time isn't linear, space isn't fixed, and possibility exists as a wave function waiting to be collapsed by your observation. In our advanced workshops, we've seen people heal conditions their doctors said were impossible to heal. We've witnessed individuals manifest opportunities that statistically shouldn't have happened. These aren't miracles, they're examples of consciousness breaking through the barriers of space-time. The key is understanding that your consciousness isn't inside your brain. Your brain is inside your consciousness. Your awareness extends far beyond your physical body. When you generate coherent brain waves and heart rhythms, you create a field that interacts with the quantum field at a fundamental level. You're no longer trying to make things happen in the physical world. You're selecting possibilities in the quantum world that then manifest in physical reality. This is why the 1-minute reset is so powerful. For that brief period when you're in perfect coherence, you're operating beyond space and time. You're accessing a dimension where all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your focused consciousness becomes the force that collapses quantum possibilities into physical reality. You've learned the formula, you understand the science. But what happens when real life kicks in, when doubt creeps in, when your environment seems to be fighting against your new state of being? Let me address the most common obstacles I see and give you practical solutions that work. The first big obstacle is doubt. Your analytical mind starts questioning, is this really working? Am I doing it right? Why haven't I seen results yet? Remember, this doubt is just your old neural networks trying to maintain their existence. Every time you feel doubt, recognize it as a sign that you're pushing beyond your familiar past. Don't fight it, simply observe it and return to the coherent state we practiced. Environmental triggers are another major challenge. You start your day in an elevated state, then your boss sends that stressful email or your family member pushes your button. Here's the key, these triggers are opportunities to strengthen your new state. Use that 1-minute reset the moment you feel triggered. Don't wait until you're completely stressed out, catch yourself early and reset quickly. The biggest obstacle I see is trying to maintain focus in the midst of chaos. Life doesn't stop while you're doing this work. But here's what most people don't realize, chaos is actually your greatest ally. When you can maintain coherence in chaos, you're building the strongest neural networks possible. It's like building muscle. Resistance creates strength. The solution isn't to avoid challenges, it's to use them as feedback. Every trigger, every doubt, every chaotic moment is showing you where you need to strengthen your practice. When you feel scattered, that's your cue to do the 1-minute reset. When your environment seems to be testing you, that's the universe asking, are you really committed to this new state of being? Let me show you exactly how to integrate this 1-minute miracle into your daily life so it becomes as natural as breathing. This isn't about adding another task to your to-do list. It's about creating a new way of being that transforms every aspect of your life. Start by anchoring your practice to existing habits. The moment you wake up, before you check your phone, before you step into your day, do your 1-minute reset. This is crucial because your brain is most programmable in those first moments after waking. You're literally setting the electromagnetic frequency for your entire day. Create what I call reset triggers throughout your day. Every time you stop at a red light, that's a 1-minute opportunity. Every time you walk through a doorway, that's your cue to check your state. Every time you wash your hands, use that moment to reset. You're not adding time to your day, you're transforming the time you already have. Now here's how to measure your progress. Forget the old ways of tracking success. Instead, notice the synchronicities that start appearing in your life. Watch how people react to you differently. Pay attention to how your energy levels change, how your sleep improves, how solutions appear seemingly out of nowhere. Keep a coherence journal. Each evening, write down 3 pieces of evidence that your new state is becoming your default state. Maybe you stayed calm in a situation that would have triggered you before. Maybe you manifested a parking spot exactly when you needed it. Maybe you had an insight that solved the problem you've been struggling with for months. The most powerful way to sustain this practice is to notice its effects not just on you, but on your entire field. Watch how your coherent state affects others around you. Notice how your relationships transform, how opportunities seem to find you, how your presence itself becomes a catalyst for positive change. Remember, you're not just doing a 1-minute practice. You're becoming a walking, breathing example of what's possible when a human being steps into their full potential. Every time you reset, you're contributing to the elevation of human consciousness itself. You're here because you want to know the truth, the real, raw, unfiltered truth about reality that most people never talk about. Well, get ready, because what I'm about to share with you might shake you to your core. But that's good. That's what we want, because only when we're shaken can we truly wake up. Let's start with this. Everything you think you know about reality is probably wrong. Yes, you heard me right. The world you see, the life you're living, the thoughts you're thinking, they're all based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how reality actually works. Now, I'm not saying this to scare you or make you feel bad. I'm saying it because it's the truth, and the truth, my friends, is the most powerful tool we have for changing our lives. Here's the shocking truth about reality. It's simple. You are creating your reality every single moment of every single day. Your thoughts, your beliefs, your emotions, they're not just passive reactions to the world around you. They're actively shaping the world you experience. Think about that for a second. Every thought you have, every emotion you feel is like a signal you're sending out into the universe. And the universe, like a giant mirror, reflects that signal back to you in the form of your experiences. This isn't some new age mumbo-jumbo. This is science. Quantum physics has shown us that at the most fundamental level, reality isn't fixed. It's a field of infinite possibilities, and our consciousness interacts with this field to collapse those possibilities into our actual experiences. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. If I'm creating my reality, why would I create all these problems and challenges in my life? That's a great question. And here's the answer: you're doing it unconsciously. Most of us are running on autopilot, letting our unconscious thoughts and beliefs shape our reality without even realizing it. We're like sleepwalkers creating our lives in a dream state. But here's the good news: you can wake up. You can take control of this process and start consciously creating the reality you want. How do we do that? It starts with understanding how your brain works. Your brain is like a record player, constantly playing the same old songs, your habitual thoughts and emotions. These thoughts and emotions create neural pathways in your brain like grooves in a record. The deeper the groove, the easier it is for the needle to follow it, and the more automatic that thought or emotion becomes. But that's okay. You can change the record. You can create new neural pathways, new grooves that lead to new thoughts, new emotions, and ultimately a new reality. This is where meditation comes in. When you meditate, you're stepping out of the automatic thinking patterns of your brain. You're creating a space where you can observe your thoughts without getting caught up in them. And in that space, you have the power to choose new thoughts, to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. But it's not enough to just think new thoughts. You need to feel them. You need to generate the emotions associated with having what you want, even before you have it. This is the secret that most people miss. They think they'll feel good when they get what they want, but the truth is, you need to feel good first to attract what you want. Why? Because your emotions are the language of your body. They're how you communicate with the quantum field. When you generate the emotion of already having what you want, you're sending a powerful signal to the universe, tuning your body to the frequency of that reality. Now, I know this might sound strange. We're used to thinking that our emotions are responses to what happens to us. But what if I told you that your emotions could be the cause of what happens to you? What if, by choosing to feel joy, abundance, and love, you could attract more joyful, abundant, and loving experiences into your life? This is the power you have. This is the truth about reality that nobody tells you. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the creator of your circumstances. But be clear, this isn't about positive thinking or wishful daydreaming. This is about fundamentally changing your energy, your vibration, your state of being. It's about becoming the person who already has what you want. Think about it this way: if you want to be wealthy, you need to embody the energy of wealth. How would a wealthy person think? How would they feel? How would they carry themselves? When you start thinking, feeling, and acting as if you're already wealthy, you align yourself with the frequency of wealth, and what's on the same frequency as you is what you attract into your life. The same principle applies to health, relationships, success, anything you want to create in your life. You need to become it in your mind and your heart before you can become it in your physical reality. Now, I'm not saying this is easy. It takes practice. It takes dedication. It takes a willingness to step out of your comfort zone and challenge your existing beliefs about reality. But let me tell you, it's worth it, because when you master this, you become the master of your own life. So how do we put this into practice? It starts with your morning routine. Instead of waking up and immediately checking your phone or rushing into your day, take some time for yourself. Sit in silence, close your eyes, and start to imagine the life you want to create. See it in vivid detail. What does it look like? What does it feel like? Who are you in this new reality? Really allow yourself to step into that vision. Feel the emotions of already having what you want. Let those emotions fill your body. Stay in that state. Don't just do it for a few minutes and then go back to your old patterns. Carry that energy with you throughout your day. When challenges come up, and they will, remind yourself of who you're becoming. Choose thoughts and emotions that align with your new reality, not your old one. This is where most people fail. They do the visualization, they feel good for a moment, but then they let the outside world pull them back into their old patterns. But remember, the outside world is just a reflection of your inner world. If you want to change what's outside, you have to hold steady to your new inner reality, even when the outer reality hasn't caught up yet. It's like tuning a radio. You have to stay on the frequency of what you want long enough for the signal to come through clearly. If you keep switching back and forth between stations, you'll never get a clear signal. Now let's talk about beliefs. Your beliefs are like the operating system of your personal reality. They determine what you think is possible, what you think you deserve, and ultimately what you experience in your life. But here's the thing, most of your beliefs aren't even yours. They're programs you've downloaded from your parents, your teachers, your culture. And many of these beliefs are limiting you, holding you back from creating the life you truly want. So we need to examine our beliefs. We need to question them. Are they serving us? Are they aligned with the reality we want to create? If not, we need to be willing to let them go and install new beliefs that support our desires. This isn't always comfortable. Our beliefs feel like truth to us, even when they're not. Letting go of a long-held belief can feel like losing a part of ourselves. But remember, you are not your beliefs. You are the awareness that can observe and change your beliefs. A powerful way to change your beliefs is through affirmations, but not the kind of superficial affirmations you might have heard of. I'm talking about emotionally charged statements that you repeat to yourself with full conviction. For example, instead of saying, "I am rich," when you don't feel rich at all, try something like this. "I am open to abundant opportunities. I am worthy of financial success. Money flows to me easily and effortlessly." Say these with feeling. Really allow yourself to believe them, even if just for a moment. As you repeat these affirmations and generate the associated emotions, you'll start to create new neural pathways in your brain. You'll start to rewire your subconscious mind, and as your subconscious mind changes, your reality will change to match it. Let's talk about the role of your body in all of this. Your body is not just a physical machine. It's an emotional and energetic system that's constantly communicating with the quantum field. Every cell in your body is listening to your thoughts and responding to your emotions. When you're stressed, anxious, or fearful, your body goes into survival mode. It releases stress hormones that prepare you for fight or flight. This might have been useful when we were facing physical dangers, but in our modern world, it's an overreaction that keeps us stuck in old patterns. On the other hand, when you're calm, joyful, and grateful, your body releases different chemicals, hormones like oxytocin and serotonin that make you feel good and open you up to new possibilities. In this state, you're more creative, more intuitive, and more open to receiving the good things life has to offer. So part of creating your new reality is learning to manage your body state. This is where breathwork comes in. Your breath is a powerful tool for changing your physiological state. When you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a few deep, slow breaths. Feel your body relaxing. Feel yourself coming back to center. Another powerful tool is gratitude. When you focus on what you're grateful for, you shift your energy from lack to abundance. You train your brain to notice the good things in your life, which in turn attracts more good things. Start each day by listing 3 things you're grateful for. Really feel the gratitude in your body. Let it fill you up. This simple practice can dramatically shift your vibration and open you up to receiving more of what you want in life. Now let's address the elephant in the room. What about when bad things happen? What about illness, loss, tragedy? Are we creating those too? This is a complex question, and I want to approach it with sensitivity. The truth is, we're not always consciously creating every single event in our lives. There are larger forces at play: collective consciousness, societal patterns, even what some might call destiny or karma. Here's what's important to remember. While we may not always choose what happens to us, we always choose how we respond to what happens. And it's our response that shapes our experience and our future. When something challenging happens, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" try asking, "What can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to grow and evolve?" This shift in perspective can transform even the most difficult experiences into opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Remember, everything in your life, the good and the bad, is feedback. It's information about where you are in relation to where you want to be. If you're not getting the results you want, it's not because you're bad or unworthy. It's simply because you haven't yet aligned your energy with what you want. So instead of judging yourself or feeling discouraged, get curious. What beliefs or patterns might be creating this result? What new choices could you make? What new thoughts could you think? What new emotions could you generate? This brings us to another crucial point, the importance of self-love and self-acceptance. Many of us have been taught that we need to be hard on ourselves to succeed, that we need to criticize our flaws and push ourselves relentlessly. But the truth is, this approach often backfires. When you're constantly criticizing yourself, you're sending a message to the universe that you're not good enough. You're vibrating at a frequency of lack and unworthiness, and guess what? The universe reflects that back to you in your experiences. True change, lasting change, comes from a place of self-love and self-acceptance. It comes from recognizing your inherent worth and value regardless of your current circumstances. When you love and accept yourself as you are, you create a solid foundation from which to grow and evolve. This doesn't mean you don't strive to improve. It means you improve from a place of love rather than fear. You make changes because you want to express more of your true potential, not because you think you're not good enough as you are. So practice self-compassion. Speak to yourself with kindness. Celebrate your victories, no matter how small. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Remember, you are a work in progress, and that's beautiful. Your imperfections are not flaws to be fixed, but opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Now let's talk about the power of the present moment. Many of us spend our lives either dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. But the truth is, the only moment you have any power over is right now. The present moment is where all your power lies. When you're fully present, you step out of the automatic patterns of your mind. You create a space where new possibilities can emerge. This is why mindfulness is so powerful. It's not just about relaxation or stress relief. It's about waking up to the fullness of your life right now. Practice being present throughout your day. When you're eating, really taste your food. When you're walking, feel your feet on the ground. When you're talking to someone, really listen to them. These small moments of presence add up, creating a life that's richer, fuller, and more aligned with your true desires. Another powerful tool for creating your reality is visualization. Your brain doesn't know the difference between something you vividly imagine and something you actually experience. When you visualize your desired reality in rich, vivid detail, you're literally rewiring your brain to align with that reality. So take time each day to visualize your goals as if they've already happened. See yourself living the life you want. Feel the emotions of having achieved your dreams. The more real you can make it in your mind, the more you prime your brain and your energy field to make it a reality. Now, I want to address something important. This work of consciously creating your reality isn't about controlling every aspect of your life. It's not about forcing things to happen through sheer will. That approach often leads to stress and burnout. Instead, it's about aligning yourself with the natural flow of life. It's about setting your intention, doing what's in your power to do, and then surrendering the outcome. This balance of intention and surrender is like planting a garden. You choose the seeds you want to plant, you prepare the soil, you water and nurture the plants, but you don't stand over the seeds commanding them to grow. You trust in the natural process of growth. The same is true in creating your reality. You set your intention, align your thoughts, emotions, and actions with that intention, and then you trust. You remain open to how your desires might manifest, knowing that the universe often has plans even better than what you can imagine. This trust, this surrender, is not passive. It's an active state of receptivity. It's about staying open and flexible, ready to recognize and receive the opportunities that come your way. It's about having faith in yourself and in the benevolence of the universe. Now let's talk about the importance of consistency. Creating a new reality isn't something you do once and then you're done. It's a daily practice. It's about consistently choosing thoughts, emotions, and actions that align with your desired reality. This is where many people struggle. They get excited about these ideas, they practice for a few days or weeks, but then they slip back into old patterns. But remember, you're rewiring your brain. You're changing patterns that have been in place for years, maybe even decades. This takes time and consistent effort, so be patient with yourself. Celebrate small victories. If you catch yourself falling into old patterns, don't judge yourself. Simply notice it and then make a new choice. Every moment is a new opportunity to align with your desired reality. One powerful way to stay consistent is to create a daily routine that supports your new way of being. This might include meditation, visualization, affirmations, journaling, exercise, whatever practices help you stay aligned with your goals and your highest self. And remember, it's not about being perfect, it's about progress. It's about making more conscious choices more of the time. Even small shifts, when consistent, can lead to massive changes over time. Now I want to address something that often comes up when people start this work of consciously creating the reality. As you start to change, as you start to vibrate at a different frequency, you might find that some relationships in your life start to change. This is natural. As you raise your vibration, you might find that some people or situations no longer resonate with you. You might outgrow certain relationships or environments. This can be uncomfortable, even painful at times, but remember, this is part of the process. As you align with your highest self and your truest desires, you naturally attract people and experiences that match your new vibration. Trust in this process. Have faith that as some doors close, new ones will open. This doesn't mean you need to cut people out of your life, but it does mean being mindful of the energies you're surrounding yourself with. Choose to spend time with people who support your growth, who inspire you, who believe in you. Create environments that nurture your new way of being. Another important aspect of creating your reality is taking inspired action. While thoughts and emotions are powerful, they need to be coupled with action to create tangible results. But not just any action, inspired action. Inspired action comes from a place of alignment. It's not about forcing yourself to do things you hate because you think you should. It's about listening to your intuition, following the nudges of your heart, and taking steps that feel energizing and exciting. When you're in alignment with your desires, the right actions will often feel effortless. You'll feel drawn to do certain things, to go certain places, to talk to certain people. Trust these impulses. They're your inner guidance system showing you the path to your dreams. This doesn't mean you won't face challenges or that everything will be easy. Creating a new reality often requires stepping out of your comfort zone. It might mean doing things you've never done before, facing fears, or developing new skills. When you're aligned with your true desires, you'll have the energy and motivation to overcome these challenges. You'll see them not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and self-discovery. Now let's talk about the power of your words. Your words are more than just sounds or symbols on a page. They're energetic vibrations that shape your reality. Every word you speak is an affirmation, a declaration to the universe of what you believe to be true. So pay attention to your words. Are you constantly complaining about what's wrong in your life? Are you speaking about yourself and your abilities in a negative way? If so, you're reinforcing those realities. Choose your words consciously. Speak about yourself and your life in the way you want it to be, not just the way it is now. Use empowering language. Instead of saying, "I hope this works out," say, "I'm excited to see this unfold perfectly." Instead of, "I'm trying to lose weight," say, "I'm becoming healthier and fitter every day." This isn't about denying your current reality. It's about focusing your energy on where you want to go rather than where you've been. It's about using your words as tools to shape your future rather than simply describe your past. Another powerful tool in creating your reality is the practice of acting as if. This means embodying the version of yourself who already has what you desire. How would you walk, talk, and carry yourself if you were already living your dream life? How would you treat others? How would you treat yourself? By acting as if, you're not pretending or being fake. You're actually stepping into the energy of your future self. You're aligning your current actions with your desired reality, which helps to bring that reality into existence. This practice can feel uncomfortable at first. You might feel like an imposter, but remember, all change feels uncomfortable at first. That discomfort is just your old self resisting the new. Push through it. The more you embody your future self, the more natural it will become. Now let's address a common misconception about creating your reality. Some people think that if they just think positive thoughts and visualize what they want, everything will magically fall into place without any effort on their part. This is not how it works. Creating your reality is not about sitting on your couch and waiting for the universe to deliver your dreams on a silver platter. It's about co-creating with the universe. It's about aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with your desires, and then being ready to recognize and act on the opportunities that come your way. Think of it like tuning a radio. Your thoughts and emotions are like the dial that tunes you to a particular frequency. But once you're tuned in, you need to be ready to receive. You need to have your ears open, ready to hear the music when it starts playing. This means being present, being aware, and being willing to step out of your comfort zone when opportunities arise. It means being proactive in pursuing your goals while remaining flexible about how they might manifest. Another crucial aspect of creating a reality is understanding the power of your subconscious mind. Your conscious mind might set goals and make plans, but it's your subconscious mind that really runs the show. It's like the operating system of your personal reality, running in the background and shaping your experiences without you even realizing it. The good news is you can reprogram your subconscious mind. This is where techniques like meditation, visualization, and affirmations come in. By consistently feeding your subconscious mind new information, new beliefs, new self-images, and new possibilities, you can change its programming. But here's the thing, the conscious mind doesn't respond to logic or reason. It responds to repetition and emotion. That's why simply knowing something intellectually often isn't enough to create change. We need to feel it, experience it emotionally, and reinforce it consistently. This is why combining techniques is so powerful. When you visualize your goals, feel the emotions of achieving them, affirm them with your words, and then take inspired action toward them. You're engaging your whole being, conscious and subconscious, in the process of creation. Now let's talk about the role of gratitude in creating your reality. Gratitude is more than just a nice sentiment. It's a powerful force for transformation. When you're grateful, you're telling the universe, "More of this, please." You're aligning yourself with the frequency of abundance and attracting more things to be grateful for. But here's the real power of gratitude. It shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's already abundant in your life. And remember, what you focus on expands. So by focusing on abundance, you create more abundance. Practice gratitude daily, not just for the big things, but for the small things too. The air you breathe, the water you drink, the sun on your face. Feel the gratitude in your body. Let it fill you up. This simple practice can dramatically shift your energy and open you up to receiving more of what you want in life. Another important aspect of creating your reality is understanding the power of your energy field. You're not just a physical body, you're an energetic being, constantly radiating energy into the world and attracting energy back to you. Your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs all contribute to your energy field, and this field is like a magnet, attracting experiences and people that match its frequency. This is why it's so important to be mindful of your inner state. The energy you're putting out is directly influencing what you're attracting into your life. So how do you manage your energy field? Start by becoming aware of it throughout your day. Check in with yourself. How are you feeling? What's the quality of your thoughts? Are you radiating positivity and enthusiasm, or are you broadcasting stress and negativity? Once you're aware of your energy, you can start to shift it. If you notice you're in a low energy state, use the tools we've discussed: breathwork, gratitude, visualization to raise your vibration. Choose thoughts and emotions that align with what you want to attract. Now let's talk about the importance of letting go. This might seem counterintuitive. If you want to create a specific reality, shouldn't you be holding on to that vision tightly? Actually, no. Holding on too tightly can create resistance and block the very things you're trying to attract. The art of creation is a delicate balance between intention and surrender. You set your intention, align your energy with it, and then you let go. You trust in the process. You remain open to how your desires might manifest, knowing that the universe often has plans even better than what you can imagine. This letting go isn't about giving up on your desires. It's about releasing the attachment to how and when they'll manifest. It's about trusting in the perfect unfolding of your life, even when things don't look the way you expected. Practice letting go daily. After you've done your visualization or set your intention for the day, consciously release it to the universe. Say to yourself, "I've planted the seed, now I trust in its growth." This attitude of trust and surrender can actually speed up the manifestation process by removing the resistance of doubt and anxiety. Another powerful tool in creating your reality is the practice of detachment. This means separating your sense of self-worth from external circumstances or achievements. Your worth is inherent. It doesn't depend on what you have or what you've accomplished. When you truly embody this truth, you free yourself to create from a place of wholeness rather than lack. Detachment also means not being overly invested in specific outcomes. Yes, you have goals and desires, but you're not dependent on them for your happiness or sense of self. This attitude allows you to remain flexible and open, ready to recognize opportunities that might not look exactly like what you initially imagined. Practice detachment by reminding yourself regularly of your inherent worth. Affirm to yourself, "I am whole and complete just as I am." Celebrate your efforts and progress, not just your achievements. And when setbacks occur, remember that they don't define you. They're just experiences, opportunities for growth and learning. Now let's address something that often comes up when people start consciously creating their reality: the fear of change. Even when we say we want change, even when we're actively working towards it, a part of us often resists it. This is natural. Our brains are wired to prefer the familiar, even if the familiar isn't serving us well. But change is the only constant in life. Everything is always changing, whether we're consciously directing that change or not. So why not take the reins? Why not consciously create the changes you want to see in your life? Embrace change as an adventure, an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. When you feel fear or resistance coming up, acknowledge it, thank it for trying to protect you, and then gently remind yourself that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. Remember, every great achievement, every positive transformation requires stepping out of your comfort zone. It requires facing the unknown. But that's where the magic happens. That's where you discover strengths you never knew you had, where you become more than you ever thought possible. Another crucial aspect of creating your reality is understanding the power of your beliefs. Your beliefs are like the lens through which you view the world. They color everything you see, everything you experience. And here's the kicker. Your mind is constantly looking for evidence to support your beliefs, whether those beliefs are serving you or not. If you believe the world is a hostile place, you'll notice all the ways in which people are unkind or situations are difficult. If you believe opportunities are scarce, you'll overlook the possibilities that are right in front of you. On the other hand, if you believe the world is full of opportunities, you'll start noticing possibilities everywhere. So take some time to examine your beliefs. Are they supporting the reality you want to create? If not, be willing to question them. Be willing to adopt new beliefs that align with your desires. This isn't about positive thinking or denying reality. It's about choosing beliefs that empower you, that open you up to new possibilities. It's about interpreting your experiences in ways that support your growth and evolution. Now let's talk about the power of your environment in creating your reality. Your environment, the people you spend time with, the spaces you inhabit, the information you consume, all of this profoundly influences your thoughts, emotions, and actions. If you're constantly surrounded by negativity, by people who don't believe in you or support your dreams, it's going to be much harder to maintain the high vibrational state necessary for creating positive change. On the other hand, if you surround yourself with positivity, with people who inspire and encourage you, you'll find it much easier to stay aligned with your goals. So take a look at your environment. Is it supporting your desired reality? If not, what changes can you make? This might mean setting boundaries with certain people, seeking out new friendships or communities, or simply changing the physical spaces you spend time in. Remember, you have the power to shape your environment, and in turn, your environment shapes you. Choose wisely. Another important aspect of creating your reality is understanding the power of your focus. Whatever you focus on expands. If you're constantly focusing on problems, on what's wrong in your life, you'll see more and more problems. If you focus on solutions, on possibilities, that's what you'll see more of. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending everything is perfect. It means approaching challenges with a solution-oriented mindset. Instead of dwelling on what's wrong, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this as an opportunity for growth? Directing your focus consciously is crucial. When you catch yourself spiraling into negative thoughts, gently redirect your attention to something positive. Focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. Focus on where you're going, not on where you've been. Now let's talk about the importance of self-care in creating your reality. Many people think that creating the life they want is all about hustle and hard work. And while effort is certainly part of the equation, it's not the whole story. In fact, pushing yourself too hard can actually hinder your progress. Why? Because when you're exhausted, stressed, or burnt out, you're not in a good state to create. You're more likely to fall back into old patterns, to make decisions from a place of fear rather than inspiration. You're less able to recognize and act on opportunities when they arise. Self-care isn't selfish. It's not a luxury. It's a crucial part of maintaining the high vibrational state necessary for conscious creation. This includes taking care of your physical health through proper nutrition, exercise, and sleep. It includes taking time for relaxation and activities that bring you joy. And it includes nurturing your spiritual and emotional well-being through practices like meditation and self-compassion. When you take care of yourself, you're better able to show up as the highest version of yourself, ready to create the life you desire. Finally, let's address the importance of celebrating your successes along the way. Creating a new reality is a journey, not a destination. It's a process of continual growth and evolution. And while it's important to keep your eyes on the big picture, it's equally important to celebrate the small wins along the way. This helps to reinforce the positive momentum you're building and keeps you motivated to keep going. Take time to acknowledge your progress, no matter how small it seems. Celebrate your efforts, your courage, your growth. This not only feels good, but it also sends a message to the universe that you're ready for more. When you're grateful for what you already have, you're opening the door to receiving even more. Remember, creating your reality is a process. It's about taking consistent, inspired action while staying in alignment with your desires. It's about balancing intention with surrender, effort with trust. Keep your focus on where you're going, stay consistent, and know that every step you take brings you closer to the life you truly want. Right now, in this exact moment, you belong to a rare group. You're part of the 1% who chose to take control of their destiny, not because you clicked on this video, but because something inside you knows there's more, that spark of awareness, that pull toward transformation. It's your nervous system signaling you're ready for change. Look at your life right now. Take stock of where you are, the thoughts you think, the emotions you feel, the circumstances you face. They're all connected in a precise scientific pattern. The other 99% live their lives on repeat, recycling the same thoughts, feelings, and experiences day after day, wondering why nothing changes. But you're different. What makes the 1% stand out isn't their circumstances. It's not their background, their education, or their connections. The true differentiator is their ability to step out of time to create change in the present moment, before any physical evidence exists in their external world. Your brain is firing and wiring right now as you listen to these words. Every thought you're thinking is triggering a cascade of neurochemical reactions. Most people wait for something outside of them to change how they feel inside, but that's the old model, living by cause and effect, staying stuck in the same neural patterns that create the same life experiences. The 1% understand a profound truth. Transformation doesn't happen in the future. It happens right now, in this moment, when you make the decision to become someone new. Your body, your cells, your genes, they don't know the difference between an experience that's happening in your outer world and one that's playing in your inner world. This is the gateway to personal evolution. You're not here by accident. Your consciousness has brought you to this precise moment because you're ready to break free from the programming that's been running your life. The question is, are you willing to become supernatural? Think about this for a moment. 95% of who you are by the time you're 35 years old is a memorized set of behaviors, emotional reactions, unconscious habits, hardwired attitudes, and beliefs that function like a computer program. You wake up, brush your teeth the same way, eat the same breakfast, take the same route to work, have the same emotional reactions to your coworkers, and repeat this cycle day after day. Your brain has become hardwired to create the same level of mind for the same outcomes. It's like your nervous system is stuck in a groove, playing the same song over and over. Here's what's fascinating. Your body has become addicted to the emotions that come from your past experiences. These emotions are creating the same thoughts, which create the same choices, which create the same experiences, which produce the same emotions. Every time you have a thought, you make a chemical. If you have that thought over and over again, you create a neural network in your brain. It's like carving a path through a forest. The more you walk that path, the clearer and easier it becomes to travel. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what's happening in your physical world and what's happening in your mental world. When you think the same thoughts, which create the same feelings, you teach your body to live in the past. Let me share something profound with you. Your thoughts are that powerful. Every thought you think sends signals to your cells. When you live in stress, when you're constantly thinking about your problems, your body is in constant fight or flight mode. Your genes are being influenced by your thoughts. This isn't philosophy, this is science. But here's where it gets interesting. Most people try to create a new future while holding on to the emotions of the past. They want a new relationship while carrying the hurt from their last one. They want financial abundance while feeling the stress of scarcity. They want health while living in the emotion of disease. It's like trying to drive a car with one foot on the brake and one on the gas. The quantum field responds not to what we want, it responds to who we are being. When you get up from your meditation as the same person, living by the same thoughts and feelings, you haven't created any new neural networks. You haven't signaled any new genes. You haven't taught your body anything new. To break the habit of being yourself, you must become conscious of your unconscious behaviors. Notice how you speak, how you move, how you think. These automated programs have been running your life, but the moment you become aware of these patterns, you gain the power to change them. Your awareness is like a flashlight, illuminating the dark corners of your unconscious mind. This is where true transformation begins, not in learning new information, but in applying it to break free from the prison of your past programming. When you understand this, you realize that to create something new in your life, you need to become someone new. Let me tell you about something remarkable happening in your brain right now. Your nervous system is constantly changing, rewiring, and adapting with every new thought and every new experience. Scientists used to believe your brain was fixed after childhood. They were wrong. The science of neuroplasticity shows us that your brain is moldable and changeable at any age. You are a quantum being living in a quantum universe. At the smallest level, you're not made of matter, you're made of energy and information. Your thoughts aren't just abstract concepts floating in your mind. They're real energy patterns that extend out into the quantum field. This field is an invisible web of energy and information that connects everything. It responds to your energy signature. When you understand epigenetics, you realize something revolutionary. Your genes aren't your destiny. Only about 5% of disease is caused by genetic defects. The other 95% is caused by environment and lifestyle, including your thoughts and emotions. Your thoughts and feelings are literally sending signals to your genes, turning them on and off like switches. Every cell in your body is listening to your thoughts. When you live in stress, when your thoughts are focused on survival, you activate stress genes. But when you change your thoughts, when you practice gratitude, when you live in creation instead of survival, you activate genes that create health, vitality, and regeneration. Here's where frequency comes in. Everything in the universe is energy vibrating at different frequencies. Your thoughts and emotions create specific frequencies. Fear, anger, stress, these create low, slow frequencies. Love, joy, gratitude, these create high, fast frequencies. And like a radio tower broadcasting your frequency into the quantum field, the quantum field responds not to what you want, but to your energy, your frequency. When your thoughts and feelings are coherent, when they're in alignment, you broadcast a clear signal. But when your thoughts say one thing and your feelings say another, you create interference in your signal. This is why meditation is so powerful. When you close your eyes and focus inward, when you slow your brain waves down from beta to alpha to theta, you're changing your brain chemistry. You're moving from the analytical mind to the subconscious mind. This is where real change happens. In this altered state, when you combine a clear intention with an elevated emotion, you're no longer bound by time and space. You're operating in the quantum field where all possibilities exist. Your energy literally begins to affect matter. This isn't mystical thinking, it's quantum physics. The energy centers in your body, what ancient traditions called chakras, begin to move energy differently. When you raise your energy through meditation and conscious thought, these centers start spinning faster, creating a stronger electromagnetic field around your body. This field becomes more coherent, more organized, and more powerful. This is the science of transformation. It's not about positive thinking alone. It's about combining clear intention with elevated emotion, understanding that your energy affects everything around you. When you change your energy, you change your life. When you change your frequency, you change what you attract and create in your physical reality. Your brain is changing right now as you understand these concepts. New neural networks are forming. New possibilities are opening up. This is the power of applied neuroscience combined with quantum physics, the ability to literally change your brain, your genes, and your reality through conscious thought and elevated emotion. When you wake up each morning, your brain shifts from delta to theta to alpha to beta waves. In beta, you're in your thinking mind, processing through the lens of your past. But when you close your eyes and slow your breathing, something magical happens. Your brain starts to shift from beta to alpha to theta. This is where transformation becomes possible. Let me explain what happens in your brain during this process. Beta state is your thinking mind. It's analyzing, judging, comparing based on what you know from the past. But as you move into alpha, you begin to slow down. The voice of your analytical mind becomes quieter. This is where you can start to program your autonomic nervous system with new information. In theta state, you're even deeper. This is where you have access to your subconscious mind. Think about this. Your subconscious mind processes 40 million bits of information per second, while your conscious mind processes only 40 bits. When you access your subconscious in meditation, you're tapping into incredible power. But here's where heart coherence becomes crucial. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field 100 times stronger than your brain. When you bring your attention to your heart and generate elevated emotions like gratitude, appreciation, or love, your heart rhythm becomes more coherent. This coherence sends powerful signals throughout your entire body. When your heart and brain are working together in coherence, something remarkable happens. You move from living in survival mode to living in creation mode. Your body releases different chemicals. Instead of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, you begin producing serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin, the chemicals of creativity and possibility. This is where the space of possibilities opens up. In this state, you're no longer bound by the memories of the past or the fears of the future. You're in a place where all possibilities exist. Your body doesn't know the difference between an experience that's happening in your physical world and one that's happening in your mind. When you combine clear intention with elevated emotion in this state, you're literally programming your body for a new future. Think about it like tuning a radio. When you're stressed, when you're living in survival mode, you're tuned to a specific frequency, the frequency of your past. But in meditation, when you change your brainwave state and create heart coherence, you can tune to any frequency you choose. You become pure consciousness, pure possibility. This is where true creation happens. Instead of waiting for something outside of you to change how you feel inside, you're changing how you feel inside before anything has changed outside. You're living in the end result. Your body is literally getting a taste of the future you're creating. Most people try to create from beta state from their thinking, analytical mind. But true creation happens when you move beyond thinking into being. When you're in theta state with your heart coherent, feeling the emotion of your future as if it's happening now, you're no longer separate from what you want to create. You become it. The space between your thoughts, the quiet place you reach in deep meditation, that's where the quantum field exists. That's where you connect to universal consciousness. In that space, you're no longer bound by time or space. You're pure potential, pure creative force. This is why consistency in meditation is so crucial. Each time you enter this state, you're building new neural networks. You're teaching your body emotionally what your future feels like. Silence holds the key to unlocking your wildest dreams. It's the gateway to a life beyond your imagination. Right now, in this moment, you have the power to transform your entire existence. All it takes is stepping into the quiet space within you. Think about it. How often do you truly allow yourself to be silent in our noisy world? We're constantly bombarded with information, opinions, and distractions. Our minds chatter endlessly, rehashing the past and worrying about the future. But in that noise, we lose touch with our true selves and our infinite potential. When you embrace silence, something magical happens. You tap into a wellspring of creativity, wisdom, and power that's always been there, waiting for you to notice it. It's like turning down the volume on a radio and suddenly hearing a beautiful song that was playing softly in the background all along. In silence, you start to hear your inner voice, not the critical one that doubts and judges, but the wise, loving voice that knows your true worth. This voice has been trying to guide you your whole life, but it's been drowned out by the noise of the world and your own busy thoughts. As you practice being silent, you'll notice changes happening within you. Your mind becomes clearer, like a still lake reflecting the sky. You start to see solutions to problems that once seemed impossible. Ideas and inspiration flow to you effortlessly. You feel a sense of peace and contentment that doesn't depend on external circumstances. But here's the really exciting part. The changes don't stop within you. As you cultivate inner silence, the world around you begins to shift. Opportunities start appearing out of nowhere. The right people show up in your life at just the right time. Things that used to frustrate you now roll off your back. You find yourself in a state of flow where life seems to unfold with ease and grace. This isn't just wishful thinking or new age fluff. It's based on cutting-edge research in neuroscience and quantum physics. When you quiet your mind through meditation and mindfulness, you literally change the structure and function of your brain. You create new neural pathways that support positivity, creativity, and resilience. At the quantum level, your thoughts and emotions are sending out vibrations that interact with the energy field around you. When you're in a state of inner turmoil, you're essentially broadcasting static. But when you cultivate inner silence, you become like a clear channel, able to receive and transmit on a much higher frequency. Think of it like tuning a radio. When you're stuck in negative thought patterns and emotional reactivity, you're tuned into a station playing nothing but problems and limitations. But when you access that quiet space within, you start picking up a new frequency, one of infinite possibilities and abundance. The amazing thing is you don't have to do anything to make this happen. You don't need to struggle or force change. All you need to do is get out of your own way and allow the natural intelligence of your body and mind to work its magic. Silence is the doorway to that state of allowing. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. This sounds great, but my life is chaos. I don't have time to sit in silence. I get it. We all have busy lives with demands and responsibilities. But here's the thing, you don't need hours of uninterrupted quiet time to start this process. Even a few minutes a day can make a profound difference. Start small. Set aside just 5 minutes each morning to sit in silence before you start your day. Close your eyes, focus on your breath, and simply observe your thoughts without getting caught up in them. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back to your breath. That's it. No special techniques or complicated rituals required. As you make this a daily practice, you'll find it becomes easier to access that inner quiet space even in the midst of a hectic day. You'll develop the ability to pause and center yourself before reacting to stressful situations. You'll make decisions from a place of clarity rather than confusion. Over time, you may want to extend your silent time. Maybe you'll work up to 15 minutes or even an hour. But don't get hung up on the quantity. It's the quality of your attention that matters most. 5 minutes of true presence is far more powerful than an hour of distracted meditation. Now let's talk about what happens when you consistently practice accessing this silent space within you. You start to experience what I call coherence, a state where your thoughts, emotions, and physical body are all in alignment. This is when the real magic starts to happen. In coherence, you become a magnet for positive experiences and opportunities. It's as if the universe conspires to bring you exactly what you need. You might call it coincidence or luck, but it's really the result of you tuning into a higher frequency of possibility. You'll notice synchronicities popping up everywhere. Maybe you think of an old friend and they call you out of the blue. Or you have an idea for a business and suddenly you meet someone with exactly the skills and resources you need. These aren't random occurrences, they're the result of you syncing with the infinite field of potential that surrounds us all. As you continue this practice, you'll find yourself naturally letting go of old limiting beliefs and behaviors. Things that used to trigger you emotionally will lose their power. You'll stop feeling like a victim of circumstances and start recognizing your role as a creator of your reality. Your relationships will improve as you bring more presence and compassion to your interactions. You'll communicate more clearly and listen more deeply. People will be drawn to your calm, centered energy. You'll find yourself surrounded by positive, supportive individuals who uplift and inspire you. Your physical health will likely improve as well. Stress is a major contributor to many illnesses, and by cultivating inner silence, you're giving your body a chance to relax and heal. You may notice chronic conditions easing, your energy levels increasing, and a general sense of vitality pervading your life. Your work life will transform as you bring your coherent state into your career or business. You'll make decisions from a place of inspiration rather than fear. Creative solutions will arise effortlessly. You'll become more productive without feeling burned out. Success will come not from pushing and striving, but from inspired action aligned with your true purpose. Financial abundance often follows naturally from this state of coherence. When you're no longer operating from a place of lack and scarcity, you open yourself up to the flow of prosperity. Money becomes simply a tool for expressing gifts and living your purpose, rather than a source of stress and worry. But perhaps the most profound change you'll experience is a deep sense of connection to yourself, to others, and to the world around you. In silence, you tap into the underlying unity of all things. You realize that you're not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it. This understanding brings a profound sense of peace and purpose to your life. Now I want to be clear. This doesn't mean your life will suddenly become perfect or that you'll never face challenges again. Life will still have its ups and downs, but you'll navigate those challenges from a completely different perspective. Instead of being knocked off course by every obstacle, you'll see difficulties as opportunities for growth and learning. You'll develop what I call emotional elegance, the ability to experience your feelings fully without being controlled by them. You'll no longer need to suppress or avoid negative emotions. Instead, you'll welcome all of your experiences as valuable information, knowing that even painful feelings have something to teach you. As you practice being silent, you'll also develop a heightened sense of intuition. You'll start to trust that inner knowing that guides you toward your highest good. Decision-making becomes easier because you're no longer second-guessing yourself or seeking constant validation from others. You'll move through life with a sense of confidence and trust in the unfolding of your journey. One of the most beautiful aspects of this process is how it ripples out into the world around you. As you become more centered and peaceful, you naturally have a calming effect on others. Without saying a word, your presence can help soothe an intense situation or uplift someone who's struggling. You become a living example of the power of inner silence. This doesn't mean you'll never speak up or take action. On the contrary, when you do choose to speak or act, your words and deeds will carry far more power and impact. They'll come from a place of inner clarity and alignment rather than reactivity or ego. You'll know when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait. As you continue on this path, you may find yourself drawn to share what you've learned with others, not in a preachy or dogmatic way, but simply by living as an example and being open to those who are curious about your transformation. You might find yourself mentoring others, leading workshops, or creating art that expresses the wisdom you've gained through silence. Remember, this journey is not about reaching some final destination or achieving a permanent state of bliss. It's an ongoing process of growth and expansion. There will be times when you forget to practice silence, when you get caught up in the drama of life. That's okay. The key is to keep coming back to that quiet space within you again and again. Each time you return to silence, you're strengthening those neural pathways of peace and presence. You're reinforcing your connection to that infinite field of possibility. You're reminding yourself of who you truly are beyond the noise and chaos of the external world. As you make this practice a consistent part of your life, you'll start to notice that silence becomes your natural state, even in the midst of activity. You'll carry that inner quiet with you. It becomes the backdrop against which all of life unfolds, allowing you to fully engage with the world while remaining grounded in your true self. This is when life truly becomes magical. You're no longer struggling against the current, trying to force things to happen. Instead, you're flowing with life, co-creating your reality in partnership with the universe. You're living in what some traditions call the zone or the flow state, a place of effortless accomplishment and joyful expression. In this state, you'll find that you no longer need to chase after the things you want in life. Instead, they naturally gravitate towards you. It's as if the universe can finally hear your true desires because you've cleared away all the mental and emotional static that was interfering with the signal. You'll also discover that many of the things you thought you wanted were actually just attempts to fill a void or quiet an inner restlessness. As you become more content in yourself, you may find your desires shifting. You'll be less interested in accumulating stuff and more focused on experiences that bring genuine fulfillment and growth. Your definition of success will likely change as well. Instead of external markers like wealth, status, or recognition, you'll measure your success by the quality of your inner state and the positive impact you have on others. You'll find deep satisfaction in simply being present and alive, grateful for each moment as it unfolds. This doesn't mean you'll become passive or stop pursuing goals. On the contrary, you may find yourself accomplishing more than ever before, but your actions will come from a place of inspired creativity rather than desperate striving. You'll be motivated by joy and purpose rather than fear or the need to prove yourself. As you continue to deepen your practice of silence, you'll uncover layers of yourself that you never knew existed. You'll tap into talents and abilities that have been dormant, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. You may surprise yourself with sudden bursts of creativity or insights that seem to come out of nowhere. This is your true self emerging, freed from the limitations of conditioned thinking and societal expectations. In silence, you create the space for your authentic essence to shine through. You'll find yourself naturally drawn to activities and relationships that align with your deepest values and passions. One of the most profound gifts of this practice is the ability to be fully present in each moment. Instead of constantly rehashing the past or worrying about the future, you'll find yourself fully engaged with what's happening right now. This is where true joy and fulfillment are found, not in some imagined future, but in the richness of the present moment. As you become more present, you'll notice details and beauty in the world around you that you may have overlooked before. Colors seem more vivid, music more moving, food more delicious. You'll find wonder in simple things: a sunset, a child's laughter, the feel of grass beneath your feet. Life becomes an endless source of awe and appreciation. This heightened awareness also extends to your relationships. You'll become more attuned to the subtle cues in others' body language and tone of voice. You'll listen more deeply, picking up on what's not being said as well as the spoken words. This leads to more authentic and satisfying connections with the people in your life. As your practice deepens, you may experience moments of profound insight, or what some traditions call awakening experiences. These are times when the veil of separation seems to lift and you directly perceive the interconnectedness of all things. While these experiences can be incredibly powerful, the real transformation happens over time through consistent practice and awareness. In how you integrate them into your daily life, you'll find that your sense of identity begins to shift. Instead of seeing yourself as a separate individual struggling to make your way in the world, you'll recognize yourself as an expression of the universal consciousness that underlies all of existence. This doesn't mean losing your individuality, but rather expanding your sense of self to include a much broader perspective. From this expanded awareness, you'll naturally start to make choices that benefit not just yourself but the greater whole. You'll feel a sense of responsibility for the well-being of others and the planet. This isn't driven by guilt or obligation, but by a genuine understanding that what affects one affects all. You may find yourself drawn to causes or projects that make a positive difference in the world. But even if your outer circumstances don't change dramatically, the way you show up in your existing roles as a parent, partner, friend, or colleague will be transformed. You'll bring a quality of presence and compassion to everything you do. As you continue on this journey, you'll discover that silence is not just the absence of noise, but a living presence in itself. It's the ground of being from which all creation arises. By tapping into this silence, you're connecting with the very source of life itself. This connection becomes a wellspring of strength and resilience that you can draw upon in any situation. No matter what challenges you face, you'll know that you can always return to that quiet space within and find your center. This inner stability allows you to remain calm and clear-headed even in the midst of chaos. You'll also find that your need for external validation diminishes. Instead of seeking approval or recognition from others, you'll find a deep sense of self-acceptance and worthiness arising from within. This doesn't mean becoming arrogant or disconnected from others, but rather developing a healthy self-reliance and inner confidence. As you become more grounded in your true self, you'll find it easier to set healthy boundaries and say no to things that don't align with your values or purpose. You'll no longer feel compelled to please everyone or fit into others' expectations. Instead, you'll make choices based on what feels genuinely right for you. This authenticity will naturally attract the right people and opportunities into your life. You'll find yourself surrounded by individuals who appreciate and support your true self. Doors will open that align with your deepest aspirations, often in unexpected and seemingly miraculous ways. Remember, this journey of silence is not about reaching a final destination. It's an ongoing process of unfolding and discovery. Each day brings new opportunities to deepen your practice and expand your awareness. There will always be more to explore, more to learn, and more to become. The beauty of this path is that it's available to everyone regardless of circumstances or background. You don't need any special equipment or expensive retreats. All you need is the willingness to turn within and listen to the wisdom of your own being. So I invite you to start right now. Take a deep breath and allow yourself to become still. Feel the aliveness in your body. Notice the thoughts passing through your mind without getting caught up in them. This is the beginning of your journey into silence. As you move forward, be gentle with yourself. There will be times when it feels challenging or when old patterns resurface. That's okay. Each time you return to silence, you're strengthening your ability to stay centered and present. Remember that you're not alone on this journey. As you cultivate inner silence, you'll find yourself connecting with others who are on a similar path. You'll discover a sense of community and support that transcends surface-level differences. The world needs your presence, your authenticity, your unique gifts. By embracing silence and allowing your true self to emerge, you're not just transforming your own life, you're contributing to the evolution of human consciousness as a whole. So take this moment right now to commit to making silence a regular part of your life. Start small if you need to, but start today. The quiet space within you holds everything you've ever wanted: peace, joy, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose beyond anything you've imagined. Trust in the process. Trust in yourself. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a single moment of silence. That moment is now. Step into it with an open heart and mind and watch as your entire world transforms. You have within you the power to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. All it takes is the courage to be silent and listen to the wisdom that's always been there, waiting for you to notice it. Your journey to an extraordinary life begins now in this moment of quiet presence. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and allow yourself to sink into that silent space within you. Feel the aliveness, the potential, the infinite possibilities that exist in this moment. This is your true home, your source of strength and inspiration. From this place of inner silence, you can move mountains, heal old wounds, create masterpieces, build empires, or simply live each day with joy and gratitude. The choice is yours. The power is yours. Remember, in silence, you will find everything you need in life. It's not something you have to search for or struggle to attain. It's already within you, waiting to be discovered. All you need to do is be still and listen. As you continue to cultivate this inner silence, you'll notice a profound shift in how you perceive and interact with the world around you. The chatter of your mind begins to quiet, and in that spaciousness, a new kind of intelligence emerges. This isn't the analytical problem-solving intelligence we're used to relying on. It's a deeper, more intuitive wisdom that sees beyond the surface of things. You'll start to recognize patterns and connections that were always there, but hidden from your conscious awareness. Solutions to problems will arise spontaneously, often when you're not even actively thinking about it. It's as if by creating space in your mind, you're allowing the universe to fill it with exactly what you need. This shift in perception extends to how you view yourself as well. The constant self-criticism and judgment that many of us carry around starts to fade away. In its place, you'll discover a profound sense of self-acceptance and love. You begin to see yourself as you truly are, a unique expression of life itself, perfect in your imperfections. As this self-acceptance grows, you'll find it easier to embrace all aspects of yourself, even the parts you once tried to hide or change. You'll recognize that your quirks, your struggles, your so-called flaws are all part of what makes you unique. This self-acceptance becomes a powerful force for healing and growth. You may find old emotional wounds starting to heal without you even consciously working on them. The light of your awareness, shining without judgment, naturally dissolves old pain and trauma. You'll feel a sense of lightness and freedom as you let go of emotional baggage you didn't even realize you were carrying. This inner healing radiates outward, transforming your relationships with others. As you become more accepting of yourself, you naturally become more accepting of others. You'll find yourself judging less and understanding more. Your compassion will deepen as you recognize that everyone is on their own journey, facing their own challenges. Your communication with others will take on a new quality. Instead of speaking from a place of ego or defensiveness, your words will come from a place of clarity and truth. You'll say what needs to be said when it needs to be said, without attachment to how it's received. This authentic communication creates deeper, more meaningful connections with others. As you continue to practice silence, you'll develop a heightened sensitivity to energy, both your own and that of others in your environment. You might start to notice how certain places or people affect your energy field. This awareness allows you to make choices that support your well-being and keep you in a high vibrational state. You'll become more tuned to the subtle guidance of your intuition. That quiet inner voice becomes clearer and more trustworthy. You'll find yourself naturally making choices that align with your highest good, often without even having to think about it consciously. It's as if you're tapping into a deeper intelligence that always knows the right path. This enhanced intuition extends beyond personal matters. You may find yourself having flashes of insight about global events or the direction of human evolution. Don't be surprised if you start to feel a sense of purpose that goes beyond your individual life. Anyone who walks this path discovers a calling to contribute to the greater good of humanity and the planet. As your practice deepens, you may experience altered states of consciousness. These could range from deep meditative states to profound mystical experiences. While these experiences can be incredibly powerful and transformative, remember that they are not the goal in themselves. The real measure of progress is how you integrate these insights into your daily life. You'll likely find your relationship with time changing. Instead of feeling rushed or always behind, you'll develop a sense of timelessness. You'll be fully present in each moment, yet also aware of the larger flow of life. This allows you to move through your days with grace, accomplishing what needs to be done without stress or strain. Your creativity will blossom in ways you never imagined. Whether you consider yourself an artist or not, you'll find new ideas and inspirations flowing through you. This might express itself in traditional art forms, or it might show up as innovative solutions in your work or fresh approaches to everyday tasks. You'll start to see the artistry in all aspects of life. As you become more attuned to the silence within, you'll also become more aware of the silence that exists in the world around you. You'll find yourself drawn to spend time in nature, soaking in the quiet wisdom of trees, mountains, or the ocean. These experiences in nature will further deepen your sense of connection to all of life. You may notice synchronicities occurring more frequently in your life. Meaningful coincidences that seem too perfect to be random will become commonplace. This is a sign that you're in alignment with the flow of life, moving in harmony with the greater intelligence of the universe. Your health and vitality will likely continue to improve as you maintain this practice. The deep relaxation that comes with silence allows your body to heal and regenerate at a cellular level. You might find chronic health issues resolving themselves, or simply notice that you have more energy and resilience in your daily life. You'll develop a different relationship with challenge and adversity. Instead of seeing difficulties as problems to be solved or avoided, you'll recognize them as opportunities for growth and evolution. You'll face life's ups and downs with equanimity, knowing that all experiences are part of your journey of awakening. As you continue to access this inner sense, you'll find that you need less and less from the external world to feel fulfilled. The peace and contentment you discover within yourself is far more satisfying than any material possession or achievement. This doesn't mean you stop enjoying life's pleasures, but rather that you're no longer dependent on them for your happiness. You'll likely find yourself naturally drawn to simplify your life. You might feel called to declutter your physical space, streamline your commitments, or let go of relationships that no longer serve your highest good. This simplification creates more space for what truly matters to you. Your sense of identity will continue to expand. You'll feel less and less attached to labels and roles, recognizing them as useful tools for navigating the world, but not as the core of who you are. You'll experience yourself as a field of pure awareness, witnessing the play of life rather than being caught up in it. This expanded sense of self brings with it a profound feeling of freedom. You're no longer constrained by societal expectations or your own limiting beliefs. You're free to express your true nature, to explore the full range of human potential, and to create your life anew in each moment. As your practice deepens, you may find yourself naturally drawn to share what you've learned with others. This might take the form of teaching, mentoring, or simply being a living example of the peace and presence you've cultivated. You'll find joy in supporting others on their own journeys of self-discovery. In how you integrate them into your daily life, you'll find that your sense of identity begins to shift. Instead of seeing yourself as a separate individual struggling to make your way in the world, you'll recognize yourself as an expression of the universal consciousness that underlies all of existence. This doesn't mean losing your individuality, but rather expanding your sense of self to include a much broader perspective. From this expanded awareness, you'll naturally start to make choices that benefit not just yourself, but the greater whole. You'll feel a sense of responsibility for the well-being of others and the planet. This isn't driven by guilt or obligation, but by a genuine understanding that what affects one affects all. You may find yourself drawn to causes or projects that make a positive difference in the world. But even if your outer circumstances don't change dramatically, the way you show up in your existing roles as a parent, partner, friend, or colleague will be transformed. You'll bring a quality of presence and compassion to everything you do. As you continue on this journey, you'll discover that silence is not just the absence of noise, but a living presence in itself. It's the ground of being from which all creation arises. By tapping into this silence, you're connecting with the very source of life itself. This connection becomes a wellspring of strength and resilience that you can draw upon in any situation. No matter what challenges you face, you'll know that you can always return to that quiet space within and find your center. This inner stability allows you to remain calm and clear-headed even in the midst of chaos. You'll also find that your need for external validation diminishes. Instead of seeking approval or recognition from others, you'll find a deep sense of self-acceptance and worthiness arising from within. This doesn't mean becoming arrogant or disconnected from others, but rather developing a healthy self-reliance and inner confidence. As you become more grounded in your true self, you'll find it easier to set healthy boundaries and say no to things that don't align with your values or purpose. You'll no longer feel compelled to please everyone or fit into others' expectations. Instead, you'll make choices based on what feels genuinely right for you. This authenticity will naturally attract the right people and opportunities into your life. You'll find yourself surrounded by individuals who appreciate and support your true self. Doors will open that align with your deepest aspirations, often in unexpected and seemingly miraculous ways. Remember, this journey of silence is not about reaching a final destination. It's an ongoing process of unfolding and discovery. Each day brings new opportunities to deepen your practice and expand your awareness. There will always be more to explore, more to learn, and more to become. The beauty of this path is that it's available to everyone regardless of circumstances or background. You don't need any special equipment or expensive retreats. All you need is the willingness to turn within and listen to the wisdom of your own being. So I invite you to start right now. Take a deep breath and allow yourself to become still. Feel the aliveness in your body. Notice the thoughts passing through your mind without getting caught up in them. This is the beginning of your journey into silence. As you move forward, be gentle with yourself. There will be times when it feels challenging or when old patterns resurface. That's okay. Each time you return to silence, you're strengthening your ability to stay centered and present. Remember that you're not alone on this journey. As you cultivate inner silence, you'll find yourself connecting with others who are on a similar path. You'll discover a sense of community and support that transcends surface-level differences. The world needs your presence, your authenticity, your unique gifts. By embracing silence and allowing your true self to emerge, you're not just transforming your own life, you're contributing to the evolution of human consciousness as a whole. So take this moment right now to commit to making silence a regular part of your life. Start small if you need to, but start today. The quiet space within you holds everything you've ever wanted. Peace, joy, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose beyond anything you've imagined. Trust in the process. Trust in yourself. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a single moment of silence. That moment is now. Step into it with an open heart and mind and watch as your entire world transforms. You have within you the power to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. All it takes is the courage to be silent and listen to the wisdom that's always been there, waiting for you to notice it. Your journey to an extraordinary life begins now in this moment of quiet presence. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and allow yourself to sink into that silent space within you. Feel the aliveness, the potential, the infinite possibilities that exist in this moment. This is your true home, your source of strength and inspiration. From this place of inner silence, you can move mountains, heal old wounds, create masterpieces, build empires, or simply live each day with joy and gratitude. The choice is yours. The power is yours. Remember, in silence, you will find everything you need in life. It's not something you have to search for or struggle to attain. It's already within you, waiting to be discovered. All you need to do is be still and listen. As you continue to cultivate this inner silence, you'll notice a profound shift in how you perceive and interact with the world around you. The chatter of your mind begins to quiet, and in that spaciousness, a new kind of intelligence emerges. This isn't the analytical problem-solving intelligence we're used to relying on. It's a deeper, more intuitive wisdom that sees beyond the surface of things. You'll start to recognize patterns and connections that were always there, but hidden from your conscious awareness. Solutions to problems will arise spontaneously, often when you're not even actively thinking about it. It's as if by creating space in your mind, you're allowing the universe to fill it with exactly what you need. This shift in perception extends to how you view yourself as well. The constant self-criticism and judgment that many of us carry around starts to fade away. In its place, you'll discover a profound sense of self-acceptance and love. You begin to see yourself as you truly are, a unique expression of life itself, perfect in your imperfections. As this self-acceptance grows, you'll find it easier to embrace all aspects of yourself, even the parts you once tried to hide or change. You'll recognize that your quirks, your struggles, your so-called flaws are all part of what makes you unique. This self-acceptance becomes a powerful force for healing and growth. You may find old emotional wounds starting to heal without you even consciously working on them. The light of your awareness, shining without judgment, naturally dissolves old pain and trauma. You'll feel a sense of lightness and freedom as you let go of emotional baggage you didn't even realize you were carrying. This inner healing radiates outward, transforming your relationships with others. As you become more accepting of yourself, you naturally become more accepting of others. You'll find yourself judging less and understanding more. Your compassion will deepen as you recognize that everyone is on their own journey, facing their own challenges. Your communication with others will take on a new quality. Instead of speaking from a place of ego or defensiveness, your words will come from a place of clarity and truth. You'll say what needs to be said when it needs to be said without attachment to how it's received. This authentic communication creates deeper, more meaningful connections with others. As you continue to practice silence, you'll develop a heightened sensitivity to energy, both your own and that of others in your environment. You might start to notice how certain places or people affect your energy field. This awareness allows you to make choices that support your well-being and keep you in a high vibrational state. You'll become more tuned to the subtle guidance of your intuition. That quiet inner voice becomes clearer and more trustworthy. You'll find yourself naturally making choices that align with your highest good, often without even having to think about it consciously. It's as if you're tapping into a deeper intelligence that always knows the right path. This enhanced intuition extends beyond personal matters. You may find yourself having flashes of insight about global events or the direction of human evolution. Don't be surprised if you start to feel a sense of purpose that goes beyond your individual life. Anyone who walks this path discovers a calling to contribute to the greater good of humanity and the planet. As your practice deepens, you may experience altered states of consciousness. These could range from deep meditative states to profound mystical experiences. While these experiences can be incredibly powerful and transformative, remember that they are not the goal in themselves. The real measure of progress is how you integrate these insights into your daily life. You'll likely find your relationship with time changing. Instead of feeling rushed or always behind, you'll develop a sense of timelessness. You'll be fully present in each moment, yet also aware of the larger flow of life. This allows you to move through your days with grace, accomplishing what needs to be done without stress or strain. Your creativity will blossom in ways you never imagined. Whether you consider yourself an artist or not, you'll find new ideas and inspirations flowing through you. This might express itself in traditional art forms, or it might show up as innovative solutions in your work or fresh approaches to everyday tasks. You'll start to see the artistry in all aspects of life. As you become more attuned to the silence within, you'll also become more aware of the silence that exists in the world around you. You'll find yourself drawn to spend time in nature, soaking in the quiet wisdom of trees, mountains, or the ocean. These experiences in nature will further deepen your sense of connection to all of life. You may notice synchronicities occurring more frequently in your life. Meaningful coincidences that seem too perfect to be random will become commonplace. This is a sign that you're in alignment with the flow of life, moving in harmony with the greater intelligence of the universe. Your health and vitality will likely continue to improve as you maintain this practice. The deep relaxation that comes with silence allows your body to heal and regenerate at a cellular level. You might find chronic health issues resolving themselves, or simply notice that you have more energy and resilience in your daily life. You'll develop a different relationship with challenge and adversity. Instead of seeing difficulties as problems to be solved or avoided, you'll recognize them as opportunities for growth and evolution. You'll face life's ups and downs with equanimity, knowing that all experiences are part of your journey of awakening. As you continue to access this inner sense, you'll find that you need less and less from the external world to feel fulfilled. The peace and contentment you discover within yourself is far more satisfying than any material possession or achievement. This doesn't mean you stop enjoying life's pleasures, but rather that you're no longer dependent on them for your happiness. You'll likely find yourself naturally drawn to simplify your life. You might feel called to declutter your physical space, streamline your commitments, or let go of relationships that no longer serve your highest good. This simplification creates more space for what truly matters to you. Your sense of identity will continue to expand. You'll feel less and less attached to labels and roles, recognizing them as useful tools for navigating the world, but not as the core of who you are. You'll experience yourself as a field of pure awareness, witnessing the play of life rather than being caught up in it. This expanded sense of self brings with it a profound feeling of freedom. You're no longer constrained by societal expectations or your own limiting beliefs. You're free to express your true nature, to explore the full range of human potential, and to create your life anew in each moment. As your practice deepens, you may find yourself naturally drawn to share what you've learned with others. This might take the form of teaching, mentoring, or simply being a living example of the peace and presence you've cultivated. You'll find joy in supporting others on their own journeys of self-discovery.